When I wrote this story, there was much discussion about the cloning of a goat. I have always been puzzled by the public fascination with cloning, since people are so much more than their genes. This story answered my question, why would someone want to clone herself?
After Moon. At 6:30, the moon was already faintly visible in the waning daylight, patiently awaiting its turn to light up the streets in pale blue and gray. The aftermoon, Kenya always called it. It wasn't the real moon, the full moon. It only looked like it, except chewed smaller at the rims. The aftermoon was startling and nearly as beautiful, but it ultimately held no more allure for Kenya than it would if she were any other city dweller tossed suddenly into its sight. Kenya ignored the moon as she walked from the Clark Street subway stop toward her building, vanishing inside the purposeful stream of twilight home-goers. She felt it watching her. She always did. But she refused to look up. She'd decided a long time ago that just because the moon tried to talk to her didn't mean she had to listen. Her grandfather had felt differently about that. But then again, he was different in a lot of ways. Kenya was especially proud that she didn't allow ghosts and memories to steer her life. Kenya's stomach growled. At dinner time, especially during the summer, Brooklyn Heights always smelled like the sidewalks had been basted with butter, pine nuts, and garlic. All the takeout places had their doors propped open, trying to tantalize people like Kenya, who never planned their meals in advance. But tonight, she knew exactly what she wanted, because she'd withheld it from herself the night before when she'd wanted it most. A barely seared, blood-red steak. The meat was waiting for her in her freezer at home, so she'd thaw it and cook it, maybe 20 seconds in the pan on each side. This was the only time of month Kenya knew exactly what she wanted to eat. Not a need, she reassured herself, just an appetite. Her grandfather might even be proud of her if he'd still been living and could have shared a moonlight meal. Except, she reminded herself, he would have been irritated with her for the ritual of cooking the flesh at all. Not to mention how absurd he would think it was not to have hunted for her food first, making her own kill. Kenya's mind was on her hunger, so it was only an accident when she walked past a basement office she must have passed every day for nearly a year, dwarfed beneath the Indian-Chinese video store and a northern Italian restaurant, Giovanni's, that all the people in her building raved about. Today, the glint of the buffed brass sign caught her eye, because it so perfectly complemented the day's last light. The bold letters were embossed into the shiny plate in black. Jack Reeves, Dermatology. And beneath that, following Dr. Reeves' mumbo-jumbo of degrees and licenses, it said in script, Lycanthropy. Kenya's first thought was to go in and give this quack a piece of her damned mind. She wasn't offended easily, but the sign set off sparks that made her teeth tighten. Maybe it was only because of the time of month, she tried to reason with herself, but the nerve of this guy, this so-called doctor, poking such callous fun in a sign posted on a public street. She wasn't sure why she found herself descending the cracked concrete steps leading to the office door, because a doctor wouldn't keep hours this late, and what was she going to do if he did? Still, sparks didn't need reason. They improvised just fine. Maybe she'd slide a nasty note beneath his door. Maybe she'd write down his telephone number and lodge an anonymous complaint on his voicemail. Ignorant fool, she thought. Before she realized it, she was fantasizing about the pleasure of ripping his face into... The light was on, illuminating a waiting room beyond the glass door. A small, handwritten list of office hours taped inside proclaimed that Dr. Jack Reeves' Dermatology was open until 7 p.m. on all weekdays except Wednesdays, which meant he was still there. Good, she thought, and flung the door open to a cacophony of jangling chimes. Inside the office, though, her mood softened, retreating from the unseemly places it had been trying to lure her. There was nothing unusual about the appearance of the doctor's office. The light inside was bright, welcoming, making the waiting room and the gaily colored magazines neatly fanned on the coffee table feel like part of a life-size display case. Very familiar, and yet, thinking about it later, she wondered if maybe she had first been arrested by the smell. Her nostrils smarted for a moment from the thick scent of burning incense before she relaxed and allowed herself to breathe in the luxurious smell. Part campfire, part lavender, part cedar closet? Oh, it was something, that smell. It was a smell to bottle and steal whiffs from in the middle of the night. But the office's scent was nothing compared to the music. As soon as Kenya heard it, she spun around to search for the speakers, as if seeing the music's source would somehow help her own it. She could not distinguish between voice and instrument. In fact, she could not say with certainty that the music was composed of either, just as it seemed to have no discernible melody. But she knew that it was music, meaning it was the very definition of music. Barely loud enough to hear, it thrilled against her ears. Standing frozen in the waiting room, Kenya forgot why she had been angry, or why she had come in, or even where she was. That music's something, isn't it? A man's voice said from her left. Released from the spell, Kenya turned to see a hulking figure standing behind a half-open glass partition, wrapped inside an ill-fitting doctor's coat. He was only partially visible, the rest of his bulk muddied behind the misted glass. She saw his enormous wiry beard, one curious brown eye, and half of his round spectacles staring out at her like a moon. It's... Kenya searched her mind for words, avoiding not only clichés, but words that were unworthy. But her search was fruitless. Her mind was empty of words. "Are you hungry?" the man behind the partition asked. The question was odd. A non sequitur, a muted part of Kenya's brain realized, but her mouth nonetheless flooded with saliva. She saw the man fling something toward her at an arc, and her nose recognized long before her eyes could focus that it was a small strip of raw beef. To her own astonishment, she snatched the meat out of the air with a decisive snap of her teeth. "I thought your sign outside was a joke," Kenya told him later, when the music was gone and she felt more like herself. Now, sitting primly on the leather sofa in the waiting room, the woman who'd heard the music was a stranger to her. Only her satisfied stomach and tiny bits of raw beef caught between her teeth reminded her of who she'd been. Embarrassed, she worried at the food fragments with a peppermint-flavored toothpick the doctor had offered her. "Sure, right. Most people think it's a gag. That's the beautiful part." Dr. Jack, as he insisted on being called, had fixed a pot of coffee that he served himself in a mug that read wryly, "What a hairy situation." He offered a cup to Kenya, but she refused. Caffeine in any form, even a minuscule amount, made her crazy, she told him. Especially right after the moon, she thought, noting that last part only to herself. "To some people, crazy is good," Dr. Jack told her, winking. "But you're smart to keep your distance. Coffee's my vice." Kenya tried to assess Dr. Jack the way her grandfather had taught her, looking for signs. He had a mane of intricately curled dark hair that spilled onto his face in the form of a neatly combed beard, which rode high on his cheeks and grew all the way to his mid-chest before tapering away. From what she could see of his neckline above his white smock, the hair grew freely there, too. Dr. Jack, yes, was one hairy guy. But there was always more to it than the hair, she knew. She tried to hold his eyes, to see what she could find there. That arcane quality that had informed her grandfather's brown-eyed gaze. Dr. Jack's eyes were set back deep beyond his bearded, pudgy cheeks, and they told her nothing except that he might be kind. She decided in that instant to trust him. "How did you know about me?" she asked. He shrugged. "The music? If you didn't have the genes, all you'd hear was muzak, an ocarina and strings playing Black Dog by Zeppelin." She regarded him blankly. She didn't know the song. "That's a joke," he said, grinning. She tried to assess his teeth, but the grin vanished too quickly. "But seriously, the music gives you away. Only my very special patients hear it at all." He said this with tremendous warmth, a little too much. Kenya didn't like his eagerness. It glowed from him like the bright, giddy energy of first dates with the kind of men who typically had too many chips and dents just beneath the surface to warrant any more of her time. "When did your condition manifest?" he asked, suddenly sounding like a doctor again. "I don't think I want to talk about that." The awful episode right before her 9th birthday tried to goad its way to consciousness, but she refused to open that window, not now. "Right. I forget you're not a patient yet. So you do the asking, then." "How many... I have 13 special patients, a very small part of my practice. All from the tri-state area, except for one guy from D.C., He takes the train in for group night once a month. Last night, matter of fact, you missed it. 13. This doctor was the first person she'd met in New York who seemed to share her condition. There were other men, too. Kenya imagined the commuter from D.C. in a tailored suit with a briefcase in his hand, probably a lawyer, scanning the Washington Post or the Times while he wrote in. She liked that picture. The image of the man on the train reawakened her hopeless adolescent yearnings for a mate who would accept her. She'd been so certain that no man like that would exist that she'd sat for hours on the back porch with her grandfather, allowing him to fill her head with nonsense and cynicism only to escape the ache of her daydreams. Had hopelessness also driven her to accept the marriage proposal from Lee, a man who was funny and good-hearted, but who lived 3,000 miles away, and whom she honestly had yet to really know? And, more to the point, a man who could never know her. Dr. Jack's faceless commuter on the train saddened Kenya in ways she couldn't explain. And to think he'd been here only yesterday, perhaps in this very room. That many, just in New York, she said. Give or take. I have to account for a few strays, pardon the expression, but you're the first new face I've seen in 2 years. You have... Kenya stumbled over the word, momentarily lapsing into the desperation of a 15-year-old's mind. Treatments? Mostly cosmetic. I'm a dermatologist, understand, so I'm the hair, she said, her voice shrill and urgent. Had that really been her voice at all? You have treatments for the hair? Sure, right. He nodded, the grin floating back across his mouth. This time, unless she imagined it, She did notice a slight extra sharpness to his incisors, just like her grandfather's. "That's my specialty. I'll have you smooth as a baby's bottom." Kenya stared at him. She could feel the steadily rising pulsing of her heartbeat in her fingertips, surging with blood that warmed her face in a flare. She didn't speak. She was afraid that strange, helpless voice would fly from her mouth again. "Yeah, I know," Dr. Jack said, as if responding to her thoughts. "Sometimes you don't even know what you're looking for until you found it." "Sheep don't live lives. They live lies," Gramp always told her. "Your mama's hell-bent on trying to raise you in the world of sheep. But you damn sure ain't no sheep girl, are you?" There were never real answers to Gramps' questions. When Kenya was 12 and began thinking for herself, she'd tried to pose logic against him, but his questions always writhed and twisted like snakes that could change their shape and size depending on the point he wanted to make. Not that the point ever changed. Summers with Gramp were always more fun to anticipate than they were to actually spend, because by the third day of her 2-month visit, Kenya always figured out there was no one but Gramp to talk to, and even less to do. He had a 70-year-old wood frame house that had never heard a whisper about the invention of air conditioning in a tiny Oregon town called Fortune, which was not big enough to be a true town. The 6 buildings that made up what Kenya supposed was downtown Fortune were a saloon, a market that served hot and cold sandwiches, a barber shop that doubled as a post office, the 2-room First Church of the Living Christ, a drugstore, and a tack and feed. The entire patch of buildings went dark after 9, so no one driving by could even see Fortune at night. Most people never saw Fortune at all. There, Kenya disappeared, and so did the world outside. Mostly timber families lived in Fortune. Houses dotted the hilltop tree lines on large parcels of land, but the precious few neighbors never ventured near Gramps' house, and Kenya had never been able to identify any families with children her age, which left her and Gramp. 2 months each year felt like a lifetime. She'd tried to complain to her parents that Gramp was a bad influence on her, but either they didn't believe her or Gramps' bad influence was exactly what they were counting on, especially her mother, with her secretive gazes each summer as she waved goodbye. The only nights at Gramps' she truly enjoyed, the nights that, given her circumstances, were more incredible and long-awaited than Christmas Day, were the moon nights. 1 night each month, and every night until the moon, he told her, was preparation. He told her there was only 1 night each month when she truly existed at all. "It's like any other gift. You don't pay attention to something long enough, you forget," Gramp used to say, gazing out from his back porch across his unkempt property where wild tiger lilies grew in quilt patterns in the crabgrass. "And don't be afraid of that word, monster. That's a word invented by conventional folk, either too stupid or too scared to follow their own souls. Too scared to create nothing of their own." "Monsters don't create anything," Kenya might have argued, or something like it. "What's wrong with you, girl? Of course they do. They create fear. And there ain't nothing more powerful on this planet Earth." Gramp gave her headaches from so much confusion. But the confusion vanished on moon nights. The moon gave her experiences that defied memory, that had no place for discussion at her parents' dinner table or among the classmates who sat in the neatly lined desks at her school. Bare feet descending nearly weightless across beds of sharp twigs that could not hurt her. Wind tickling and stroking the hairs across her naked back. foreign songs emerging from her throat, screeching across the treetops. And twice, when she was very fast and very lucky, the opportunity to kill. Once it had been a squirrel, another time a raccoon, caught, startled in her hands, killed with instinctive swiftness, fur raking against her teeth. Only on moon nights did it make any sense at all. Only then did Kenya truly understand why Gramp lived in fortune, secluded as a forest creature himself, and why the neighbors never once came to call. Every year, despite the prospect of the hot boredom of summer nights that made her want to scream herself to sleep, Kenya couldn't wait to go see her grandfather. When she wasn't with him, moon nights were almost like any other. The forgetting always began right away. Dr. Jack's office seemed much less inviting when Kenya came back for her first official appointment. The lovely incense was still in the air, so it calmed her nerves, and she could hear traces of the music, even more faint than before. It was harder to hear now, of course, because the moon had been nearly a week ago, and her senses had faded considerably. But she was put off when she saw his examining room. There was a framed 8x10 photo of Lon Chaney Jr. in elaborate costume placed prominently on the wall, alongside a full-sized movie poster which jarred Kenya so much in its cartoonish menace that she could taste bile in her throat. Seeing the images, she could very nearly smell her grandfather's pipe tobacco and the perfume of the pine needles of the Christmas trees that had grown wild on his property. Gramp had kept film reels of classic horror movies, and she'd watched them with him late at night for lack of anything else to do, all the while feeling slightly sick to her stomach. Now, seeing Gramps' favorite movie celebrated again, Kenya felt a prickling in her marrow that couldn't have been deeper if she'd been staring at a poster of a handkerchief-bound mammy or a fat-lipped watermelon-slurping pickaninny. Why in the world had she come here? This coarse, trivial man had nothing to teach her. But it was too late now. Already she had bared herself to her midriff, and his fingers were traveling up and down her spine, following the trail of hair.
"Geez, this isn't bad at all," he said. "Is this your typical growth?"
"Pretty much. I never get much facial hair, thank God. Just very fine hair on the cheeks, and it falls out after a few hours," she told Dr. Jack, yanking her eyes away from the movie poster's glare. "My back and chest are the problem."
"Let's see the chest,"
he said, walking around the table to face her. There, she knew, he had a perfect view of the triangle-shaped thatch of black fur between her breasts. Only a select few people had ever seen it, mostly technicians at hair removal salons, who clucked with shock and pity at how a hormonal condition could go so badly awry. Not even her mother had seen what grew on her chest. But Gramp had, of course. Her hair had delighted him, and he promised her that if she followed the diet he taught her, she'd grow a lot more like it once she was older. Of course, she had done nothing of the sort.
"This is nothing,"
Dr. Jack said. It hadn't seemed like nothing to Terrell Jordan, who'd slipped his hand beneath Kenya's blouse while they were necking in the back row of a movie theater when they were both in high school. He'd been so quick, she hadn't even seen it coming, and if she'd expected a maneuver like that from bookish Terrell, she'd never have made out with him at all. When his fingers met the hair, he didn't say anything or make a sound. His fingers just twitched and flew away as if he'd been burned. He pulled his lips back and stared at her, his eyeglasses reflecting the light from the movie screen. That was all she could see of his face. No more making out after that, or movies either. But at least as far as she knew, he never told anyone. She very nearly loved him for that. "It doesn't feel like nothing when I'm getting it pulled out, believe me," she said.
"How do you do that?"
"Well, creams don't work, and electrolysis is a waste of time. Waxing, usually."
"Oh, for God's sake, are you kidding me?"
Dr. Jack said, gazing at her with the abhorrence and concern she had come to expect from everyone who had tried to tend to her hair. He sucked his teeth.
"Don't do that. Not ever again. You'll damage your skin that way, believe me. See these dark spots? That's why I'm here."
From his coat pocket, he produced a white jar of unlabeled paste. He unscrewed it and showed her the texture, which was the color of peanut butter, not quite as thick. It had a sweet scent.
"This is a combination of flowers, herbs, and enzymes," he said. "Apply it to the affected area the day before the moon, and keep applying it every 6 hours for the next 48 hours. You'll see a difference right away if the hair grows in at all. Within a day or two, any hair you do get should wash right off. If it doesn't, we can try something else. But this works great in 90% of my cases, and your growth is so mild you shouldn't have a thing to worry about. I have patients who need vats of the stuff, but it works."
Con artist, Kenya thought. It couldn't be that easy.
"Money back guarantee," Dr. Jack added. "But it ain't cheap, I'm afraid. $50 a jar. Most of the ingredients are imported."
"That's all there is to it?"
"Modern times," Dr. Jack said. "Modern solutions."
Kenya took the jar and stared at the brown paste. She wondered what Gramp would have thought of it, or her parents, for that matter. Perhaps, armed with the paste, they might not have sent her to spend her summers with Gramp at all. What in the world had they been trying to prepare her for? Dr. Jack pulled up a wooden chair and sat in front of Kenya with a slate. He seemed so much more conventional now than he had that first night, when he was tossing her raw meat across the room.
"Since you're my patient now, how about a few questions?"
Kenya shrugged, then nodded.
"Tell me when your condition manifested."
When I was a toddler, my mother says, I had mood swings."
"On moon nights?"
"Yes."
"And your parents?"
"No, I don't even think my father knows, not the whole thing. And my mother pretty much pretended it wasn't happening," Kenya said, momentarily despising their smooth skin and predictable temperaments the way she had as a child. "But my grandfather, yes. I got the genes from my mother's father. They barely talked to each other, but she knew about him."
"That's it? No aggravating circumstances?"
"A bite," she said softly. "More like a nip, I guess. From a wild dog. Her first and only camping trip with her parents, and it had been a disaster. Out of her parents' sight for only a few minutes, she'd offered some food to the underfed, haggard-looking animal sniffing their campsite out of a child's natural pity. The dog had bitten her instead, drawing pricks of blood. Her right hand still bore the scar, although it was so faded that only she could still see it was there.
"A dog? That's an old wives' tale," Dr. Jack said.
"Still, it got worse after that. I was 8. That's when the hair started coming."
"Average age of onset is about 12, 13, so you were definitely accelerated," Dr. Jack said. "Certain sunblocks aggravate it, and a high-protein diet. But dog bites? Nah."
"That's what happened to me. Maybe it wasn't all dog then." Dr. Jack's pen paused as he considered this. His shaggy eyebrows climbed, then fell at rest.
"Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that one. What about symptoms?" Kenya did not want to tell him about Gramp and the woods. He'd died when she was 13, and she'd long ago discarded those experiences as though they had never been. Irritability. I get a little jittery. A few appetite changes. Mostly, it's just the hair. So it's a cosmetic problem, he said. She smiled. She wished she'd learned to think of it that way before now. Yes, she said, at ease for the first time since her arrival. I like that. You wouldn't believe how much of life is semantics. Dr. Jack put his metal slate aside. I tell people to think of it as an allergy, if that helps. To what? She almost said, before she realized that of course she knew. The moon. I like that too, Kenya said. I'll take that over my grandfather telling me I was a freak. Oh, and that I should have pride in my freakishness because it makes me superior. Dr. Jack shrugged. I hear that too. Works for some people, doesn't for others. Listen, I offer more comprehensive services here, if that interests you. Moon feasts, hunting nights and retreats upstate, up by the Adirondack Mountains. Great woods up there. A van load of folks from Canada join us there twice a year, and they're a wild bunch. And we do group meetings, like I think I mentioned before. For an instant, something inside Kenya turned sharp and glistening. She'd spent the past few days and fitful nights contemplating whether or not she would like to meet any of the others, particularly the commuter from Washington, D.C. Even thinking about the stranger made her feel disloyal to Lee, who was almost the same mysterious phantom. She'd never known any others except Gramp, after all, and she'd grown comfortable with the assumption that she never would. She didn't trust the part of herself that craved their fellowship. Besides, it was too late for that. She had chosen Lee, and she would make a life with him. She would be done with it. Perhaps if she had met Dr. Jack and his peculiar circle sooner. But she hadn't. I have a few singles, Dr. Jack went on, trying to entice her. I'm engaged, Kenya said. I'm getting married in 3 months. Is he family? The word family confused Kenya for an instant, before she allowed herself to enjoy its reassuring quality. Are you family, Dr. Jack? She wanted to ask, because she really wasn't sure. Gramp would have known by a scent or something in this man's gaze. But Kenya's instincts felt dull and unreliable, so all she could rely on was his hairiness, which could be explained in so many other ways. She'd conveniently used those other explanations herself. She thought of Lee's cherubically hairless chest, his bare back that gleamed with massage oil. He was a vegetarian, but aside from that obvious flaw, he was a painfully good person, and he loved her with great zeal. So far, anyway. Kenya fought a sudden constriction of her throat, as if someone were strangling her. No, he's not family, she said, and he doesn't know. He lives in L.A., and we only see each other every couple months. Usually, I leave the hair alone until right before I see him. What about after you're married? I don't know, she said. Maybe I'll tell him one day. That's brave, Dr. Jack said, staring at her with naked admiration. In the end, that was what gave Dr. Jack away. Not his scent or the shape of his teeth, but his envy. She wondered how much time he spent importing his ingredients, making his paste, conducting his group sessions, planning his moon feasts. Between that and his regular practice, she surmised, he must not have time for much else, and maybe he liked it that way, basking in the image of Lon Chaney Jr., exalting his own strangeness. She wondered if he secretly scorned her for being a sheep, the way Gramp would. "Good luck with your fiancé," Dr. Jack said. "That's a tough disclosure for people to swallow. At least you know we're here if you get any ugly surprises." Ugly surprises? Nope, Kenya thought. The biggest surprise she might get from Lee would be a spontaneous hug or some profound gesture of his devotion. The ugliness was what she expected. Revulsion, surliness, fear. Then, if she was very lucky, gradual acceptance. If Dr. Jack's hair paste actually worked, that would make her task so much easier with Lee. He might not have to see it, not ever. She had to hope so, anyway. She hoped for something much more than the way Terrell Jordan, by the end of their senior year, gave her only wistful half-waves in the hallway as evidence that he had once laughed at her jokes, or that she'd ever made his palms sweat. She'd taken those waves home with her and replayed them in her giddy imagination as if they mattered, as if they were so much more than reminders of Terrell's cowardice. When she lay very quietly on her made-up bed and closed her eyes, hugging her book bag to her chest, she could even imagine that Terrell had stroked and kissed that thick patch of hair between her budding breasts, instead of pulling his hand away.
I wrote this for Cherie Renee Thomas's Dark Matter, Reading the Bones, 2004, the second anthology in the series. This volume, just as the first in 2001, was honored with the World Fantasy Award for Best Anthology in 2005.
Trial Day. Letitia was a few months shy of 10 the summer Brother was scheduled to stand trial. Brother was only her half-brother, and his name was Wallace Lee, but Letitia had always called him Brother because to her, the warmth and strength of that word suited him best. In turn, he'd always called her Letty, the sassier nickname she preferred, instead of the prissier and cumbersome Letitia that Daddy and her stepmother insisted on calling her by. Her stepmother thought nicknames were low class, and Daddy usually went by whatever her stepmother said, so Brother called her Letty in secret. Brother lived with his mama in Live Oak, which was a day's drive south in Daddy's shiny new 1927 Rickenbacker, farther than most people she knew had traveled in their lives, so she didn't see him as often as she wanted to. During the summers, and sometimes for Thanksgiving, Brother took a train to stay with them for as long as 2 weeks, arranging his long limbs into knots so he could sleep on the living room couch. Brother was only 15 now, but he'd always been tall. Letitia had never met Brother's mother, but Daddy was tall enough for two. Letitia and Brother had different mamas in different towns, although Daddy had never been married to either woman, and her stepmother told Letitia the whole thing was a disgrace and ought to be a source of personal shame to her, as if Letitia could be responsible for any of the doings in the world before she was born. By studying Brother, Letitia decided that his mama must be dark-skinned like her own, and probably pretty too, judging by Brother's long, thick eyelashes. When he visited them last summer, Brother had been nearly as tall as Daddy, and his voice had dropped to a lower register. Letitia had listened to the two of them laughing on the front porch late at night, having a conversation she wasn't allowed to listen to, and they had sounded to Letitia like two grown men having a gay old time, not a father and son. She still remembered the way they'd laughed, barking out into the night wind. Listening to that sound, which seemed to surround the house, Letitia had fallen asleep with a smile, rocking in their happy noise. Even her stepmother, Bernadette, stayed out of the way when Brother was here. Bernadette didn't talk to Brother with her voice shrilled high the way she talked to Daddy, and sometimes Brother could make her laugh, too. When he did, she'd hide her mouth behind a napkin or her hand as if she didn't want anyone to witness a smile on her face. Most times, no one did. Bernadette's smiles were hard to come by and always accidental. Letitia had long ago given up trying to think up ways to bring out Bernadette's smiles. But Brother could. Laughter and smiles of any kind were hard to come by during Brother's impossibly long absences, when Letitia began to wonder if she would see him again or if she just dreamed him. Of all the reasons Letitia had to love him, and his kindness toward her was unlike anyone else's except her father's and poor Mama's, perhaps she loved Brother most for bringing the laughter and smiles. So it came as a shock to Letitia when she learned that Brother was in jail. Bernadette told as if she were discussing a stranger she'd read about in the newspaper. Got himself thrown in jail for armed robbery. That's what these young boys get for being so wild. They'll probably give that foolish boy the chair, robbing a white man like that, she told Letitia. Your daddy took up with every tramp and hoodoo woman who looked his way. So what else can he expect? Letitia was too scared for Brother to be angry about Bernadette's insults. She knew what the chair was. The chair was the electric chair at Rayford State Prison, where colored men were sent to grow old or to die if they were destined to take their seat on the chair. As much as Letitia had heard about Rayford and the chair in her tender 9 years of life, she had never imagined she could know someone who got sent there. Those were the hard luck stories from people with hard luck lives. Daddy was Richard Reeves. He had his own grocery store and a cotton farm. He had a house with 2 stories and 3 bedrooms on a 30-acre parcel of land that had once been owned by slaveholders. Daddy and Cecil Johnson, who owned the colored mortuary, were the 2 most envied men in the county, and Daddy was most envied of the 2 because Bernadette was so much more light-skinned than Mr. Johnson's wife. Daddy and Bernadette looked like twins, with their straight hair and honey skin. When Daddy installed the new upstairs bathroom, neighbors flocked to the house because they were still using outhouses, and they wanted to see with their own eyes how a colored man right there on Percival Street had a working toilet and bathtub upstairs in his house, in addition to the one downstairs. Letitia's daddy did not have hard luck, so Brother could not have been sent to Rayford. That's just a misunderstanding, and it's being worked out. I'm sure Wallace Lee's home by now, Daddy said when she asked him, mussing her hair. But he never looked her in the eye when he said it, and Letitia felt a growing, heavy pool of disdain in her belly when it occurred to her that Daddy was lying to her. She had never thought of her father as the kind of man who would lie to a stranger, much less to his daughter. To her. That summer, suddenly, everything in Letitia's world began to feel all wrong. Hearing about Brother's arrest was the first thing. Hearing the lie in Daddy's voice had been the next. But the hardest, the worst, was yet to come. Letitia just knew it. Letitia knew many things, mostly things she wished she didn't. Her teacher called her unusually perceptive, which sounded like a grand thing, but Bernadette instead accused Letitia of mischief and lies, helpless to find anything but wickedness in her. Despite Letitia's efforts to behave as well as she could at all times to make her presence less burdensome, she knew that Bernadette considered her the very living image of everything wrong with her life. Letitia had known this about Bernadette when she was as young as 5, the first time Daddy had brought her to live with him because Mama was too poor. Bernadette hated her right away, at first glance. Letitia had not known exactly why, but the hatred had been as plain as the moon in the sky. In later years, Letitia had come to realize that Bernadette hated her because she was proof that Daddy had known other women before her, and because she hated mothering a strange woman's daughter when she could not have children herself. But knowing why hadn't made Letitia feel any more welcome in her father's house. She only felt welcome when Daddy came home at night, when Bernadette locked most of her hatred for Letitia away and concentrated on finding things to dislike about Daddy. Letitia was afraid to enjoy anything about her father's beautiful house because none of it was really hers. She could be sent away at any time, and she would hardly ever see Daddy if that happened, like it was before. When Letitia brought powders from Mama to slip into Bernadette's bathwater, she only wanted her stepmother to stop hating so much. Bernadette never said these things aloud, like an evil stepmother in a fairy tale, but she didn't have to. Letitia knew words were only part of who people were, and usually the least important part. Sometimes she felt she could just see through people, as if they were standing before her naked. She could see into people's hearts. At church, people who were stealing from their bosses, cruel to their children, or wooing someone other than the person they were married to, avoided locking eyes with Letitia for fear she might tell on them. When she was younger, she'd blurted things out that made adults gasp, and once a minister had plain slapped her face from the shock of hearing his business told. Now she'd learned to keep quiet. Letitia's aunties and neighbors near Mama's house had theories about why Letitia had her gift. It was said that she had been born with a caul covering her face, which gave her the seeing eye, the third eye. Others thought it was because Mama was a roots woman, and she had tied a piece of High John the Conqueror root around Letitia's neck the moment she was born. She knew things, and usually knowing brought her only disappointment and trouble, so speculating over the reasons why brought her no joy. And there would be no joy for some time. That much she knew, too. This problem with Brother was going to change everything. The problem with Brother was going to make every other problem seem small from now on. The problem with Brother would be up to her to fix in the end. One afternoon, when Daddy was at his store and Bernadette was taking a nap because she'd overheated herself working in her garden, Letitia went to the corner of the parlor Daddy used as his office. With his oak roll-top desk and electric lamp and stacks of papers in different piles. Letitia climbed up into Daddy's leather chair and surveyed the desk. Before she could decide exactly what she was looking for or where to begin, the return address typed on a piece of mail caught her eye. Live Oak, it said. The letter had been opened with the letter opener's neat incision across the top. Letitia brought it out to read by the sunlight stealing in beneath the drawn shade. The whole letter was typed, which told Letitia it must be important. Dear Mr. Reeves, regarding the matter of Wallace Lee Hutchins, I cannot impress upon you enough how urgent it is that you appear at the county courthouse at 1 p.m. Friday, July 20th. Many cases like this one are disposed of in the blink of an eye, to the defendant's disadvantage. As an attorney for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, I am investigating the rising number of very troubling capital cases in this county. Your son's case is one of an alarming pattern. Please allow me to be frank. 2 eyewitnesses, including the shopkeeper, have told police they saw the 2 boys with a .22 caliber pistol at the time of the robbery. The witnesses and the defendants have quarreled in the past, so one party's word goes against the other's. But since the witnesses are white, I don't have to tell you which version will have more credibility. Mrs. Kelly is fighting the charges against her son with all her soul. She was the one who contacted the NAACP, but I'm afraid she is in a similar position to your own son's mother. Both ladies are ill-respected in this community. Again, Mr. Reeves, it is vital that you contact me as soon as possible to help me prepare your son's defense. My resources in this matter are limited, but I believe if the jury heard the testimony of a respected colored business owner in his son's defense, we may get a lesser sentence. You are his best chance. My great fear, sir, is that the prosecutor will seek execution. 2 young men were executed earlier this year after being tried in very similar circumstance, where a robbery was committed, but there were no injuries or fatalities. Armed robbery, it seems, is a capital offense for colored boys. Plainly put, I am asking you to help me save your son's life. I think we can both agree that if these 2 young men committed an armed robbery, and although they both maintain their innocence, it's very possible that they did. They deserve a severe punishment in the eyes of the law. They will go to jail for a long time, as is only proper. But these are 16-year-old boys, and neither deserves to die for the ignorant work of one night, especially not under a legal system that is a sham, in a county where hunting colored men is virtually legal. There was a lynching not a mile from where I'm lodging the night I arrived, my first exposure to the heinous phenomenon. But it is your son's case that has been sent to the top of the docket. Please help me in this matter. I am trying to prevent another lynching, this one in a courtroom. The letter was the most important thing Letitia had ever found. It seemed to howl in her hands. She held it so tightly, she was afraid she might rip the neat paper clean in two, reading it and rereading it, until she'd memorized the words that mattered. She knew she would want to draw upon the memory of this letter for a long time to come, because there was so much to think about, so much to ponder. She wanted to steal the letter and lie about its disappearance, but she couldn't steal from Daddy. Letitia understood it all now. Brother and a friend had been charged with robbing a store with a gun. The shopkeeper and another witness who didn't like Brother claimed Brother and his friend had a gun, and it was Brother's word against theirs. The court was rushing to take the case to trial, and they would probably ask for the chair. A lot of colored people have been getting the chair lately, and the problem is so bad that a National Association for Colored People came to see about it. And if Daddy didn't go, Brother might die. It was all so plain to Letitia. It was as if she'd known the whole story the first time Bernadette mentioned that Brother was in jail. The letter said the trial was going to start on July 20th. Letitia hadn't thought about what day of the month it was because there was no reason to track time in the summers, but she checked the kitchen wall calendar and learned it was Tuesday, July 17th. Brother's trial was in less than 3 days. "You're going, aren't you, Daddy?" Letitia said at dinner, when she finally dared. Bernadette looked angry before she knew if she should be. "Going where?" she said in a suspicious tone. She expected to find wrong everywhere. "What are you talking about?" Daddy's face became stone. He looked at Letitia quickly, then his eyes passed over to Bernadette's. "She ain't talking about nothing," Daddy said. "Aren't you going to Brother's trial?" Letitia said. When she said the word trial, Daddy's shoulders hunched as if a huge weight had suddenly been hoisted upon them. "Richard Washington Reeves," her stepmother said. Her voice whispered, but her face was shouting, changing colors in the queer way it often did. "Now, come on, Bernadette," Daddy said, pushing himself away from the table. He stared at the floor. "Don't start up again. We're sitting to a pleasant meal." "We settled that, Richard. You promised?" Her voice was creeping toward a shout now. "Yes, we settled it," Daddy said. "Of course we did. Pay Letitia no mind." "But you are going, aren't you, Daddy? If you don't, Brother could die." Daddy started cursing under his breath then, something he rarely did. He stood up from the table quickly, throwing his napkin onto his plate. Then he took Letitia's arm in a way that felt nearly rough, bringing her to her feet. "That's enough, Letitia," he said, thundering. Letitia's heart seemed to rock backward and then fall still. "You come on with me right now." Letitia was nearly in tears by the time Daddy took her to her room and closed the door behind them. Daddy had only beaten her with his belt once before, when she'd sassed at Bernadette, and she cried for 2 days straight. Letitia couldn't imagine she'd earned another whipping just for asking about Brother. Midnight, Letitia's stocky black cat mewed softly from the bed, and the sight of his curious green eyes comforted her. On days like this one, Midnight was her only friend. He rarely left her room the whole day long. "Have you been into my mail?" "Yes, sir," Letitia said, "but I only wanted to know about Brother." "Well, I'm very sorry you did that, Letitia, because that letter was not for your eyes. That letter was from a lawyer from New York who's just trying to scare us, so we'll do what he says. He hasn't lived down here, and he doesn't understand my position. He's asking me to do something I can't do, and I want you to put it out of your head. Your brother got himself in some trouble, so he'll probably go to jail. but I sent some money and he'll be just fine. Letitia did not remember any part of the letter that said Daddy should send money. Daddy, he says you have to go or Brother will get the chair. Letitia's father was perspiring now, and Letitia didn't think it was just because the upper floor was stifling after so many daylight hours of rising heat beneath the angry summer sun. Daddy looked nervous. No, not nervous. He looked scared. The way he looked when he brought his hunting rifle out of the closet because a strange car was driving slowly past their house at night. Some people were jealous of him, he said. Some white people. And jealousy was apparently something to fear. There was a bead of sweat on the bulb at the end of his nose, and he could barely make himself keep his brown eyes fixed on hers. You're too young to take all this in, Letitia, Daddy said, his voice sad and gentle. You can't believe everything somebody says just because it's typed on a piece of paper. That lawyer's job is to help your brother, but I'm not a lawyer, and I'm no help to him. And besides that, there's no chance they'll give Wallace Lee the chair. He didn't kill nobody. The letter said... He shook her, just enough to make his words sink in. What did I just tell you about believing everything that's typed on a piece of paper? That's a spook story he wrote in that letter. That's so I'll do what he says. But why won't you, Daddy? You have a car. You could drive there. Daddy sighed, and his breath smelled like pipe tobacco. Nothing's that simple, little princess. Wallace Lee's mother and me knew each other a long time ago. She shamed herself in that town in ways that have nothing to do with me. And if I get all tangled in this mess, running off to a courtroom where there's newspaper reporters and such, then I'll be shamed too. A businessman can't afford to be shamed. All a colored man has in this world is his name, Letitia. And besides that, there's no use me going trying to stir up trouble. The Klan runs that county, and there's Klan in this county too. People in a place to make life very hard for all of us. Now, my heart aches for Wallace Lee. But I've seen how such things come out in the end, and it wouldn't do any good for any of us. I would just make this situation worse. Far worse. For the first time, Letitia realized that Daddy had a whole list of reasons why he was not going to live oak to save Brother, one having little to do with another. As she stared up at him in that instant, he shrank in her eyes, although he was still 3 feet taller, with thick arms and thighs as solid as the trunk of an oak. He began to look very small, the way he looked to her when Bernadette chased him from one corner of the house to the other with her sharp tongue, his shoulders wincing with every blow. "It's 'cause of Bernadette, isn't it?" Letitia said. "She don't want you to go." Daddy was not the slapping sort, but Letitia realized from the stewing cloud that crossed her father's eyes that he had probably come as close as he ever had to slapping her in the mouth. She had learned long ago that the truth made people angry, and to speak of it was considered evil. If she hadn't been so upset about Brother, she would have known better. Letitia's room was directly across the hall from Daddy's, and even when their door was closed, she knew what went on in there when she wasn't trying. She knew how Bernadette expected Daddy to account for his whereabouts every minute of every day. She knew how Bernadette told him no when he said he was thinking about buying more land or expanding his store because she preferred him to buy pretty things for the house. And worst of all, Letitia knew how Daddy had to beg, how he had to make his voice sound silly and ask a dozen times or more, each time sounding sillier than before, just to convince Bernadette to lie in his bed with him like a man lies with his wife. Most times, begging or no begging, her answer was no. Letitia did not know much about the private things men and women did together, but she knew that the sound of her father's begging made her feel sick to her stomach. If Daddy understood how much she really knew, he would have slapped her for sure. "Letitia," Daddy said, a low thunder still roiling in his voice, "don't you dare put that magic eye on me, gal. You best learn to stay out of grown people's business. I've made my decision, and that's the last I have to say about it." "You're so weak, Daddy," Letitia thought. "You look big and strong, but you're weak through and through." And she began to cry. Daddy left her to sort out her tears for herself, instead of kissing them from her cheeks the way he usually did. Letitia cried late into the night, stroking her cat, wondering how the whole world could have gone so wrong in so little time. The next day, as she always did when she had nowhere else to turn, Letitia walked the half-mile's distance on an unpaved road to see Mama. Whenever Letitia went to Mama and cried about how mean Bernadette was to her, she knew how to fix it. She knew which powders, which doll, and which combinations of roots, bone, and blood would make Bernadette more humble, more tolerable, more kind. Bernadette never got completely quiet, something Letitia had wished for often, but after a good ritual or two, Letitia noticed she had 2 or 3 weeks in a row when Bernadette did not say a single unkind thing to her. That was all the proof she needed that Mama's magic worked. After she heard the story, Mama clucked her tongue in the space where she'd lost 3 of her front teeth in a riding accident when she was a very young woman. The work of a curse, people said. Everyone considered the lost teeth a great tragedy, since Mama would be very pretty otherwise. But Letitia knew that Daddy must not have minded. Maybe he hadn't loved Mama because she had no teeth, but he had thought she was pretty enough to court. That man, Mama sighed. Well, don't nothing change. Always too scared of what people think. It was rare that Mama said anything bad about Daddy in her presence. I think it's 'cause of Bernadette. Well, shoot, we know that, Mama said. What ain't the fault of that devil woman? Do a spell, Mama. Make it so Bernadette will say Daddy can go save brother. Make her go out of her head or get her real sick. Or kill her. That was what Letitia really wanted to say. Once, when Mama had made a little rag doll of Bernadette when she was being more unpleasant than ever, Letitia's fingers had itched to tear the doll's tiny head clean off. Instead, Mama had given the doll's leg a good twist, and Bernadette had been laid up in bed for 2 weeks because she hurt her knee after falling in a ditch near Daddy's tomato patch. But this time, instead of consulting her doll or her large leather pouch where she kept vials of powders or gathering herbs from the woods alongside the roadway, Mama sighed and shook her head. Can't, Letitia. We hexed that woman 5-6 times. I told you, that kind of magic comes back on you. She got protection, and she's coming back strong now. Now, child, we mess with any bad juju now, and your brother's gonna die. Brother's gonna die. Meeting Letitia's ears, those 3 words turned her blood cold. Tears appeared in her eyes, but froze there. Her entire world felt frozen. The spirits is playing tricks, Mama said, running her hand across her tightly braided hair. Her bracelets of shells and cheap metals tinkled together. Somebody got a curse on that house, and we got to do a higher ceremony. I think it's got to be you, 'cause you're blood kin to your brother. You need a sacrifice ritual, Letty. You see me bleed chickens, and that's what you got to do. But if you want the message to get across, don't use a chicken. That might not get what you want quick enough. Use your black cat. Letitia had been filled with horror since her mama said the word sacrifice, because no matter how important the cause, she hated to see animals killed. For that reason, and that reason alone, Letitia considered it a lucky thing she'd moved away from Mama's house, because people came for favors, and Mama routinely slaughtered chickens, goats, and pigs for rituals, or for meals, or usually for both. Letitia had been mortified enough at the idea of killing her first chicken, but nothing compared to her horror of hearing her mama mention her cat. Although Letitia didn't speak, Mama saw it in her eyes. "Letty, I know you love that cat, but you'll make the spirits listen if you bleed something you love. You see how I keep my bleeding chickens apart from my stewing chickens? I treat 'em special. And I had to do this, too, when I was your age." "I won't," Letitia said. "Then you don't want to save your brother then, do you?" Letitia's stomach hurt as she thought of Brother's row of smiling teeth. Brother was in a cage somewhere, and soon he would go to the chair. "Daddy will go see about him," Letitia said. "Child, your daddy ain't going nowhere. I know your daddy. I know him. If he was gonna go, he'd have gone from the start. He would have been there and back. Nothing can't keep that man from something he want to do, and nothing can't change his mind, neither. Bernadette's got him stuck being wrong-headed to let his own boy die. There's ways for women to get a hold of men until they can't fight, and that's how Bernadette's got him. And she was too strong for me, child. Else you and me both would be living in your daddy's fine house, wouldn't we?" That was true, too. Letitia had always known it, but it hurt to hear Mama say it. The idea that Bernadette was more powerful than Mama terrified her. But of course she was. By now, Letitia's tears had freed themselves, glistening across her face. She hitched back a sob. "This is one of them times you got a choice, Letitia. You can do what you want and hope things don't turn out wrong, or you can do what you know will make things right." Letitia's next sob escaped her throat, fully formed. She suddenly wished that her parents had never met for the secret Sunday afternoon meetings Mama had told her about, because then she would never have been born. "If you gonna do it clean and quick, like you seen me. When the blood's spilt, say this prayer. Spirit, release my daddy and give him strength to fight the curse. And do it at midnight. See how you name that cat? Like you known it from the start. Mama'll come, bring you a new cat someday." That was a lie, too, in its own way. Mama could not afford to bring her hardly anything. "By myself?" Letitia heard herself ask. "Just take the cat out back to your daddy's barn. Do it quick." With that, she handed Letitia a slender, shiny knife from the pocket of her stained old apron, just the size for midnight. Letitia did not remember her walk home, nor did she remember most of the day. She told Bernadette she didn't feel well, which wasn't the least bit untrue, and she sat on her bed, stroking Midnight's velvet soft fur, rubbing her chin against the top of his head while his purr's roar seemed to fill her ears. As much as she hated to believe Mama's words, she knew their truth. Daddy had made up his mind, and he would not go see about Brother on his own, and Brother, most certainly, would die without Daddy's help. If there was a curse on her house, like Mama had said, then the curse on the town where Brother was in jail was 100 times bigger, 100 times stronger. It was a curse that had touched many families already, and the trial day would ruin everything, Letitia knew. If Brother went to the chair, Daddy would be a changed man. The bourbon bottle he kept hidden in the pantry for special occasions would become his constant companion. Bernadette, full of her own guilt, would be more hateful than ever, and Letitia would grow to despise them both. For all her life, she would judge men as weak and act accordingly, learning from the lesson of Daddy and Bernadette. She might hate them, but she would imitate them all the same. She knew these things as sure as she knew her name. Letitia felt her future unfolding like a clear-minded dream. It was so imminent, poised with terrible ease, that she marveled that Daddy and Bernadette couldn't see it too. But they couldn't. If they could, Daddy would have left for the trial by now. Midnight's green eyes, shined up at her like two perfect marbles, and he mewed at her. In Sunday school, Letitia had studied Judas Iscariot, the betrayer, and the thought made her cry harder. Midnight wasn't the same as Jesus, of course, but he trusted her. For the past year, since Daddy said she could keep the cat who had planted himself on their doorstep, she had taken care of Midnight, and he had taken care of her. How could she kill a creature that loved her? But then Letitia remembered Abraham and Isaac from the Old Testament. God told Abraham to sacrifice his son, which she had thought was very mean of God when she'd heard the story, to tell the truth. But in the end, it was only a test. Just like Abraham, she only had to show her willingness to do what Mama said, and God would provide another way to save brother. Or maybe this was the only way, and she and Midnight were making a sacrifice like Jesus had to save another soul. By sunset, Letitia made up her mind with a deep, ragged breath. She would do it. Just before midnight, she would take the cat to the barn. She would bring Daddy's catalog-ordered gold pocket watch, which he kept on his desk at night. And as soon as the tall hand and short hand pointed to midnight, just like Mama said, she would. I have to do it, Midnight, Letitia whispered to her cat, who was curled in her lap, with none of Jesus' inkling at the Last Supper that his sacrifice was waiting. Maybe God will save you. But even if he doesn't, you can save brother. I know you can. And it seemed to Letitia, miraculously, that the cat mewed a tiny yes, the way a cat would say yes if it could speak, as if Midnight understood it all, and it was perfectly fine with him. Midnight was happy to be in the barn because Letitia had brought out a dish of milk first. He found the dish and crouched comfortably beside it, lapping it up. She watched him drink, enjoying the slurping sound he made and the sloppy droplets of milk dotting his whiskers. Midnight was 2 parts cat and 1 part hog, Daddy always said. That thought made her smile through her tears. Then she felt her resolve melting. Watching Midnight, she felt frozen with disbelief at the very thought of what she planned to do, and she wanted nothing more than to scoop Midnight into her arms and run back to bed before she got caught outside the house. Then she remembered that wonderful sound of Daddy and brother laughing on the porch, how that sound had lulled her to sleep, how he called her Letty, how he hugged her and said he loved her every time he came to stay, never tugging on her hair or teasing the way her friends' older brothers did. Only 2 minutes until midnight. How had the time gone so fast? Quickly, watching Midnight drink his milk, Letitia said a series of prayers. God, please let Midnight forgive me for what I'm about to do, and please let this just be a test, so you will stop my hand at the last moment, and please don't let Midnight die. But if Midnight has to die, please let his sacrifice stop the curse so Daddy will go look after brother and keep him safe. Her prayer gobbled up a full minute. With as heavy a heart as she had ever known, nearly choking off her breath so that her head felt light, Letitia realized it was time. Time to take out the shiny knife Mama had given her. Time to hold Midnight tight and feed his blood to the spirits. Midnight had once gotten himself covered in mud, and Bernadette had demanded that she fill up a tin tub and bathe him, or else he could not come into the house. So Letitia knew from experience that it was hard to hold Midnight still for something he didn't want to do. She knew to watch out for his claws, especially those powerful back claws, and she would have to hook her arm tightly around him. And she knew she would have to keep no space between her knees because he would back up against her as far as he could. Now, just like then, she told herself she would think of the task, not of Midnight himself, or else with all his thrashing and complaining, She might feel sorry and forget what was at stake. Daddy was weak, so she had to be strong. And that was that. Sure enough, Midnight put up a fight. Even if he didn't know what she was planning, he was angry to be pulled away from his milk, and he was wriggling from the start. Letitia was startled when she felt razor-thin stripes of pain across her forearm from Midnight's claws. And then she felt angry. The anger helped. She clamped her knees around him and hooked one arm around his middle tight. Despite the perspiration dampening her palm, she kept a firm grip on the knife and raised it to Midnight's throat. Mama always used the throat. Letitia wanted to close her eyes, but she couldn't. She poked and then slashed with the knife quickly. And even though the cut wasn't nearly deep enough, she was amazed to see a ribbon of blood seep through Midnight's fur right above his tiny collarbone. While Midnight screeched and renewed his escape attempt, Letitia watched, fascinated, as 2 fat crimson drops of blood fell to the dusty barn floor at her feet. She kept her grip around the cat. Until the very last second, she almost forgot the prayer, but then she began reciting it as well as she could remember. "Spirit, please help lift the curse and make my daddy strong so he will go see about What in great red hell are you doing?" It sounded like it might be God's voice at first, albeit not as kindly as she thought God might sound. But when she gathered her senses above her racing heart, Letitia realized it was only Daddy's voice. She looked up, and she saw him standing in the doorway of the barn, wearing only his trousers. She saw his chest heaving up and down with his breathing. His expression was a combination of rage and shock she had never seen on her father's face, and it seared her. The sight of him made her drop the knife, and Midnight scrambled from her arms, scratching her chest through her nightgown as he launched himself from her with his powerful hind legs. Letitia did not know if the blood on her gown was hers or Midnight's. "Letitia, what are you doing?" Daddy said. "Mama said, she said..." But Letitia couldn't finish because she felt too overcome. Abraham and Isaac, she remembered. God had stepped in and sent Daddy. Daddy fumbled for his belt before he realized he wasn't wearing it. His sleep-wrinkled face was growing more alert, more angry. He wanted to beat her, she saw. He wanted to beat her in a way he had never beaten her before. "Mama said if I sacrificed Midnight, I'd break the curse, and you would go see about brother," Letitia said, finally finding the words. She pointed to the droplets of blood that spattered the floor. "See, Daddy? I had to bleed Midnight, but I did it for brother, Daddy. I did it so you'd go to the trial." Daddy stared at her pointing finger, then back at her face, then back at her finger, and his own face seemed to transform. The only light was the dim lantern she'd brought with the bowl of milk, but Daddy's face wasn't the same anymore. The only word for it really was haunted. He cradled his abdomen as if a grown man had kicked him in the stomach hard. "We have to save brother, Daddy," Letitia said, a whisper. Daddy rocked in place like he did when he'd had too much to drink. Then he took a lurching step until he was no longer facing her. One step at a time, he walked away. He did not look at her or speak to her. She saw him climb the steps of the back porch, and he was back inside the house. He left the back door wide open. Bernadette wouldn't like that, Letitia thought. All the mosquitoes could come in. For a long time, Letitia called for Midnight outside. She finally heard him growling somewhere out in the bushes near the cotton patch, but he would not come to her. Maybe he would never come back, she realized. But this time she did not cry. Letitia quietly washed her bloody scratches clean in the kitchen sink, blew out the lamp, and climbed the stairs to go into her room. Daddy's door was closed, but she could hear Bernadette's voice through the door, wide awake. "Richard, what's into you? I said to talk to me, goddammit. You put that suitcase down, you hear me? Do you know what time it is?" Quickly, Letitia stole into her own room and shut the door. She suddenly needed to tear off every piece of clothing she was wearing, even though her body was shaking. She climbed into her bed, under her covers, seeking sanctuary, while her breathing came hard and deep from her lungs. She had a headache. The memory of Midnight's blood on the knife made her stomach twist, and she was afraid she would be sick. She had left Daddy's pocket watch lying on the barn floor, she remembered, and Bernadette's bowl from the kitchen. They would be mad about that, she thought. She thought she'd best get out of bed and go fetch them, but she couldn't move from where she lay. Letitia heard the door to Daddy's room open across the hall, followed by his heavy footsteps. She couldn't see him, of course, but somehow she knew he was wearing his best brown suit and white shirt, with his brown Sunday derby. He was wearing the clothes that told everyone that he was Richard Reeves, a business owner, and he was not a hard-luck sort of man. Bernadette had given up shouting, but now she was outright begging instead, the way she liked to hear Daddy beg. "Richard, you aren't thinking clearly. Do you know what they'll do to an uppity yellow nigger who thinks he can just walk in there and have a say? Think of it, Richard. Don't be a fool. Don't get your name mixed up in this mess. That boy's gonna be all right. You aren't thinking. What about your family? What about me and Letitia? I swear to Jesus, if you don't stop this foolishness, I won't be here when you come back." Bernadette's voice trailed the heavy footsteps down the stairs. Through her open window, Letitia heard the front door open and the sound of Bernadette's voice in the night, suddenly shrieking like a woman in pain. "Richard, don't do this! I love you!" But Bernadette's professed love, to Letitia, just sounded like the same old hatefulness. No matter, though. She had bled Midnight, and the curse was broken. Daddy's ears belonged to himself again, and he had his strength back. Letitia heard the engine to Dad's car choke and sputter, then roar to life. Letitia closed her eyes, smiling. The sound of that purring engine as it drove away was as sweet as the memory of Daddy's laughter with Brother on the porch that night, as sweet as Christmas morning, and as gentle as the stinging of Mama's loving hands when she pulled her hair into tight plaits between her knees, the way only Mama really knew how. For once, Letitia's third eye, what Daddy called her magic eye, wasn't working. Brother's future was very blurry and far away, not for her to know. All she knew for sure was that Richard Reeves was on his way to the trial in his good suit to try to save Brother, and that knowledge would last her as long as she would live.
Nalo Hopkinson invited me to submit a short story to her anthology, Mojo, Conjure Stories. I wanted to fix a broken piece of my family history. My grandmother, the late Lottie Powell Sears Houston, clearly remembered her half-brother being on trial for his life, and her father was too intimidated to testify on his behalf, which she considered cowardly for the rest of her life. Though I can only imagine the institutional racism standing in his way. Her brother died on death row. Did Brother die in this story? Maybe, maybe not. But at least Letty gave her father strength enough to try.
Carriers. I know Dr. Ben was very worried I might make somebody sick.
Patient 0. September 19th. The picture came. Veronica tapped on my glass and woke me up, and she held it up for me to see. It's autographed and everything. For you, Veronica mouthed at me, and she smiled a really big smile. The autograph says, "To Jay, I'll throw a touchdown for you." I couldn't believe it. Everybody is laughing at me because of the way I yelled and ran in circles around my room until I fell on the floor and scraped my elbow. The janitor, Lou, turned on the intercom box outside my door and said, "Kid, you gone crazier than usual? What you care about that picture for?" Don't they know Dan Marino is the greatest quarterback of all time? I taped the picture to the wall over my bed. On the rest of my wall, I have maps of the United States and the world and the solar system. I can find Corsica on the map and the Palau Islands, which most people have never heard of, and I know what order all the planets are in. But there's nothing else on my wall like Dan Marino. That's the best. The other best thing I have is the cassette tape from that time the president called me on the telephone when I was 6. He said, "Hi, is Jay there? This is the President of the United States." He sounded just like on TV. My heart flipped because it's so weird to hear the president say your name. I couldn't think of anything to say back. He asked me how I was feeling, and I said I was fine. That made him laugh, like he thought I was making a joke. Then his voice got real serious, and he said everyone was praying and thinking about me, and he hung up. When I listen to that tape now, I wish I had thought of something else to say. I used to think he might call me another time, but it only happened once, in the beginning. So I guess I'll never have a chance to talk to the president again. After Veronica gave me my picture of Marino, I asked her if she could get somebody to fix my TV so I can see the football games. All my TV can play is videos. Veronica said there aren't any football games, and I started to get mad because I hate it when they lie. It's September, I said, and there's always football games in September. But Veronica told me the NFL people had a meeting and decided not to have football anymore, and maybe it would start again, but she wasn't sure because nobody except me was thinking about football. At first, after she said that, it kind of ruined the autograph because it seemed like Dan Marino must be lying too. But Veronica said he was most likely talking about throwing a touchdown for me in the future, and I felt better then. This notebook is from Ms. Manigat, my tutor, who is Haitian. She said I should start writing down my thoughts and everything that happens to me. I said I don't have any thoughts, but she said that was ridiculous. That is her favorite word, ridiculous. Oh, I should say I'm 10 today. If I were in a regular school, I would be in 5th grade like my brother was. I asked Ms. Manigat what grade I'm in, and she said I don't have a grade. I read like I'm in 7th grade, and I do math like I'm in 4th grade, she says. She says I don't exactly fit anywhere, but I'm very smart. Ms. Manigat comes every day, except on weekends. She is my best friend, but I have to call her Ms. Manigat instead of using her first name, which is Emmeline, because she is so proper. She is very neat and wears skirts and dresses, and everything about her is very clean, except her shoes, which are dirty. Her shoes are supposed to be white, but whenever I see her standing outside of the glass when she hasn't put on her plastic suit yet, her shoes look brown and muddy. Those are my thoughts. September 20th. I had a question today. Veronica never comes on Fridays, and the other nurse, Renee, isn't as nice as she is, so I waited for Ms. Manigat. She comes at 1. I said, "You know how they give sick children their last wish when they're dying?" Well, when Dr. Ben told me to think of the one thing I wanted for my birthday, I said I wanted an autograph from Dan Marino. So does that mean I'm dying and they're giving me my wish? I said this really fast. I thought Ms. Manigat would say I was being ridiculous, but she smiled. She put her hand on top of my head, and her hand felt stiff and heavy inside her big glove. "Listen, little old man," she said, which is what she calls me because she says I do so much worrying. "You're a lot of things, but you aren't dying. When everyone can be as healthy as you, it'll be a happy day." The people here always seem to be waiting, and I don't know what for. I thought maybe they were waiting for me to die. But I believe Ms. Manigat. If she doesn't want to tell me something, she just says, "Leave it alone, Jay," which is her way of letting me know she would rather not say anything at all than ever tell a lie. October 5th. The lights in my room started going on and off again today, and it got so hot I had to leave my shirt off until I went to bed. Ms. Manigat couldn't do her lessons the way she wanted because of the lights not working right. She said it was the emergency generator. I asked her what the emergency was, and she said something that sounded funny. Same old, same old. That was all she said. I asked her if the emergency generator was the reason Dr. Ben took the television out of my room, and she said yes. She said everyone is conserving energy, and I have to do my part too. But I miss my videos. There's nothing at all to do when I can't watch my videos. I hate it when I'm bored. Sometimes I'll even watch videos I've seen 100 times, really 100 times. I've seen Big with Tom Hanks more times than any other video. I love the part in the toy store with the really big piano keys on the floor. My mom taught me how to play Three Blind Mice on our piano at home, and it reminds me of that. I've never seen a toy store like the one in Big. I thought it was just a made-up place, but Ms. Moneygot said it was a real toy store in New York. I miss my videos. When I'm watching them, it's like I'm inside the movie, too. I hope Dr. Ben will bring my TV back soon. October 22nd. I made Veronica cry yesterday. I didn't mean to. Dr. Ben said he knows it was an accident, but I feel very sorry, so I've been crying, too. What happened is, I was talking to her, and she was taking some blood out of my arm with a needle, like always. I was telling her about how me and my dad used to watch Marino play on television, and then all of a sudden she was crying really hard. She dropped the needle on the floor, and she was holding her wrist like she broke it. She started swearing. She said, "God damn it, God damn it, God damn it," over and over, like that. I asked her what happened, and she pushed me away like she wanted to knock me over. Then she went to the door and punched the number code really fast, and she pulled on the doorknob, but the door wouldn't open, and I heard something in her arm snap from yanking so hard. She had to do the code again. She was still crying. I've never seen her cry. I didn't know what happened. I mashed my finger on the buzzer hard, but everybody ignored me. It reminded me of when I first came here, when I was always pushing the buzzer and crying, and nobody would ever come for a long time, and they were always in a bad mood when they came. Anyway, I waited for Ms. Moneygot, and when I told her about Veronica, she said she didn't know anything because she comes from the outside, but she promised to find out. Then she made me recite the preamble to the Constitution, which I know by heart. Pretty soon, for a little while, I forgot about Veronica. After my lessons, Ms. Moneygot left and called me on my phone an hour later, like she promised. She always keeps her promises. My telephone is hooked up so people on the inside can call me, but I can't call anybody, inside or outside. It hardly ever rings now. But I almost didn't want to pick it up. I was afraid of what Ms. Moneygot would say. Veronica poked herself, Ms. Moneygot told me. The needle stuck through her hot suit. She told Dr. Ben there was a sudden movement. I wondered who made the sudden movement, Veronica or me? Is she okay? I asked. I thought maybe Ms. Moneygot was mad at me because she has told me many times that I should be careful. Maybe I wasn't being careful when Veronica was here. We'll see, Jay, Ms. Moneygot said. From her voice, it sounded like the answer was no. Will she get sick? I asked. Probably, yes, they think so, Ms. Moneygot said. I didn't want her to answer any more questions. I like it when people tell me the truth, but it always makes me feel bad, too. I tried to say I was sorry, but I couldn't even open my mouth. It's not your fault, Jay, Ms. Moneygot said. I couldn't help it. I sobbed like I used to when I was a little kid. Veronica knew something like this could happen, she said. But that didn't make anything better, because I remembered how Veronica's face looked so scared inside her mask, and how she pushed me away. Veronica has been here since almost the beginning, before Ms. Moneygot came, and she used to smile at me even when nobody else did. When she showed me my picture from Dan Marino, she looked almost as happy as me. I had never seen her whole face smiling like that. She looked so pretty and glad. I was crying so much I couldn't even write down my thoughts like Ms. Moneygot said to, not until today. November 4th. A long time ago, when I first came here and the TV in my room played programs from outside, I saw the first grade picture I had taken at school on TV. I always hated that picture because Mom put some greasy stuff in my hair that made me look like a total geek, And then I turned on the TV and saw that picture on the news. The man on TV said the names of everyone in our family and even spelled them out on the screen. Then he called me patient 0. He said I was the first person who got sick. But that wasn't really what happened. My dad was sick before me. I've told them that already. He got it away on his job in Alaska. My dad traveled a lot because he drilled for oil, but he came home early that time. We weren't expecting him until Christmas, but he came when it was only September, close to my birthday. He said he'd been sent home because some people on his oil crew got sick. One of them had even died. But the doctor in Alaska had looked at my dad and said he was fine, and then his boss sent him home. Dad was really mad about that. He hated to lose money. Time away from a job was always losing money, he said. He was in a bad mood when he wasn't working. And the worst thing was, my dad wasn't fine. After 2 days, his eyes got red and he started sniffling. Then I did too, and then my mom and brother. When the man on TV showed my picture and called me patient 0 and said I was the first one to get sick, that was when I first learned how people tell lies, because that wasn't true. Somebody on my dad's oil rig caught it first, and then he gave it to my dad, and my dad gave it to me, my mom, and my brother. But one thing he said was right. I was the only one who got well. My Aunt Lori came here to live at the lab with me at first, but she wasn't here long, because her eyes had already turned red by then. She came to help take care of me and my brother before my mom died, but probably she shouldn't have done that. She lived all the way in California, and I bet she wouldn't have gotten sick if she hadn't come to Miami to be with us. But even my mom's doctor didn't know what was wrong then, so nobody could warn her about what would happen if she got close to us. Sometimes I dream I'm calling Aunt Lori on my phone, telling her, please, please not to come. Aunt Lori and my mom were twins. They looked exactly alike. After Aunt Lori died, I was the only one left in my whole family. I got very upset when I saw that news report. I didn't like hearing someone talk about my family like that, people who didn't even know us. And I felt like maybe the man on TV was right, and maybe it was all my fault. I screamed and cried the whole day. After that, Dr. Ben made them fix my TV so I couldn't see the news anymore, or any programs from outside, just cartoons and kid movies on video. The only good thing was, that was when the president called me. I think he was sorry when he heard what happened to my family. When I asked Dr. Ben if they're still talking about me on the news, he just shrugs his shoulders. Sometimes Dr. Ben won't say yes or no if you ask him a question. It doesn't matter, though. I think the TV people probably stopped showing my picture a long time ago. I was just a little kid when my family got sick. I've been here 4 whole years. Oh, I almost forgot. Veronica isn't back yet. November 7th. I have been staring at my Dan Marino picture all day, and I think the handwriting on the autograph looks like Dr. Ben's. But I'm afraid to ask anyone about that. Oh yeah, and yesterday, the power was off in my room for a whole day. Same old, same old. That's what Ms. M would say. November 12th. Ms. Manigat is teaching me a little bit about medicine. I told her I want to be a doctor when I grow up, and she said she thinks that's a wonderful idea because she believes people will always need doctors. She says I will be in a good position to help people, and I asked her if that's because I have been here so long, and she said yes. The first thing she taught me is about diseases. She says in the old days, a long time ago, diseases like typhoid used to kill a lot of people because of unsanitary conditions and dirty drinking water, but people got smarter and doctors found drugs to cure it, so diseases didn't kill people as much anymore. Doctors are always trying to stay a step ahead of disease, Ms. Manigat says. But sometimes they can't. Sometimes a new disease comes, or maybe it's not a new disease, but an old disease that has been hidden for a long time until something brings it out in the open. She said that's how nature balances the planet, because as soon as doctors find cures for one thing, there's always something new. Dr. Ben says my disease is new. There is a long name for it I can't remember how to spell, but most of the time people here call it virus J. In a way, see, it's named after me. That's what Dr. Ben said. But I don't like that. Ms. Montegat said after my dad came home, the virus got in my body and attacked me just like everyone else, so I got really, really sick for a lot of days. Then I thought I was completely better. I stopped feeling bad at all. But the virus was already in my brother and my mom and dad and even our doctor from before, Dr. Wolf. And Ms. Montegat says it was very aggressive, which means doctors didn't know how to kill it. Everybody wears yellow plastic suits and airtight masks when they're in my room because the virus is still in the air. And it's in my blood. And it's on my plates and cups whenever I finish eating. They call the suits hot suits because the virus is hot in my room. Not hot like fire, but dangerous. Ms. Montegat says virus J is extra special in my body because even though I'm not sick anymore, except for when I feel like I have a temperature and I have to lie down sometimes, the virus won't go away. I can make other people sick even when I feel fine. So she said that makes me a carrier. Ms. Montegat said Dr. Ben doesn't know anybody else who's gotten well except for me. Oh, except maybe there are some little girls in China. Veronica told me once there were some little girls in China the same age as me who didn't get sick either. But when I asked Dr. Ben, he said he didn't know if it was true. And Ms. Montegat told me it might have been true once, but those girls might not be alive anymore. I asked her if they died of virus J, and she said no, 3 times. She told me to forget all about any little girls in China, almost like she was mad. I'm the only one like me she knows about for sure, she says. The only one left. That's why I'm here, she says. But I already knew that part. When I was little, Dr. Ben told me about antibodies and stuff in my blood, and he said the reason him and Renee and Veronica and all the other doctors take so much blood from me all the time until they make purple bruises on my arms and I feel dizzy is so they can try to help other people get well too. I have had almost 10 surgeries since I've been here. I think they have even taken out parts of me, but I'm not really sure. I look the same on the outside, but I feel different on the inside. I had surgery on my belly a year ago, and sometimes when I'm climbing the play rope hanging from the ceiling in my room, I feel like it isn't healed right, like I'm still cut open. Ms. Montegat says that's only in my mind, but it really hurts. I don't hate anything like I hate operations. I wonder if that's what happened to the other little girls, if they kept getting cut up until they died. Anyway, it's been a year since I had any operations. I keep telling Dr. Ben they can have as much blood as they want, but I don't want any more operations, please. Dr. Ben said there's nobody in the world better than me to make people well, if only they can figure out how. Ms. Montegat says the same thing. That makes me feel a little better about virus J. I was happy Ms. Montegat told me all about disease because I don't want her to treat me like a baby the way everybody else does. That's what I always tell her. I like to know things. I didn't even cry when she told me Veronica died. Maybe I got all my crying over with in the beginning because I figured out a long time ago nobody gets better once they get sick. Nobody except for me. November 14th. Today I asked Ms. Montegat how many people have virus J. Oh, Jay, I don't know, she said. I don't think she was in the mood to talk about disease. Just guess, I said. Ms. Montegat thought for a long time. Then she opened her notebook and began drawing lines and boxes for me to see. Her picture looked like the tiny brown lines all over an oak tree leaf. We had a tree called a live oak in our backyard, and my dad said it was more than 100 years old. He said trees sometimes live longer than people do, and he was right, because I'm sure that tree is still standing in our yard, even though my whole family is gone. This is how it goes, Jay, Ms. Montegat said, showing me with her pencil tip how one line branched down to the next. People are giving it to each other. They don't usually know they're sick for 2 weeks, and by then they've passed it on to a lot of other people. By now, it's already been here 4 years, so the same thing that happened to your family is happening to a lot of families. How many families? I asked again. I tried to think of the biggest number I could. 1 million? Ms. Moneygat shrugged, just like Dr. Ben would. Maybe that meant yes? I couldn't imagine 1 million families, so I asked Ms. Moneygat if it happened to her family, too. If maybe she had a husband and kids and they got sick. But she said no, she was never married. I guess that's true, because Ms. Moneygat doesn't look that old. She won't tell me her age, but she's in her 20s, I think. Ms. Moneygat smiled at me, even though her eyes weren't happy. My parents were in Miami, and they got it right away, Ms. Moneygat said. Then my sister and nieces came to visit them from Haiti, and they got it too. I was away working when it happened, and that's why I'm still here. Ms. Moneygat never told me that before. My family lived in Miami Beach. My dad said our house was too small. I had to share a room with my brother. But my mother liked where we lived because our building was 6 blocks from the ocean. My mother said the ocean can heal anything. But that can't be true, can it? My mother wouldn't like it where I am because there is no ocean and no windows, neither. I wondered if Ms. Moneygat's parents knew someone who worked on an oil rig too, but probably not. Probably they got it from my dad and me. Ms. Moneygat, I said, maybe you should move inside like Dr. Ben and everybody else. Oh, Jay, Ms. Moneygat said, like she was trying to sound cheerful. Little old man, if I were that scared of anything, why would I be in here teaching you? She said she asked to be my teacher, which I didn't know. I said I thought her boss was making her do it, and she said she didn't have a boss. No one sent her. She wanted to come. Just to meet me? I asked her. Yes, because I saw your face on television, and you looked to me like a one-of-a-kind, she said. She said she was a nurse before, and she used to work with Dr. Ben in his office in Atlanta. She said they worked at the CDC, which is a place that studies diseases, and he knew her, so that was why he let her come teach me. A boy like you needs his education. He needs to know how to face life outside, she said. Ms. Moneygat is funny like that. Sometimes she'll quit the regular lesson about presidents and the 10 Commandments and teach me something like how to sew and how to tell plants you eat from plants you don't and stuff. Like, I remember when she brought a basket with real fruits and vegetables in it, fresh. She said she has a garden where she lives on the outside, close to here. She said one of the reasons she won't move inside is because she loves her garden so much and she doesn't want to leave it. The stuff she brought was not very interesting to look at. She showed me some cassava, which looked like a long, twisty tree branch to me, and she said it's good to eat, except it has poison in it that has to be boiled out of the root first, and the leaves are poisonous too. She also brought something called ackee, which she said she used to eat from trees in Haiti. It has another name in Haiti that's too hard for me to spell. It tasted fine to me, but she said ackee can never be eaten before it's opened or before it's ripe, because it makes your brain swell up and you can die. She also brought different kinds of mushrooms to show me which ones are good or bad, but they all looked alike to me. She promised to bring me other fruits and vegetables to see, so I will know what's good for me and what isn't. There's a lot to learn about life outside, she said. Well, I don't want Ms. Moneygat to feel like I'm a waste of her time, but I know for a fact I don't have to face life outside. Dr. Ben told me I might be a teenager before I can leave, or even older. He said I might even be a grown man. But that's okay, I guess. I try not to think about what it would be like to leave. My room, which they moved me to when I had been here 6 months, is really, really big. They built it especially for me. It's 4 times as big as the hotel room my mom and dad got for us when we went to Universal Studios in Orlando when I was 5. I remember that room because my brother, Kevin, kept asking my dad, doesn't this cost too much? Every time my dad bought us a t-shirt or anything, Kevin brought up how much it cost. I told Kevin to stop it because I was afraid Dad would get mad and stop buying us stuff. Then when we were in line for the King Kong ride all by ourselves, Kevin told me, Dad got fired from his job, stupid. Do you want to go on welfare? I waited for Dad and Mom to tell me he got fired, but they didn't. After Kevin said that, I didn't ask them to buy me anything else, and I was scared to stay in that huge, pretty hotel room because I thought we wouldn't have enough money to pay. But we did. And then Dad got a job on the oil rig, and we thought everything would be better. My room here is as big as half the whole floor, I bet. When I run from one side of my room to the other, from the glass in front to the wall and back, I'm out of breath. I like to do that. Sometimes I run until my ribs start squeezing and my stomach hurts like it's cut open and I have to sit down and rest. There's a basketball net in here too, and the ball doesn't ever touch the ceiling except if I throw it too high on purpose. I also have comic books, and I draw pictures of me and my family and Ms. Manigat and Dr. Ben. Because I can't watch my videos, now I spend a lot of time writing in this notebook. A whole hour went by already. When I am writing down my thoughts, I forget about everything else. I have decided for sure to be a doctor someday. I'm going to help make people better. November 29th. Thanksgiving was great. Ms. Manigat cooked real bread and brought me food she'd heated up. I could tell everything except the bread and cassava was from a can, like always, but it tasted much better than my regular food. I haven't had bread in a long time. Because of her mask, Ms. Manigat ate her dinner before she came, but she sat and watched me eat. Renee came in too, and she surprised me when she gave me a hug. She never does that. Dr. Ben came in for a little while at the end, and he hugged me too, but he said he couldn't stay because he was busy. Dr. Ben doesn't come visit me much anymore. I could see he was growing a beard, and it was almost all white. I've seen Dr. Ben's hair when he's outside of the glass, when he isn't wearing his hot suit, and his hair is brown, not white. I asked him how come his beard was white, and he said that's what happens when your mind is overly tired. I liked having everybody come to my room. Before, in the beginning, almost nobody came in, not even Ms. Manigat. She used to sit in a chair outside the glass and use the intercom for my lessons. It's better when they come in. I remember how Thanksgiving used to be, with my family around the table in the dining room, and I told Ms. Manigat about that. Yes, she said, even though she didn't celebrate Thanksgiving in Haiti like Americans do, she remembers sitting at the table with her parents and her sister for Christmas dinner. She said she came to see me today, and Renee and Dr. Ben came too, because we are each other's family now, so we are not alone. I hadn't thought of it like that before. December 1st. No one will tell me, not even Ms. M, but I think maybe Dr. Ben is sick. I have not seen him in 5 whole days. It is quiet here. I wish it was Thanksgiving again. January 23rd. I didn't know this before, but you have to be in the right mood to write your thoughts down. A lot happened in the days I missed. The doctor with the French name is gone now, and I'm glad. He wasn't like Dr. Ben at all. I could hardly believe he was a real doctor, because he always had on the dirtiest clothes when I saw him take off his hot suit outside of the glass. And he was never nice to me. He wouldn't answer at all when I asked him questions, and he wouldn't look in my eyes except for a second. One time he slapped me on my ear, almost for nothing, and his glove hurt so much my ear turned red and was sore for a whole day. He didn't say he was sorry, but I didn't cry. I think he wanted me to. Oh, yeah. And he hooked me up to IV bags and took so much blood from me I couldn't even stand up. I was scared he would operate on me. Ms. Manigat didn't come in for almost a week, and when she finally came, I told her about the doctor taking too much blood. She got really mad. Then I found out the reason she didn't come all those days. He wouldn't let her. She said he tried to bar her from coming. Bar is the word she used, which sounds like a prison. The new doctor and Ms. Manigat do not get along, even though they both speak French. I saw them outside of the glass, yelling back and forth and moving their hands, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. I was afraid he would send Ms. Manigat away for good. But yesterday she told me he's leaving. I told her I was happy because I was afraid he would take Dr. Ben's place. No, she told me, there isn't anyone taking Dr. Ben's place. She said the French doctor came here to study me in person because he was one of the doctors Dr. Ben had been sending my blood to ever since I first came. But he was already very sick when he got here, and he started feeling worse, so he had to go. Seeing me was his last wish, Ms. Manigat said, which didn't seem like it could be true because he didn't act like he wanted to be with me. I asked her if he went back to France to his family, and Ms. Manigat said no, he probably didn't have a family, and even if he did, it's too hard to go to France. The ocean is in the way, she said. Ms. Manigat seemed tired from all that talking. She said she decided to move inside, like Renee, to make sure they were taking care of me properly. She said she misses her garden. The whole place has been falling apart, she said. She said I do a good job of keeping my room clean, and I do, because I have my own mop and bucket and Lysol in my closet. But she told me the hallways are filthy, which is true, because sometimes I can see water dripping down the wall outside of my glass, a lot of it, and it makes puddles all over the floor. You can tell the water is dirty because you can see different colors floating on top, the way my family's driveway used to look after my dad sprayed it with a hose. He said the oil from the car made the water look that way, but I don't know why it looks that way here. Ms. Manigat said the water smells bad, too. It's ridiculous. If they're going to keep you here, they damn well better take care of you, Ms. Manigat said. She must have been really mad because she never swears. I told her about the time when Lou came and pressed on my intercom really late at night when I was asleep and nobody else was around. He was talking really loud like people do in videos when they're drunk. Lou was glaring at me through the glass, banging on it. I had never seen him look so mean. I thought he would try to come into my room, but then I remembered he couldn't because he didn't have a hot suit. But I'll never forget how he said, "They should put you to sleep like a dog at the pound." I try not to think about that night because it gave me nightmares. It happened when I was pretty little, like 8. Sometimes I thought maybe I just dreamed it, because the next time Lou came, he acted just like normal. He even smiled at me a little bit. Before he stopped coming here, Lou was nice to me every day after that. Ms. Manigat did not sound surprised when I told her what Lou said about putting me to sleep. "Yes, Jay," she told me. "For a long time there have been people outside who didn't think we should be taking care of you." I never knew that before. I remember a long time ago when I was really little and I had pneumonia, my mom was scared to leave me alone at the hospital. "They won't know how to take care of Jay there," she said to my dad, even though she didn't know I heard her. I had to stay by myself all night, and because of what my mom said, I couldn't go to sleep. I was afraid everyone at the hospital would forget I was there, or maybe something bad would happen to me. It seems like the lights go off every other day now. And I know people must really miss Lou because the dirty gray water is all over the floor outside my glass and there's no one to clean it up. February 14th. 646-729-43. 646-729-43. 646-729-43. I remember the numbers already. I have been saying them over and over in my head so I won't forget, but I wanted to write them down in the exact right order to be extra sure. I want to know them without even looking. Oh, I should start at the beginning. Yesterday, no one brought me any dinner, not even Ms. Manigat. She came with a huge bowl of oatmeal this morning, saying she was very sorry. She said she had to look a long time to find that food, and it wore her out. The oatmeal wasn't even hot, but I didn't say anything. I just ate. She watched me eating. She didn't stay with me long because she doesn't teach me lessons anymore. After the French doctor left, we talked about the Emancipation Proclamation and Martin Luther King. But she didn't bring that up today. She just kept sighing, and she said she had been in bed all day yesterday because she was so tired, and she was sorry she forgot to feed me. She said I couldn't count on Renee to bring me food because she didn't know where Renee was. It was hard for me to hear her talk through her hot suit today. Her mask was crooked, so her microphone wasn't in front of her mouth where it should be. She saw my notebook and asked if she could look at it. I said sure. She looked at the pages from the beginning. She said she liked the part where I said she was my best friend. Her face mask was fogging up, so I couldn't see her eyes, and I couldn't tell if she was smiling. I am very sure she did not put her suit on right today. When she put my notebook down, she told me to pay close attention to her and repeat the numbers she told me, which were 646-729-43. I asked her what they were. She said it was the security code for my door. She said she wanted to give the code to me because my buzzer wasn't working and I might need to leave my room if she overslept and nobody came to bring me food. She told me I could use the same code on the elevator, and the kitchen was on the 3rd floor. There wouldn't be anybody there, she said, but I could look on the shelves, the top ones up high, to see if there was any food. If not, she said I should take the stairs down to the 1st floor and find the red exit sign and go outside. She said the elevator doesn't go to the 1st floor anymore. I felt scared then, but she put her hand on top of my head again, just like usual. She said she was sure there was plenty of food outside. But am I allowed? I asked her, what if people get sick? You worry so much, little man, she said. Only you matter now, my little one of a kind. But see, I'm sure Ms. Moneygut doesn't really want me to go outside. I've been thinking about that over and over. Ms. Moneygut must be very tired to tell me to do something like that. Maybe she has a fever, and that's why she told me how to get out of my room. My brother said silly things when he had a fever, and my father too. My father kept calling me Oscar, and I didn't know who Oscar was. My dad told us he had a brother who died when he was little, and maybe his name was Oscar. My mother didn't say anything at all when she got sick. She just died very fast. I wish I could find Ms. Moneygut and give her something to drink. You get very thirsty when you have a fever, which I know for a fact. But I can't go to her because I don't know where she is. And besides, I don't know where Dr. Ben keeps the hot suits. What if I went to her and she wasn't wearing hers? Maybe the oatmeal was the only thing left in the kitchen and now I ate it all. I hope not, but I'm thinking maybe it is because I know Ms. Moneygut would have brought me more food if she could have found it. She's always asking me if I have enough to eat. I'm already hungry again. 646-729-43. 646-729-43. February 15th. I am writing in the dark. The lights are off. I tried to open my lock, but the numbers don't work because of the lights being off. I don't know where Ms. Moneygut is. I'm trying not to cry. What if the lights never come back on? February 16th. There's so much I want to say, but I have a headache from being hungry. When the lights came back on, I went out into the hall like Ms. M told me, and I used the numbers to get the elevator to work, and then I went to the kitchen, like she said. I wanted to go real fast and find some peanut butter or some Oreos or even a can of beans I could open with the can opener Ms. M left me at Thanksgiving. There's no food in the kitchen. There's empty cans and wrappers on the floor and even roaches, but I looked on every single shelf and in every cabinet, and I couldn't find anything to eat. The sun was shining really, really bright from the window. I almost forgot how the sun looks. When I went to the window, I saw a big, empty parking lot outside. At first, I thought there were diamonds all over the ground because of the sparkles, but it was just a lot of broken glass. I could only see one car, and I thought it was Ms. M's, but Ms. M would never leave her car looking like that. For one thing, it had 2 flat tires. Anyway, I don't think there's anybody here today, so I thought of a plan. I have to go now. Ms. M, this is for you, or whoever comes looking for me. I know somebody will find this notebook if I leave it on my bed. I'm very sorry I had to leave in such a hurry. I didn't want to go outside, but isn't it okay if it's an emergency? I am really, really hungry. I'll just find some food and bring it with me, and I'll come right back. I'm leaving my door open so I won't get locked out. Ms. M, maybe I'll find your garden with cassavas and ackee like you showed me, and I'll know the good parts from the bad parts. If someone sees me and I get in trouble, I'll just say I didn't have anything to eat. Whoever is reading this, don't worry. I'll tell everybody I see, please, please not to get too close to me. I know Dr. Ben was very worried I might make somebody sick. Originally published in 2000 in the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, 5 years after the publication of my first novel, Patient Zero was my first published short story. I vowed that I would continue writing short fiction despite the demands of my life as a new novelist. It was included in 2 Best of the Year science fiction anthologies and remains one of my most beloved short stories. Jay's loneliness and innocence still break my heart.
Danger Word. Written with Stephen Barnes. When Kendrick opened his eyes, Grandpa Joe was standing over his bed, a tall dark bulk dividing the morning light. Grandpa Joe's beard covered his dark chin like a coat of snow. Mom used to say that guardian angels watched over you while you slept, and Grandpa Joe looked like he might have been guarding him all night with his shotgun. Kendrick didn't believe in guardian angels anymore, but he was glad he could believe in Grandpa Joe. Most mornings, Kendrick opened his eyes to only strangeness: dark, heavy curtains, wooden planks for walls, a brownish-gray stuffed owl mounted near the window with glassy black eyes that twitched as the sun set, or seemed to, a rough pine bed, and that smell everywhere, like the smell in Mom and Dad's closet. Cedar, Grandpa Joe told him. Grandpa Joe's big, hard hands had made the whole cabin of it, one board and beam at a time. For the last 6 months, this had been his room, but it still wasn't, really. His Spider-Man bed sheets weren't here. His G.I. Joes, Tonka trucks, and Matchbox race tracks weren't here. His posters of Iron Man and Kobe weren't on the walls. This was his bed, but it wasn't his room.
"Up and at 'em, little soldier,"
Grandpa Joe said, using the nickname Mom had never liked. Grandpa was dressed in his hickory shirt and blue jeans, the same clothes he wore every day. He leaned on his rifle like a cane, so his left knee must be hurting him like it always did in the mornings. He'd heard it long ago, in Vietnam.
"I'm going trading down to Mike's. You can come if you want. Or I can leave you with the dog girl. Up to you."
Grandpa's voice was morning rough.
"Either way, it's time to get out of bed, sleepyhead."
Dog Girl, the woman who lived in a house on a hill by herself 15 minutes walk west, was their closest neighbor. Once upon a time, she'd had 6 pit bulls that paraded up and down her fence. In the last month, that number had dropped to 3. Grandpa Joe said meat was getting scarce. Hard to keep 6 dogs fed, even if you needed them. The dogs wagged their tails when Kendrick came up to the fence because Dog Girl had introduced him to them. But Grandpa Joe said those dogs could tear a man's arms off.
"Don't you ever stick your hand in there,"
Grandpa Joe always said.
"Just because a dog looks friendly don't mean he is, especially when he's hungry." "Can I have a Coke?"
Kendrick said, surprised to hear his own voice again, so much smaller than Grandpa Joe's, almost a little girl's. Kendrick hadn't planned to say anything today, but he wanted the Coke so bad he could almost taste the fizz. It would taste like a treat from Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
"If Mike's got one, you'll get one, for damn sure."
Grandpa Joe's grin widened until Kendrick could see the hole where his tooth used to be. His straw hole, Grandpa Joe called it. He mussed Kendrick's hair with his big palm.
"Good boy, Kendrick. You keep it up. I knew your tongue was in there somewhere. You better start using it, or you'll forget how, hear me? You start talking again, and I'll whip you up a lumberjack breakfast like before."
It would be good to eat one of Grandpa Joe's famous lumberjack breakfasts again, piled nearly to the ceiling. A bowl of fluffy eggs, a stack of pancakes, a plate full of bacon and sausage, and homemade biscuits to boot. Grandpa Joe had learned to cook in the Army. But whenever Kendrick thought about talking, his stomach filled up like a balloon, and he thought he would puke. Some things couldn't be said out loud, and some things shouldn't. There was more to talking than most people thought. A whole lot more. Kendrick's eye went to the bandage on Grandpa Joe's left arm, just below his elbow, where the tip peeked out at the edge of his shirt sleeve. Grandpa Joe had said he'd hurt himself chopping wood yesterday, and Kendrick's skin had hardened when he'd seen a spot of blood on the bandage. He hadn't seen blood in a long time. He couldn't see any blood now, but Kendrick still felt worried. Mom said Grandpa Joe didn't heal as fast as other people because of his diabetes. What if something happened to him? He was old. Something could.
That 6-point we brought down will bring a good haul at Mike's. We'll trade jerky for gas. Don't like to be low on gas, Grandpa said.
His foot slid a little on the braided rug as he turned to leave the room, and Kendrick thought he heard him hiss with pain under his breath.
And we'll get that Coke for you. What do you say, little soldier?
Kendrick couldn't make any words come out of this mouth this time, but at least he was smiling, and smiling felt good. They had something to smile about for once. 3 days ago, a buck had come to drink from the creek. Through the kitchen window, Kendrick had seen something move. Antlers, it turned out, and Grandpa Joe grabbed his rifle when Kendrick motioned. Before the shot exploded, Kendrick had seen the buck look up, and Kendrick thought, "It knows." The buck's black eyes reminded him of Dad's eyes when he had listened to the news on the radio in the basement, hunched over his desk with a headset. Kendrick had guessed it was bad news from the trapped look in his father's eyes. Dad would be surprised at how good Kendrick was with a rifle now. He could blow away an empty Chef Boyardee ravioli can from 20 yards. He'd learned how to aim on Max Payne and Medal of Honor. But Grandpa Joe had taught him how to shoot for real, a little every day. Grandpa Joe had a room full of guns and ammunition. The back shed he kept locked, so they never ran low on bullets. Kendrick supposed he would have to shoot a deer one day soon, or an elk, or something else. The time would come, Grandpa Joe said, when he would have to make a kill whether he wanted to or not.
You may have to kill to survive, Kendrick, he said. I know you're only 9, but you need to be sure you can do it.
Before everything changed, Grandpa Joe used to ask Mom and Dad if he could teach Kendrick how to hunt during summer vacation, and they'd said no. Dad didn't like Grandpa much, maybe because Grandpa Joe always said what he thought. And he was Mom's father, not his. And Mom didn't go much easier on him, always telling Grandpa Joe no matter what he asked. No, you can't keep him longer than a couple weeks in the summer. No, you can't teach him shooting. No, you can't take him hunting. Now, there was no one to say no. No one except Grandpa Joe, unless Mom and Dad came back. Grandpa Joe had said they might, and they knew where to find him. They might. Kendrick put on the red down jacket he'd been wearing the day Grandpa Joe found him. He'd sat in this for never-ending hours in the safe room at home, the storage space under the stairs with a reinforced door, a chemical toilet, and enough food and water for a month. Mom had sobbed, "Bolt the door tight. Stay here, Kendrick. And don't open the door until you hear Grandpa's danger word. No matter what." She made him swear to Jesus, and she'd never made him swear to Jesus before. He'd been afraid to move or breathe. He'd heard other footsteps in the house, the awful sound of crashing and breaking, a single terrible scream. It could have been his mother or father or neither. He just didn't know. Followed by silence for 1 hour, 2, 3. Then the hardest part, the worst part. "Show me your math homework, Kendrick." The danger word was the special word he and Grandpa Joe had picked because Grandpa Joe had insisted on it. Grandpa Joe had made a special trip in his truck to tell them something bad could happen to them, and he had a list of reasons how and why.
Dad didn't like Grandpa Joe's yelling much, but he'd listened. So Kendrick and Grandpa Joe had made up a danger word nobody else knew in the world, not even Mom and Dad. And he had to wait to hear the danger word, Mom said, no matter what. By the time Kendrick dressed, Grandpa was already outside loading the truck, a beat-up navy blue Chevy. Kendrick heard a thud as he dropped a large sack of wrapped jerky in the bed. Grandpa Joe had taught him how to mix up the secret jerky recipe he hadn't even given Mom. Soy sauce and Worcestershire sauce, fresh garlic cloves, dried pepper, onion powder. He'd made sure Kendrick was paying attention while strips of deer meat soaked in that tangy mess for 2 days, and then spent 12 hours in the slow-cook oven. Grandpa Joe had also made him watch as he cut the deer open and its guts flopped to the ground, all gray and glistening. "Watch, boy. Don't turn away. Don't be scared to look at something for what it is." Grandpa Joe's deer jerky was almost as good as the lumberjack breakfast, and Kendrick's mouth used to water for it. Not anymore. His jerky loaded, Grandpa Joe leaned against the truck, lighting a brown cigarette. Kendrick thought he shouldn't be smoking. "Ready?" Kendrick nodded. His hands shook a little every time he got in the truck, so he hid his hands in his jacket pockets. Some wadded-up toilet paper from the safe room in Longview was still in there, a souvenir. Kendrick clung to the wad, squeezing his hand into a fist. "We do this right, we'll be back in less than an hour," Grandpa Joe said. He spit, as if the cigarette had come apart in his mouth. 45 minutes. 45 minutes. That wasn't bad. 45 minutes, then they'd be back. Kendrick stared at the cabin in his rearview mirror until the trees hid it from his sight. The road was empty, as usual. Grandpa Joe's rutted dirt road spilled onto the highway after a half-mile, and they jounced past darkened, abandoned houses. Kendrick saw 3 stray dogs trot out of the open door of a pink 2-story house on the corner. He'd never seen that door open before, and he wondered whose dogs they were. He wondered what they'd been eating. Suddenly, Kendrick wished he'd stayed back at Dog Girl's. She was from England, and he couldn't always understand her, but he liked being behind her fence. He liked Popeye and Ranger and Lady Di, her dogs. He tried not to think about the ones that were gone now. Maybe she'd given them away. They passed tree farms, with all the trees growing the same size, identical, and Kendrick enjoyed watching their trunks pass in a blur. He was glad to be away from the empty houses. "Get me a station," Grandpa Joe said. The radio was Kendrick's job. Unlike Dad, Grandpa Joe never kept the radio a secret. The radio hissed and squealed up and down the FM dial, so Kendrick tried AM next. Grandpa Joe's truck radio wasn't good for anything. The shortwave at the cabin was better. A man's voice came right away, a shout so loud it was like screaming. "And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them." "Turn that bullshit off," Grandpa Joe snapped. Kendrick hurried to turn the knob, and the voice was gone. "Don't you believe a word of that, you hear me? That's BULL bullshit. Things are bad now, but they'll get better once we get a fix on this thing. Anything can be beat, believe you me. I ain't giving up, and neither should you. That's giving up talk." The next voices were a man and a woman who sounded so peaceful that Kendrick wondered where they were. What calm places were left? "Mobilization at the Vancouver Armory. That's from the commander of the Washington National Guard. So you see," the men said, "there are orchestrated efforts. There has been progress in the effort to reclaim Portland and even more in points north. The armory is secure and running survivors to the islands twice a week. Look at Rainier. Look at Devil's Wake. As long as you stay away from the large urban centers, there are dozens of pockets where people are safe and life is going on. Oh, yes, the woman said. Of course there are. There's a learning curve. That's what people don't understand. Absolutely. The woman sounded absurdly cheerful. Everybody keeps harping on Longview. The man said Longview, as if it were a normal, everyday place. Kendrick's stomach tightened when he heard it. But that's become another encouraging story. Contrary to rumors, there is a National Guard presence. There are limited food supplies. There's a gated community in the hills housing over 400. Remember, safety in numbers. Any man, woman, or teenager who's willing to enlist is guaranteed safe lodging. Fences are going up, roads barricaded. We're getting this under control. That's a far cry from what we were hearing even 5-6 weeks ago. Night and day, the cheerful woman said. Her voice trembled with happiness. Grandpa Joe reached over to rub Kendrick's head. See there, he said. Kendrick nodded, but he wasn't happy to imagine that a stranger might be in his bed. Maybe it was another family with a little boy, or twins, but probably not. Dog Girl said the National Guard was long gone, and nobody knew where to find them. Bunch of useless bloody shitheads, she'd said. The first time he'd heard the little round woman cuss, her accent made cussing sound exotic. If she was right, dogs might be roaming through his house, too, looking for something to eat. There's talk that a Bay Area power plant is up again. It's still an unconfirmed rumor, and I'm not trying to wave some magic wand here. But I'm just making the point, and I've tried to make it before, that life probably felt a lot like this in Hiroshima. Yes, the woman said. From her voice, Hiroshima was somewhere very important. Call it apples and oranges, but put yourself in the place of a villager in Rwanda or an Auschwitz survivor. There had to be some days that felt exactly the way we feel when we hear these stories from Seattle and Portland, and when we've talked to the survivors. Just ahead, along the middle of the road, a man was walking ahead of them. Kendrick sat straight up when he saw him, balling up the tissue wad in his pocket so tightly that he felt his fingernails bite into his skin. The walking man was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a brick-red backpack. He lurched along unsteadily. From the way he bent forward, as if bracing into a gale, Kendrick guessed the backpack was heavy. He hadn't ever seen anyone walking on this road. "Don't you worry," Grandpa Joe said. Kendrick's neck snapped back as Grandpa Joe sped up his truck. "We ain't stopping." The man let out a mournful cry as they passed, waving a cardboard sign. He had a long, bushy beard, and as they passed, his eyes looked wide and wild. Kendrick craned his head to read the sign, which the man held high in the air. "Still here," the sign said. "You'll be all right," Grandpa Joe said. But Kendrick didn't think so. No one was supposed to go on the roads alone, especially without a car. Maybe the man had a gun, and maybe they would need another man with a gun. Maybe the man had been trying to warn them something bad was waiting for them ahead. But the way he walked, no matter what, Mom said. Kendrick kept watching, while the man retreated behind them. He had to stop watching when he felt nausea pitch in his stomach. He'd been holding his breath without knowing it. His face was cold and sweating, both at once. "Was that one?" Kendrick whispered.
He hadn't known he was going to say that either, just like when he asked for a Coke. Instead, he'd been thinking about the man's sign, "Still here."
"Don't know," Grandpa Joe said. "It's hard to tell. That's why you never stop."
They listened to the radio, neither of them speaking again for the rest of the ride. Time was, Joseph Earl Davis III never would have driven past anyone on the road without giving them a chance to hop into the bed and ride out a few miles closer to wherever they were going. Hell, he'd picked up a group of 6 college-age kids and driven them to the Centralia compound back in April. But Joe hadn't liked the look of that hitcher. Something about his walk. Or maybe times were just different. If Kendrick hadn't been in the car, Jesus as his witness, Joe might have run that poor wanderer down where he walked. An ounce of prevention. That was what it had come to in Joe Davis's mind. Drastic measures. You just never knew. That was the thing. EREHLLITS. The man's sign said in the mirror, receding into a tiny, unreadable blur. Yeah, I'm still here too, Joe thought. And not picking up hitchhikers was one way he intended to stay here. Thanks a bunch for asking. Freaks clustered in the cities, but there were plenty of them wandering through the countryside nowadays. Actual packs. Thousands, maybe. Joe had seen his first 6 months ago, coming into Longview to rescue his grandson. His first, his 5th, and his 10th. He'd done what he had to do to save the boy, then shut the memories away where they couldn't sneak into his dreams, then drank enough to make the dreams blurry. A week later, he'd seen one closer to home, not 3 miles beyond the gated road, not 5 miles from the cabin. Its face was bloated blue-gray, and flies buzzed around the open sores, clotted with that dark red scabby shit that grew under their skin. The thing could barely walk, but it had smelled him, swiveling in his direction like a scarecrow on a pivot. Joe still dreamed about that one every night. That one had chosen him. Joe left the freaks alone, unless one came at him. That was safest if you were by yourself. He'd seen a poor guy shoot one down in a field, and then a swarm came from over a hill. Some of those fuckers could walk pretty fast, could run, and they weren't stupid, by God. But Joe had killed that one, the pivoting one that had chosen him. He'd kill it 12 times again if he had the chance. It was a favor to both of them. That shambling mess had been somebody's son, somebody's husband, somebody's father. People said freaks weren't really dead. They didn't climb out of graves like movie monsters, but they were as close to Walking Dead as Joe ever wanted to see. Something was eating them from the inside out, and if they bit you, the freak shit would start eating you too. You fell asleep, and you woke up different. The movies had that part right anyway. As for the rest, nobody knew much. People who met freaks up close and personal didn't live long enough to write reports about them. Whatever they were, freaks weren't just a city problem anymore. They were everybody's problem. "Can you hold on, Dad? My neighbor's knocking on the window." That's what Cass had said the last time they'd spoken. Then he hadn't heard any more from his daughter for 10 agonizing minutes. The next time he'd heard her voice, he'd barely recognized it, so calm it could be nothing but a mask over mortal terror. "Daddy? Don't talk. Just listen. I'm so sorry. For everything. No time to say it all. They're here. You need to come and get Kendrick. Use the danger word. Do you hear me, Daddy? And bring guns. Shoot anyone suspicious. I mean anyone, Daddy."
Daddy, she'd called him. She hadn't called him that in years. That day, he'd woken up with alarm twisting his gut for no particular reason. That was why he'd raised Cassidy on the shortwave 2 hours earlier than he usually did, and she'd sounded irritated he'd called before she was up. My neighbor's knocking on the window. Joe had prayed he wouldn't find what he knew would be waiting in Longview. He'd known what might happen to Cass, Devon, and Kendrick the moment he'd found them letting neighbors use the shortwave and drink their water like they'd been elected to the rescue committee. They couldn't even name one of the women in their house. That was Cass and Devon for you, acting like naive fools, and he'd told them as much. Still, even though he'd tried to make himself expect the worst, he couldn't really. If he ever dwelled on that day, he might lose his mind. And then what would happen to Kendrick? Any time Joe brought up that day, the kid's eyes whiffed out like a dead pilot light. It had taken Kendrick hours to finally open that reinforced door and let him in, even though Joe had used the danger word again and again. And Kendrick had spoken hardly a word since. Little soldier was doing all right today. Good. He'd need to be tougher fast. The kid had regressed from 9 to 5 or 6, just when Joe needed him to be as old as he could get. As Joe drove beyond the old tree farms, the countryside opened up on either side, fields on his left, a range of hills on his right. There'd been a cattle farm out here once, but the cattle was gone. Wasn't much else out here, and there never had been. Except for Mike's. Nowadays, Mike's was the only thing left anyone recognized. Mike's was a gas station off exit 46 with porta-potties out back and a few shelves inside crammed with things people wanted. Flour, canned foods, cereal, powdered milk, lanterns, flashlights, batteries, first aid supplies, and bottled water. And gas, of course. How he kept getting this shit, Joe had no idea. "If I told you that, I'd be out of business, bro," Mike had told him when Joe asked, barking a laugh at him. Last time he'd driven out here, Joe had asked Mike why he'd stayed behind when so many others were gone. Why not move somewhere less isolated? Even then, almost a full month ago, folks had been clumping up in Longview, barricading the school, jail, and hospital. Had to be safer if you could buy your way in. Being white helped, too. They said it didn't, but Joe Davis knew it did. Always had, always would. Things like that just went underground for a time, that's all. Times like these, the ugly stuff festered and exploded back topside. Mike wasn't quite as old as Joe, 63 to Joe's more cumbersome 71, but Joe thought he was foolhardy to keep the place open. Sure, all the stockpiling and bartering had made Mike a rich man, but was gasoline and rice-a-roni worth the risk? "I don't run, Joe. Guess I'm hard-headed." That was all he'd said. Joe had known Mike since he first built his cedar cabin in 1989 after retiring from his berth as supply sergeant at Fort MacArthur. Mike had just moved down from Alberta, and they'd talked movies, then jazz. They discovered a mutual love of Duke Ellington and old sitcoms. Mike had always been one of his few friends around here. Now he was the only one. Joe didn't know whether to hope his friend would still be there or to pray he was gone. Better for him to be gone, Joe thought. One day he and the kid would have to move on too, plain and simple. That day was coming soon. That day had probably come and gone twice over. Joe saw a glint of the aluminum fencing posted around Mike's as he came around the bend, the end of the S on the road. Although it looked more like a prison camp, Mike's was an oasis, a tiny squat store and a row of gas pumps surrounded by a wire fence 1.5 miles tall. The fence was electrified at night.
Joe had seen at least one barbecued body to prove it, and everyone had walked around the corpse as if it wasn't there. With gas getting scant, Mike tended to trust the razor wire more, using the generator less these days. Mike's 3 boys, who'd never proved to be much good at anything else, had come in handy for keeping order. They'd had 2 or 3 gunfights there, Mike had said, because strangers with guns thought they could go anywhere they pleased and take anything they wanted. Today the gate was hanging open. He'd never come to Mike's when there wasn't someone standing at the gate. All 3 of Mike's boys were usually there with their greasy hair and pale fleshy bellies bulging through their too-tight t-shirts. No one today. Something was wrong. Shit, Joe said aloud before he remembered he didn't want to scare the kid. He pinched Kendrick's chin between his forefinger and thumb, and his grandson peered up at him, resigned, the expression he always wore these days. "Let's just sit here a minute, okay?" Little soldier nodded. He was a good kid. Joe coasted the truck to a stop outside of the gate. While it idled, he tried to see what he could. The pumps stood silent and still on their concrete islands, like 2 men with their hands in their pockets. There was a light on inside, a super white fluorescent glow through the picture windows, painted with the words gas, food, in red. He could make out a few shelves from where he was parked, but he didn't see anyone inside. The air pulsed with the steady burr of Mike's generator, still working. At least it didn't look like anyone had rammed or cut the gate. The chain looked intact, so it had been unlocked. If there'd been trouble here, it had come with an invitation. Nothing would have made those boys open that gate otherwise. Maybe Mike and his boys had believed all that happy talk on the radio, ditched their place, and moved to Longview. The idea made Joe feel so relieved that he forgot the ache in his knee. And leave the generator on. Bullshit. Tire tracks drew patterns in hardened mud. Mike's was a busy place. Damn greedy fool. Beside him, Joe felt the kid fidgeting in his seat, and Joe didn't blame him. He had more than half a mind to turn around and start driving back toward home. The jerky would keep. He had enough gas to last him. He'd come back when things looked right again. But he'd promised the kid a Coke. That was the only thing. And it would help erase a slew of memories if he could bring a grin to the kid's face today. Little soldier's grins were a miracle. His little chipmunk cheeks were the spitting image of Cass's at his age. "Daddy," she'd called him on the radio. "Daddy." "Don't think about that. Don't. Joe leaned on his horn. He let it blow 5 seconds before he laid off. After a few seconds, the door to the store opened, and Mike stood there leaning against the door jamb, a big, ruddy, white-haired Canuck with linebacker shoulders and a pigskin-sized bulge above his belt. He was wearing an apron like he always did, as if he ran a butcher shop instead of a gas station. Mike peered out at them and waved. "Come on in," he called out. Joe leaned out of the window. "Where are the boys at?" he called back. "They're fine," Mike said. Over the years, Joe had tried a dozen times to convince Mike he couldn't hear worth shit. No sense asking after the boys again until he got closer. The wind skittered a few leaves along the ground between the truck and the door, and Joe watched their silent dance for a few seconds, considering. "I'm gonna go do this real quick, Kendrick," Joe finally said. "Stay in the truck." The kid didn't say anything, but Joe saw the terror freeze his face. The kid's eyes went dead, just like they did when he asked what had happened at the house in Longview. Joe cracked open his door. "I'll only be a minute," he said, trying to sound casual. "Don't leave me. Please, Grandpa Joe. Let me come."
Well, I'll be damned, Joe thought. This kid was talking up a storm today. Joe sighed, mulling it over. Pros and cons either way, he supposed. He reached under the seat and pulled out his Glock 9mm. He'd never liked automatics until maybe the mid-'80s, when somebody figured out how to keep them from jamming so damned often. He had a Mossberg shotgun in a rack behind the seat, but that might seem a little too hostile. He'd give Kendrick the Remington 28 gauge. It had some kick, but the little soldier was used to it. He could trust little soldier not to fire into the ceiling or his back. Joe had seen to that. "How many shots?" Joe asked him, handing over the little birder. Kendrick held up 4 stubby fingers, like a toddler. So much for talking. "If you're coming with me, I damn well better know you can talk if there's a reason to." Joe sounded angrier than he'd intended. "Now, how many shots?" 4. That time, he'd nearly shouted it. "Come on in," Mike called from the doorway. "I've got hot dogs today." That was a first. Joe hadn't seen a hot dog in nearly a year, and his mouth watered. Joe started to ask him again what the boys were up to, but Mike turned around and went inside. "Stick close to me," Joe told Kendrick. "You have my other pair of eyes. Anything looks funny. You point and speak up loud and clear. Anybody makes a move in your direction you don't like, shoot. Here?" Kendrick nodded. "That means anybody. I don't care if it's Mike or his boys or Santa Claus or anybody else, you understand me?" Kendrick nodded again, although he lowered his eyes sadly. "Like Mom said." "Damn right. Exactly like your mom said," Joe told Kendrick, squeezing the kid's shoulder. For an instant, his chest burned so hot with grief that he knew a heart attack couldn't feel any worse. The kid might have watched what happened to Cass. Cass might have turned into one of them before his eyes. Joe thought of the pivoting, bloated freak he'd killed, the one that had smelled him and his stomach clamped tight. "Let's go. Remember what I told you," Joe said. "Yes, sir." He'd leave the jerky alone for now. He'd go inside and look around for himself first. Joe's knee flared as boot sank into soft mud just inside the gate. Shit. He was a useless fucking old man, and he had a bouncing Betty 50 clicks south of the DMZ to blame for it. In those happy days of Vietnam, none of them had known that the real war was still 40 years off, but coming fast, and he was going to need both knees for the real war, you dig? And he could use a real soldier at his side for this war, not a little one. "Closer," Joe said, and Kendrick pulled up behind him, his shadow. When Joe pushed the glass door open, the salmon-shaped door chimes jangled merrily, like old times. Mike had vanished quick, because he wasn't behind the counter. A small television set on the counter erupted with laughter. Old canned laughter from people who were either dead or no longer saw much to laugh about. "Edith!" Archie Bunker's voice crowed. On the screen, old Archie was so mad he was nearly jumping up and down. It was the episode with Sammy Davis Jr., where Sammy gives Archie a wet one on the cheek. Joe remembered watching that episode with Cass once upon a time. Mike was playing his VCR. "Mike? Where'd you go?" Joe's finger massaged his shotgun trigger as he peered behind the counter. Suddenly, there was a loud laugh from the back of the store, matching a new fit of laughter from the TV. He'd know that laugh blindfolded. Mike was behind a broom, one of those school custodian brooms with a wide brush sweeping up and back, and Joe heard large shards of glass clinking as he swept. Mike was laughing so hard, his face and crown had turned pink. Joe saw what he was sweeping.
The glass had been broken out of one of the refrigerated cases in back, which were now dark and empty. The others were still intact, plastered with Budweiser and Red Bull stickers. But the last door had broken clean off, except for a few jagged pieces still standing upright, like a mountain range, close to the floor. "Y'all had some trouble?" Joe asked. "Nope," Mike said, still laughing. He sounded congested, but otherwise all right. Mike kept a cold 6 months out of the year. "Who broke your glass?" "Tom broke it. The boys are fine." Suddenly Mike laughed loudly again. "That Archie Bunker," he said, and shook his head. Kendrick, too, was staring at the television set, mesmerized. From the look on his face, he could be witnessing the parting of the Red Sea. The kid must miss TV, all right. "Got any Cokes, Mike?" Joe said. Mike could hardly swallow back his laughter long enough to answer. He squatted down, sweeping the glass onto an orange dustpan. "We've got hot dogs. They're—" Suddenly, Mike's face changed. He dropped his broom, and it clattered to the floor as he cradled one of his hands close to his chest. "Ow! Shit on a stick!" "Careful there, old-timer," Joe said. "Cut yourself?" "God damn shit on a stick, goddamn shit on a stick." Sounded like it might be bad, Joe realized. He hoped this fool hadn't messed around and cut himself somewhere he shouldn't have. Mike sank from a squat to a sitting position, still cradling his hand. Joe couldn't see any blood yet, but he hurried toward him. "Well, don't sit there whining over it." "Shit on a stick, goddamn shit on a stick." When Mike's wife, Kimmy, died a decade ago, Mike had gone down hard and come up a Christian. Joe hadn't heard a blasphemy pass his old friend's lips in years. As Joe began to kneel down, Mike's shoulder heaved upward into Joe's midsection, stanching his breath and lifting him to his toes. For a moment, Joe was too startled to react. The what-the-hell reaction, stronger than reflex, that had nearly cost him his life more than once. He was frozen by the sheer surprise of it, the impossibility that he'd been talking to Mike 1 second, and... Joe snatched clumsily at the Glock in his belt and fired at Mike's throat. Missed shit! The second shot hit Mike in the shoulder, but not before Joe had lost what was left of his balance and gone crashing backward into the broken refrigerator door. 3 things happened at once. His arm snapped against the case doorway as he fell backward, knocking the gun out of his hand before he could feel it fall. A knife of broken glass carved him from below as he fell, slicing into the back of his thigh with such a sudden wave of pain that he screamed. And Mike had hiked up Joe's pant leg and taken hold of his calf in his teeth, gnawing at him like a dog with a beef rib. "Fucking son of a bitch!" Joe kicked away at Mike's head with the only leg that was still responding to his body's commands. Still Mike hung on. Somehow, even inside the fog of pain from his lower body injury, Joe felt a chunk of his calf tearing. More hot pain. He was bit. That was certain. He was bit. Every alarm in his head and heart rang. Oh, God, holy horseshit! He was bit. He'd walked right up to him. They could make sounds, everybody said that. But this one had been talking, putting words together, acting like... With a cry of agony, Joe pulled himself forward to leverage more of his weight and kicked at Mike's head again. This time he felt Mike's teeth withdraw. Another kick, and Joe's hiking boot sank squarely into Mike's face. Mike fell backward into the shelf of flashlights behind him. "Kendrick!" Joe screamed. The shelves blocked his sight of the spot where his grandson had been standing. Pain from the torn calf muscle rippled through Joe, clouding thought. The pain from his calf shot up to his neck, liquid fire. Did the bastards have venom? Was that it?
Mike didn't lurch like the one on the road. Mike scrambled up again, untroubled by the blood spattering from his broken nose and teeth. "I have hot dogs," Mike said, whining it almost. Joe reached back for the Glock, his injured thigh flaming while Mike's face came at him, mouth gaping, teeth glittering crimson. Joe's fingers brushed the automatic, but it skittered away from him, and now Mike would bite, and then go after the little soldier. Mike's nose and mouth exploded in a mist of pink tissue. The sound registered a moment later, deafening in the confined space, an explosion that sent Mike's useless body toppling to the floor. Then Joe saw Kendrick just behind him, his little birding rifle smoking, face pinched, hands shaking. Holy Jesus, Kendrick had done it. The kid had hit his mark. Sucking wind, Grandpa Joe took the opportunity to dig among the old soap boxes for his Glock, and when he had a firm grip on it, he tried to pull himself up. Dizziness rocked him, and he tumbled back down. "Grandpa Joe!" Kendrick said, and rushed to him. The boy's grip was surprisingly strong, and Joe hugged him for support, straining to peer down at his leg. He could be wrong about the bite. He could be wrong. "Let me look at this," Joe said, trying to keep his voice calm. He peeled back his pant leg, grimacing at the blood hugging the fabric to flesh. There it was, facing him in a semicircle of oozing slits, a bite, and a deep one. He was bleeding badly. Maybe Mike had hit an artery, and whatever shit they had was shooting all through him. Damn. Night seemed to come early, because for an instant Joe Davis's fear blotted the room's light. He was bit. And where were Mike's 3 boys? Wouldn't they all come running now, like the swarm over the hill he'd seen in the field? "We've got to get out of here, little soldier," Joe said, and levered himself up to standing. Pain coiled and writhed inside him. "I mean now, let's go." His leg was leaking. The pain was terrible, a throb with every heartbeat. He found himself wishing he'd faint, and his terror at the thought snapped him to more alertness than he'd felt before. He had to get little soldier to the truck. He had to keep little soldier safe. Joe cried out with each step on his left leg, where the back of his thigh felt ravaged. He was leaning so hard on little soldier, the kid could hardly manage the door. Joe heard the tinkling above him, and then impossibly, they were back outside. Joe saw the truck waiting just beyond the gate. His eyes swept the perimeter. No movement, no one. Where are those boys? "Let's go," Joe panted. He patted his pocket, and the keys were there. "Faster!" Joe nearly fell 3 times, but each time he found the kid's weight beneath him, keeping him on his feet. Joe's heartbeat was in his ears, an ocean's roar. "Jump in! Hurry!" Joe said after the driver's door was open, and little soldier scooted into the car like a monkey. The hard leather made Joe whimper as his thighs slid across the seat, but suddenly it all felt easy. Slam and lock the door, get his hand to stop shaking enough to get the key in the ignition, fire her up. Joe lurched the truck in reverse for 30 yards before he finally turned around. His right leg was numb up to his knee from that bite, oh sweet Jesus. But he was still flooring the pedal somehow, keeping the truck on the road instead of in a ditch. Joe looked in his rearview mirror. At first he couldn't see for the dust, but there they were. Mike's boys had come running in a ragged line, all of them straining as if they were in a race. Fast. They were too far back to catch up, but their fervor sent a bottomless fear through Joe's stomach. Mike's boys looked like starving animals hunting for a meal. Kendrick couldn't breathe. The air in the truck felt the way it might in outer space, if you were floating in the universe, a speck too far in the sky to see. "Grandpa Joe," Kendrick whispered. Grandpa Joe's black face shone with sweat.
He was chewing at his lip hard enough to draw blood. Grandpa Joe's fingers gripped at the wheel, and the corners of his mouth turned upwards in an imitation of a smile. "It's going to be all right," he said. But it seemed to Kendrick that he was talking to himself more than to him. "It'll be fine." Kendrick stared at him, assessing. He seemed all right. He was sweating and bleeding. But he must be all right if he was driving the truck. You couldn't drive if you were one of them, could you? Grandpa Joe was fine. He said he was. Mom and Dad hadn't been fine after a while, but they had warned him. They had told him they were getting sleepy, and they all knew getting sleepy right away meant you might not wake up. Or if you did, you'd be changed. They'd made him promise not to open the door to the safe room, even for them. No matter what, not until you hear the danger word. Kendrick felt warm liquid on the seat beneath him, and he gasped, thinking Grandpa Joe might be bleeding all over the seat. Instead, when he looked down, Kendrick saw a clear puddle between his legs. His jeans were dark and wet, almost black. It wasn't blood. He'd peed on himself like a baby. "Are you sleepy?" Kendrick said. Grandpa Joe shook his head, but Kendrick thought he'd hesitated first, just a little. Grandpa Joe's eyes were on the road half the time, on the rearview mirror the rest. "How long before your mom and Dad got sleepy?" Kendrick remembered Dad's voice outside of the door, announcing the time. "It's 9 o'clock, Cass." Worried it was getting late, worried they should get far away from Kendrick and send for Grandpa Joe to come get him. Kendrick heard them talking outside of the door, plain as day. For once, they hadn't tried to keep him from hearing. "A few minutes," Kendrick said softly. 5 or 10. Grandpa Joe went back to chewing his lip. "What happened?" Kendrick didn't know what happened. He'd been in bed when he heard Mom say their neighbor, Mrs. Shane, was knocking at the window. All he knew was that Dad came into his room, shouting and cradling his arm. Blood oozed from between Dad's fingers. Dad pulled him out of bed, yanking Kendrick's arm so hard that it snapped, pulling him to his feet. In the living room, he'd seen Mom crouching far away, by the fireplace, sobbing with a red face. Mom's shirt was bloody, too. At first, Kendrick had thought Dad had hurt Mom, and now Dad was mad at him, too. Dad was punishing him by putting him in the safe room. "They're in the house, Kendrick. We're bit, both of us." After the door to the safe room was closed, for the first time, Kendrick heard somebody else's footsteps. Then, that scream. They stayed for 10 minutes, maybe. Not long. Then they said they had to leave. They were getting sleepy, and they were scared to be near me. Then they went away for a long time. For hours, Kendrick told Grandpa Joe. All of a sudden, I heard Mom again. She was knocking on the door. She asked me where my math homework was. She said, "You were supposed to do your math homework." Kendrick had never said the words before. Tears hurt his eyes. "That was how you knew," Grandpa Joe said. Kendrick nodded. Snot dripped from his nose to the front of his jacket, but he didn't move to wipe it away. Mom had said not to open the door until Grandpa Joe came and said the danger word, no matter what. "Good boy, Kendrick," Grandpa Joe said, his voice wavering. "Good boy." All this time, Joe had thought it was his imagination. A gaggle of the freaks had been there in Cass's front yard waiting for him, so he'd plowed most of them down with the truck so he could get to the door. That was the easy part. As soon as he got out, the ones still standing had surged. There'd been 10 of them at least, an old man, a couple of teenage boys, the rest of them women, moving quick. He'd been squeezing off rounds at anything that moved. Daddy? Had he heard her voice before he'd fired? In the time since, he'd decided the voice was his imagination, because how could she have talked to him, said his name? He'd decided God had created her voice in his mind, a last chance to hear it, to make up for the horror of the hole his Glock had just put in her forehead. Daddy? It had been Cass, but it hadn't been. Her blouse and mouth had been a bloody, dripping mess, and he'd seen stringy bits of flesh caught in her teeth, just like the other freaks. It hadn't been Cass. Hadn't been. People said freaks could make noises. They'd walked and looked like us. The newer ones didn't have the red shit showing beneath their skin, and they didn't start to lose their motor skills for a couple days, so they could run fast, the new ones. He'd known that. Everybody knew that. But if freaks could talk, could recognize you, then we can't win. The thought was quiet in Joe's mind, from a place that was already accepting it. 10 minutes, little soldier had said, maybe 5. Joe tried to bear down harder on the gas, and his leg felt like a wooden stump. Still, the speedometer climbed before it began shaking at 90. He had to get little soldier as far as he could from Mike's boys. Those boys might run all day and all night from the way they'd looked. He had to get little soldier away. Joe's mouth was so dry it ached. "We're in trouble, little soldier," Joe said. Joe couldn't bring himself to look at Kendrick, even though he wanted to so much he was nearly blinded by tears. "You know we're in trouble, don't you?" Joe said. "Yes," the boy said. "We have to come up with a plan, just like we did at your house that time." "A danger word?" Kendrick said. Joe sighed. "A danger word won't work this time." Again, Kendrick was silent. "Don't go back to the cabin," Joe said, deciding that part. "It's not safe." "But Mom and Dad might..." This time, Joe did gaze over at Kendrick. Unless it was imagination, the boy was already sitting as far from him as he could against the door. "That was a story I told you," Joe said, cursing himself for the lie. "You know they're not coming, Kendrick. You said yourself she wasn't right. You could hear it. That means they got your father, too. She was out in the front yard before I got inside. I had to shoot her, little soldier. I shot her in the head." Kendrick gazed at him wide-eyed, rage knotting his little face. "That's it, little soldier, get mad. I couldn't tell you before, but I'm telling you now for a reason." Just that quick, the road ahead of Joe fogged, doubled. He snapped his head up, aware that he had just lost a moment of time. His consciousness had flagged. But he was still himself, and that made the difference, right? He was still himself, and just maybe he would stay himself and beat this damn thing. If you could stay awake. Then you might stay alive for another, 10 days? He'd heard about someone staying awake that long, maybe longer. Right now, he didn't know if he'd last the 10 minutes. His eyes fought to close so hard that they trembled. "There'll be rest enough in the grave." Wasn't that what Benjamin Franklin had said? "Don't you close your eyes, Daddy." Cass's voice. He snapped his head around, wondering where the voice had come from. He was seeing things. Cassie sat beside him with her pink lips and tight ringlets of brown hair. For a moment, he couldn't see little soldier, so solid she seemed. "You always talked tough this and tough that." Da Nang and Hanoi, a dozen places I couldn't pronounce. And now the one damn time in your life that it matters, you're going to sleep? The accusation in her voice was crippling.
We trusted you, and you walked right into that store and got bitten because you were laughing at Archie Bunker. I trusted you, Daddy. Silence. Then, I still trust you, Daddy. Suddenly, Joe felt wide awake again for the last time in his life. Listen to me. I can't give you the truck, Joe said. I know we practiced driving, but you might make a mistake and hurt yourself. You're better off on foot. Rage melted from Kendrick's face, replaced by bewilderment, and the terror of an infant left naked in a snowdrift. Kendrick's lips quivered violently. No, Grandpa Joe, you can stay awake, he whispered. Grab that backpack behind your seat. It's got a compass, bottled water, jerky, and a flashlight. It's heavy, but you'll need it. And take your Remington. There's more ammo for it under your seat. Put the ammo in the backpack. Do it now. Kendrick sobbed, reaching out to squeeze Joe's arm. Please, Grandpa Joe. Stop that goddamn crying, Joe roared, and the shock of his voice silenced the boy. Kendrick yanked his hand away, sliding back toward his door again. The poor kid must think he'd crossed over. Joe took a deep breath. Another wave of dizziness came, and his chin rocked downward. The car swerved slightly before he could pull his head back up. Joe's pain was easing, and he felt stoned, like he was on acid. He hadn't driven far enough yet. They were still too close to Mike's boys. So much to say. Joe kept his voice as even as he could. There were only two people who could put up a better fight than me, and that was your mom and dad. They couldn't do it, not even for you. That tells me I can't either understand. His tears miraculously stanched. Kendrick nodded. Read Revelation, a billboard 50 yards ahead advised in red letters. Beside the billboard, the road forked into another highway, thank Jesus. The words flew from his mouth, nearly breathless. I'll pull off when we get to that sign at the crossroads. When the truck stops, run, hear me? Fast as you can. No matter what you hear, don't turn around. Don't stop. It's 20 miles to Centralia, straight south. There's National Guard there and caravans. Tell them you want to go to Devil's Wake. That's where I'd go. When you're running, stay near the roads, but keep out of sight. If anyone comes before you get to Centralia, hide. If they see you, tell them you'll shoot, and then do it. And don't go to sleep, Kendrick. Don't let anybody surprise you. Yes, sir, Kendrick said in a sad voice, yet still eager to be commanded. The truck took control of itself, no longer confined to its lane or the road, and it bumped wildly as it drove down the embankment. Joe's leg was too numb to keep pressing the accelerator, so the truck gradually lost speed, rocking to a stop, nose down, its headlights lost in weeds. Feeling in his arms was nearly gone now, too. I love you, Grandpa Joe, he heard his grandson say, or thought he did. Love you too, little soldier. Still here. Still here. Now go. Go! Joe heard Kendrick's car door open and slam before he could finish. He turned his head to watch Kendrick to make sure he was doing as he'd told. Kendrick had the backpack and his gun as he stumbled away from the truck, running down in the embankment that ran beside the road. The boy glanced back over his shoulder, saw Joe wave him on, and then disappeared into the roadside brush. With trembling fingers, Joe opened the glove compartment, digging out his snub-nosed .38, his favorite gun. He rested the cold metal between his lips, past his teeth. He was breathing hard, sucking at the air, and he didn't know if it was the toxin or his nerves working him. He looked for Kendrick again, but he couldn't see him at this angle. Now. Do it now. It seemed that he heard his own voice whispering in his ear. I can win. I can win. I saved my whole fucking squad. I can beat this thing.
Joe sat in the truck feeling alternating waves of heat and cold washing through him. As long as he could stay awake, he heard the voice of old Mrs. Reed, his 6th grade English teacher, saw the faces of little Bob and Eddie Kavner, who'd been standing beside him when the bouncing Betty blew. Then he saw Cassie in her wedding dress, giving him a secret gaze, as if to ask if it was all right before she pledged her final vows at the altar. Then, in the midst of the images, some he didn't recognize. Something red, drifting through a trackless cosmos. Alive, yet not alive. Intelligent, but unaware. He'd been with them all along, those drifting spore strands gravitating toward a blue-green planet with water and soil, filtering through the atmosphere. Rest, home, grow. A crow's mournful caw awakened Joe, but not as much of him as had slipped into sleep. His vision was tinged red. His world, his heart, was red. What remained of Joe knew that it was in him, awakening, using his own mind against him, dazzling him with its visions while it took control of his motor nerves. He wanted to tear, to rend. Not killing, not eating, not yet. There was something more urgent. A new voice he had never heard before. Must bite. Panicked, he gave his hand an urgent command. Pull the trigger. But he couldn't. He'd come this close and couldn't. Too many parts of him no longer wanted to die. The new parts of him only wanted to live, to grow, to spread. Still, Joe struggled against himself, even as he knew struggle was doomed. Little soldier. Must protect little soldier. Must find boy. Kendrick had been running for nearly 10 minutes, never far from stumbling, before pure instinct left him, and his mind woke up again. His stomach hurt from a deep, sudden sob. He had to slow down, because he couldn't see for his tears. Grandpa Joe had been hunched over the steering wheel, eyes open so wide that the effort had changed the way his face looked. Kendrick thought he'd never seen such a hopeless, helpless look on anyone's face. If he had been able to see Mom and Dad from the safe room, that was how they would have looked too. He'd been stupid to think Grandpa Joe could keep him safe. He was an old man who lived in the woods. Kendrick ran, his legs burning and throat scalding. He could see the road above him, but he ran in the embankment like Grandpa Joe had told him, out of sight. For an endless hour, Kendrick ran, despite burning legs and scalded throat, struggling to stay true to the directions Grandpa Joe had given him. South. Stay south. Centralia. National Guard. Devil's Wake. Safe. By the time exhaustion claimed Kendrick, rain clouds had darkened the sky, and he was so tired he had lost any certainty of placing his feet without disaster. The trees, once an explosion of green, had been bleached gray and black. They were a place of trackless, unknowable danger. Every sound and shadow seemed to call to him. Trembling so badly he could hardly move, Kendrick crawled past a wall of ferns into a culvert, clutching the little Remington to his chest. Once he sat, his sadness felt worse, like a blanket over him. He sobbed so hard he could no longer sit up straight, curling himself in a ball on the soft soil. Small leaves and debris pasted themselves to the tears and mucus that covered his face. One sob sounded more like a wail, so loud it startled him. Grandpa Joe had lied. Mom had been dead all along. He'd shot her in the head. He'd said it like it hardly mattered to him. Kendrick heard snapping twigs, and the back of his neck turned ice cold. Footsteps. Running fast. Kendrick's sobs vanished, as if they'd never been. He sat straight up, propping his shotgun across his bent knee, aiming finger ready on the trigger. He saw a small black spider crawling on his trigger wrist, one with a bloated egg sac about to give birth to 100 babies like in Charlotte's Web. But he made no move to bat the spider away. Kendrick sat primed, trying to silence his clotted nose by breathing through his mouth. Waiting. Maybe it was that hitchhiker with the sign, he thought. But it didn't matter who it was. Hide. That was what Grandpa Joe said. The footsteps slowed, although they were so close that Kendrick guessed the intruder couldn't be more than a few feet away. He was no longer running, as if he knew where Kendrick was, as if he'd been close behind him all along, and now that he'd found him, he wasn't in a hurry anymore. "I have a gun! I'll shoot!" Kendrick called out, and this voice was very different than the one he'd used to ask Grandpa Joe for a Coke. Not a little girl's voice this time, or even a boy's. It was a voice that meant what it said. Silence. The movement had stopped. That was when Grandpa Joe said the danger word. Kendrick's finger loosened against the trigger. His limbs gave way, and his body began to shake. The woods melted away, and he remembered wearing this same jacket in the safe room, waiting for Grandpa Joe. There had never been a gunshot from Grandpa Joe's truck. Kendrick had expected to hear the gunshot as soon as he ran off, dreading it. Grandpa Joe always did what needed to be done. Kendrick should have heard a gunshot. "Go back," Kendrick said, although his voice was not so sure this time. He cocked the Remington's hammer just like he'd been taught. Kendrick waited. He tried not to hope, and then hoped fervently that his scare had worked. The instant Kendrick's hope reached its peak, a shadow moved against the ferns above him, closer. "Breakfast," Grandpa Joe's watery voice said again.
After years of collaborating on film and TV pitches and projects, Danger Word was my first prose collaboration with my husband, science fiction writer Stephen Barnes. We later expanded the premise and changed Kendrick's age and gender to 16-year-old Kendra for our YA zombie novels Devil's Wake and Domino Falls. The short film we adapted from this story in 2013, directed by Lucina Fisher, can be viewed at www.dangerword.com.
Removal order. Tiny black dots speckled Naima's white-socked feet as she shuffled across the threadbare carpet in her grandmother's living room. Graham's 4 cats were gone, but the fleas had stayed behind. Naima had learned to ignore the itching, but the sight of so many fleas made her sick to her stomach. The flea problem had seemed small compared to Naima's daily, ever-growing list of responsibilities, but she would not keep her Graham in filth. Shit, Naima said to the empty living room, the fleas, and the slow, steady whistling of Graham's sleep-breathing in the next room. Gray morning light beckoned her. Naima flung the front door open and sat on the stoop, breathing fast to try to beat the nausea, which felt too much like death. Fledgling panic gnawed the rim of her stomach. She could make out the headline of the bright electric pink flyer Bob the groundskeeper had dutifully posted on the community bulletin board across the green belt from Graham's house. Report to the nearest hospital if, and the litany of symptoms. Stomach ache and vomiting were high on the list, beneath persistent headache and double vision. That had been a month ago. Bob was gone, and the hospital's doors were chained. Even the bright flyer was nearly obscured in the gray-brown haze that had settled over her neighborhood like a sepia camera filter. The San Gabriel mountain range that stood a few blocks from Foothill Park was nearly hidden beneath a sheet of brown clouds. Sunlight bled through the sky in a fuzzy ball, but less light than yesterday. So much for Southern California's sunshine. Naima had gotten used to the smell, the eye and sinus irritation, the coughing at bedtime. But she hated the way the smoke had changed the daylight. Each morning, she hoped the day would be a bit clearer and brighter, but the sky was always a little worse than before, like eyesight slowly going dim. But she could manage the flea problem. That she could do. The irony wasn't lost on her. She had only remained because she didn't want to move Graham. Now she would have to move Graham after all, without the help of neighbors, soldiers, or police officers. The infestation was too far gone for insecticides, and she'd already emptied a can, making it harder to breathe in the house. Graham had taught her how hard fleas were to kill, with her menagerie of pets in the house Naima had been raised in since she was 4. Naima had felt like just another of Graham's adopted creatures. The street spread before Naima, with its alien coloring and emptiness, her neighbors' windows dark and sleeping. Most of the driveways were clear, except for a few vandalized cars left behind. The week before, a daytime marauder had come through on a loud motorcycle, raising a racket and tossing clothes into the trees. Kids, she guessed, but she'd stayed out of sight, so she wasn't sure. A long-sleeved shirt and ratty blue jeans still hung from high fronds in the neat row of palm trees in front of the greenbelt. Naima used to walk her neighborhood for exercise, rounding the greenbelt and pool area, the basketball court, the rows of stucco exteriors and carefully matched paint. This day, she scouted for a new home, testing the doorknobs, sniffing the air inside, assessing the space. She had visited them all before. Most had been damaged beyond usefulness by looters. She chose the house on the opposite corner from Graham for its proximity and the bright yellow roses blooming in front, lovely and clueless. Mr. Yamamoto's house. Inside, its Spartan decor had given looters little to muss, although broken glass glittered in the kitchen. But the house had double doors, large enough to push Graham's bed through. The lock was intact. No windows broken. No terrible odors. No carpeting to hide nests of biting fleas. Sanctuary. "Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto," she said. Mr. Yamamoto had offered to drive her and Graham to the high desert in the back of his SUV, though she'd seen relief flicker in his hollowed eyes when she'd refused. He'd had a carload already, with his daughter and grandchildren from Rancho. Instead, he had given her a box of spices, most of them characteristically useless. Every Halloween, he'd handed out clementine oranges instead of candy. Before Graham got sick, she and Mr. Yamamoto had walked their dogs together. Like Graham, he was retired. Like everyone, he had left most of his belongings behind. Graham's old digital wristwatch told her it was 7:30 in the morning. From the dark sky, it could be evening. The day had already wearied her, and the hard part had not yet begun. Graham was asleep. She lay slanted on her side, where Naima had left her at 4 a.m., after her careful, ritualistic patting of pillows to keep her from slumping onto her back. Studying Graham's quiet face, Naima marveled again at how the cancer had stolen the fat from her cheeks, shrinking her grandmother to a smaller husk each day. The usual thought came, is she dead? But no. Graham's chest moved with shallow breaths. In the early days, when cancer was new to them both, she had fretted over every moan, gasped at every imitation of a death mask on Graham's brown-lined face. Graham was nearly 70, but she had never looked like an old woman until the cancer. Her white hair was still full and springy, but now her face looked like she would not last the day, which was how she always looked. But Graham always did last the day, and the next. The bell was on Graham's mattress, though she had not had the strength to ring it in a long time. The hospital-grade bed had cost a fortune, equipped with an inflated mattress that was gentler against Graham's breaking skin. It didn't work as well without its electric pump, but Naima kept it inflated with an old bicycle pump. Not enough, maybe, but it was inflated. The county had shut off the power to the entire area after the evacuation. Naima felt the magnitude of her impending tasks, Should she dress and treat Graham's sores before or after the move? Damnation either way. Later, she decided. She didn't want to face the sores with the move still waiting. The move would irritate Graham's sores with or without a cleaning and dressing first, but maybe after was best. She wished her cell phone worked. Not that there was anyone to call for advice. An internet search would have felt like a miracle. The lack of advice wearied her. As if her loud uncertainty had awakened her, Graham's eyes flew open. Graham's eyes had once been the brightest part of her, though they were milky now. "Baby?" Graham said. Naima stepped closer to the bed. She could smell that the wounds needed cleaning, the dead flesh odor she hated. She slipped her hand over Graham's dry palm. Graham squeezed, but did not hold on. "I'm here, Graham," she said. Graham stared with the same eyes that had probed Naima when she came home late from movies with her first boyfriend, smelling of weed and sex. But this time, the questions were too big and vast for words, with answers neither of them wanted to hear. Naima hadn't let Graham watch the news or listen to the radio in weeks, so Graham didn't know how many others were facing illness. She didn't know the neighbors had left. "We have to move to Mr. Yamamoto's house," Naima said. "Too many fleas here." "The cats?" Graham said. "They're fine," Naima said. That was probably a lie. She had stopped feeding Graham's 4 cats and locked them out after the evacuation, so the cats had left too. She'd cried about it at the time, but at least cats could hunt. "Tango too?" Graham's eyes grew anxious. Maybe Graham had heard the lie in her voice. "Tango's still mean and fat," Naima said. Was that a smile on Graham's face? Graham had asked her to keep a single framed photo displayed on the table beside her bed, snapped the first summer Naima came home from Spelman. The overfed black cat, Tango, was in Graham's lap while Naima hugged Graham from behind in her powder blue college sweatshirt. Naima's best friend, Shanice, had taken the photo. The glowing pride on Graham's face haunted Naima now. Graham's eyes started to flutter shut, but Naima squeezed her hand and they opened again, alert. "I'm going to push you in the bed, Graham," she said. "But it will hurt." "That's okay, baby," Graham said. That was Graham's answer to every piece of bad news. Naima had stockpiled pain pills with help from Shanice, who was an RN, and had raided the meds as soon as she caught wind of how bad things were going to be. Thanks to Shanice, who had moved next door when they were both in the 6th grade, Naima had a box of syringes, hundreds of oxy pills, saline packs for hydration, ointment and dressing for bed sores, bed pads, and enough Ensure to feed an army. But Graham hadn't been able to swallow anything on her own since before the neighbors left, so all Naima could do was crush the pills in warm, sterile water and inject them. Graham's arms looked like a junkie's. The smell was worse when Naima leaned over Graham to inject her crushed pill. Naima's throat locked. How would she clean her and scrape away Graham's dead skin later if she could barely stand the smell now? Graham's eyes were flickering again, ready to close. "Are you hungry?" Naima asked. Graham's lips moved, but she didn't say anything Naima could hear. Naima didn't smell feces, so she would postpone the rest, the changing of the urine-soiled bed pad, the gentle sponge cleaning, the bed sores, the feeding. All of that would wait until they had moved to Mr. Yamamoto's flea-free home. He always had been meticulous, Mr. Yamamoto. Even his roses were still on schedule. "I love you, Graham," Naima said, and kissed her grandmother's forehead. She allowed her lips to linger against the warm, paper-thin skin across the crown of Graham's skull. Graham's breath whistled through her nose. She whistled more now, since the smoke. Luckily, the cancer wasn't in Graham's lungs, so breathing had never been a problem. But breathing would be a problem for both of them soon. It hadn't occurred to Naima to ask Shanice for oxygen. Not back then. She hadn't known the fires were coming. Even the dust masks Naima wore outside had just been in a box left untouched for years in Graham's garage. She wore them until they fell apart. She only had 22 more. When Naima fitted a new dust mask across her grandmother's nose and mouth, Graham didn't even open her eyes. The first scream didn't come until they were well beyond the front door, when Naima had lulled herself into thinking that the move might not be so bad. One of the wheels wandered off the edge of the driveway, rattling Graham's bed. Her scream was strong and hearty. "Sorry," Naima whispered, her mantra. "I'm sorry, Graham." Graham's eyes, closed before, were wide and angry. She glared at Naima, then turned her gaze to the sky. Even with pain lining her face, Naima saw Graham's bewilderment. "It's smoke," she said. "Brush fires." The bewilderment melted away, leaving only the pain. Most of Naima's life with Graham, there had been wildfires every other summer. They both had grown accustomed to the sirens and beating helicopters that were still Naima's daily and nightly music. She heard a far-off helicopter now, and a choppy, angry voice from an indistinct loudspeaker. She braced for popping gunshots, but there were none. Not this time. "Mr. Yamamoto took a trip with his grandchildren, so he said we could use his house," Naima said, trying to distract Graham, but a bump elicited a shriek. "I'm sorry, Graham, I'm sorry." At the edge of the driveway, it occurred to Naima that she could pull the car out of the garage instead. She'd packed the passenger side and trunk solid, but she'd left the back seat empty for Graham, layered with blankets. She could wash, dress, and feed Graham right outside, and then carry her into the car. Would the screams be any worse? What difference would it make if Graham was screaming in Foothill Park or screaming somewhere down the smoky interstate? Naima's tears stung in the smoke. She had to stop to wipe her eyes dry with a section of her thin shirt. When she looked at her clothing, she realized she was only wearing a black tank top and underwear, the clothes she slept in, and white socks. She had so much laundry to do. Graham's shriek melted to a childlike, hopeless sob. Naima gave Graham's hand another squeeze and then carefully, very carefully, pushed the rolling bed across the bumpy asphalt toward the beckoning yellow rose blossoms. "Look, Graham," she said. "Mr. Yamamoto's roses are blooming." Graham coughed a phlegmy cough behind her dusk mask and screamed in pain again. Graham was crying by the time Naima finally brought the bed to rest in its new home beside Mr. Yamamoto's black sofa and artificial palm tree. Naima cursed herself. Why hadn't she found a way to kill the fleas at Graham's house instead? What had possessed her? A fierce headache hammered Naima's temples, bringing paralyzing hopelessness as bad as she'd felt since the 72-hour flu took over the news. Naima remembered how much she had hated riding in the car with Tango when Graham took him to the vet, the way the cat cried so plaintively from his cage, with true terror. And it would be so much worse with Graham on the road, facing whatever might jostle the car outside. So they were both crying, while Naima pulled Graham's bandages away to reveal the black and red angry stink of her wounds, the yawning decay that cratered her back. Naima could nestle a golf ball in the cavern that grew above her grandmother's right buttock. Infection had found the sores, despite Naima's steady cleanings. "Fuck," she said. "Fuck." Her hands were shaking as she debrided the wound in a clumsy imitation of what Shanice had tried to teach her, the cruel, steady scraping of Graham's most tender flesh. And, of course, Graham screamed the whole while. But Naima carried on, despite the lump clogging her throat, despite her smoke-stinging eyes. Then the infected flesh began to disappear. The smell turned more sterile. The ointments began their healing. The bandages sealed the mess from sight. And Graham stopped screaming. stopped whimpering, only moaned here and there to signal she needed a moment to rest, and Naima let her rest whenever she could. Naima retrieved her jug of boiled water, dipped her sponge in it, and gently washed Graham between her legs, water running in streams down the wrinkled crevices of her thighs, washed Graham's downy, thin patch of pubic hair, checked her for signs of skin irritation from urine, and was thankful to find none. That, at least, was going right. Then it was time to feed her. So Naima checked beneath the surgical tape that affixed Graham's gastric tube near her navel. No infection there, either. Nothing out of place. Then she filled a bag with Ensure, hung it from the waiting hook on the bed, and watched the tube fill with nourishment as it crawled toward Graham's stomach. By then, Graham was already sleeping, as if the day had never happened. The smoke seemed to clear from the air. "Thank you, God," Naima said. Mr. Yamamoto had running water and a state-of-the-art grill on the patio. If only she could find food worthy of it. He had cleaned out his kitchen cabinets before he left, she remembered. He hadn't left a mess. No rotting odors from his fridge, no toilets left unflushed, and no fleas. Mr. Yamamoto's house was a vacation. Naima checked on Graham regularly, turning her every 2 hours. She moved her car to Mr. Yamamoto's pristine garage, which looters had overlooked. She even found a flashlight and an empty gas can, which she squeezed into her trunk. She turned and fed Graham again. The sky was dark long before sunset. The coyotes were fooled by the dark skies and the sirens. Just before 5 o'clock, a coyote chorus rose, sharp through the house's walls. There were more coyotes all the time. Maybe some left behind dogs that joined the coyotes, howling their grief. They sang all around her, as if Foothill Park were ringed by wilderness. Naima decided she wasn't afraid. Not yet. Maybe one day. Maybe tomorrow. She sat on the front porch of Mr. Yamamoto's house with a warm beer, her only indulgence, one of her last 6 in an 18-pack she'd found in a neighbor's rec room. She'd rather have weed, but beer still helped her forget what needed forgetting. A little, for a time. Naima stared back at Graham's narrow 2-story townhouse across the street. Their jacaranda tree had showered the driveway with purple buds. Would her tree survive the fires? Would she come back and find beauty in the ruins to show her children one day? She was ready to go back inside when a siren squawked close by, and a police cruiser coasted in front of her, so mud-caked she could barely see its black and white paint. Unnecessarily, the red flasher came on, in a light show against the wall. The man who climbed out of the car was stocky, not much taller than she was, with sun-browned skin and dark hair. She was glad when she saw his town police uniform, which seemed friendlier than a soldier's. He looked about her age, as young as 21. She had seen him before, perhaps during the evacuation. Like most cops, he wasn't smiling. Sanchez, his name tag read. Yes, he had been here before. She expected him to say something about her sitting outside in her underwear, but he didn't seem to notice. Maybe he saw people half naked on a regular basis. "You cleaning this place up?" he said, incredulous. A week ago, fast food wrappers and debris had covered the grass in the greenbelt, where she and Shanice and their friends had played until they were too old to play outside. She hadn't meant to clean it all, but a little each day had done it. Her therapy. She hadn't risked hurting herself to climb the palm tree to take down the flapping shirt and jeans. But she might one day. Trash still hugged the fence around the pool. She hadn't gotten to that. "I grew up here. I want it to look right." "Don't you have anything better to do?" he said. "My car is packed with everything I need." "Then why are you still here?" She suddenly remembered meeting him before. He had come with a team from the hospital that examined Gram to make sure she only had cancer and not the 72-hour flu. Mr. Yamamoto and other neighbors had reported that Gram had been sick for a long time. This cop might have said his grandmother had raised him, too. Naima couldn't quite remember. Her memories that day had been frozen out from her terror that they would take Gram away. "My grandmother's got cancer," she said. "Remember?" Gunfire crackled east of them. Sometimes the rounds were from soldiers, sometimes random rage. Looters might come tonight. "You have a gun?" he said. The earnestness in his voice made her anxious. "Of course." "What kind?" "A .38? She tried not to say it like a question. It was Gram's Smith & Wesson she bought in her old neighborhood, where Naima's mother had lived and died, a world away. "Ammo." "A box? And what's in the chamber?" She'd fumbled, trying to remember gun terms. "You know how to shoot one?" "Is this a test?" She was sorry as soon as she'd said it. His face deflated. Maybe he thought they'd been having a friendly conversation. "A gun's no good if you can't use it," he said. He ripped an orange page from his pad, stuck it to Mr. Yamamoto's window. Ugly and permanent. "Removal order," it read. 48 hours, he said. "Anyone still here?" "It won't be pretty." "Are they burning Jay next?" she said. The county had divided neighborhoods into lettered sectors. Foothill Park was in Sector J, or so all the notices kept saying. "Yes, anyone in J better be gone in 48. "Is it working?" she said. "Does burning stop it?" "If it lives on things we touch, why not?" he said. "Don't ask me. I pass out stickers." But that wasn't all he did. She noted the handgun strapped around his waist, the semi-automatic slung across his chest. She wondered how many people he had killed. "I listened to the car radio," she said. "People say it's not working." "So we should sit on our asses and do nothing?" "Maybe you could teach me," she said, "how to shoot." He stopped and turned slowly, profile first, as if his body followed against his will. A sneer soured one side of his face, but it was gone by the time he faced her. "Does it look like I have time for private lessons?" "You brought it up." "Are you playing rich princess out here?" he said. "None of the rules are for you." He'd been fooled by the mountains close enough to walk to, and the estates lined up a quarter-mile up the street. He'd been fooled because Bob had made sure everyone kept the detached townhouses military neat, with matching exterior paint. But Foothill Park had been home to some of the county's poorest residents, the few who had dark skin or spoke Spanish at home. She and her friends used to call it Trailer Park, although now she couldn't understand why. "This is my grandmother's house," she said. "She moved into a tiny little 2-bedroom she could barely afford so I could go to school here. I was her second chance to get it right, and she changed my life. Gram bought this house when they were cheaper. She never went to college, but I'm in grad school. When Gram got sick, I took a year off to move back in. Plain old cancer, nothing fancy. Old-fashioned dying takes time. So here I am." He stared at her with pale brown eyes, the color of the house's walls. "Hold on a minute," he said. He went back to his car, ducking out of sight. His sudden absence felt menacing, as if she should run and lock the door rather than waiting. But Naima was not afraid of the cop, though she probably should be. What scared her more was the tasks waiting for her, the tedium and horror of her days. He returned with a plastic shopping bag, heavy from its load. When he gave her the bag, she found 2 packages of whole chicken parts, frozen solid. "Do you have electricity where you live?" she said. He shook his head, a shadow across his brow. "Nah. Bunch of us were sweeping some houses on the hill. Guy up there had a generator and a sub-zero freezer. Food's hard as a rock." The magnitude of the gift suddenly struck her. She had not had meat in a month, except a chunk or two in canned soup. She hoped the man on the hill had given up his food voluntarily, or that he had left long ago. But if he had left, why would his generator still be on? "Thank you," she said. "I'm Naima. What's your name? I mean, your first name?" He ignored her question, just like he ignored her underwear. "Don't ruin it," he said. "I don't have time to cook. I'll be back tomorrow for lunch." After Naima had cleaned and fed Graham in the morning, she grilled chicken on Mr. Yamamoto's patio grill master instead of washing clothes like she'd planned. The chicken had mostly thawed overnight, so she started cooking first thing. She retrieved the spices from Mr. Yamamoto's gift box and rolled the chicken pieces in sage, garlic, and paprika the way Graham had taught her. She spent an hour looking for salt and found it in a hidden, unruined corner of Shanice's kitchen. She'd had a memory of Shanice's mother keeping a box of salt in that exact spot. She could almost hear her friends' laughter. Naima hadn't had much practice on the grill. Meat had disappeared fast, even before the supermarkets shut down, so she hovered over the chicken to be sure she didn't burn it. The patio smelled like a 4th of July cookout. She didn't mind the new smoke. She tested a wing too soon. It was too hot, meat bloody near the bone, but her mouth flooded with saliva at the taste of the spices. Such flavor! She wanted to eat the food half raw, but she waited, turning carefully, always turning, never letting the skin burn black. At noon, the universal lunchtime, he still had not arrived. Naima's stomach growled as she turned Graham from the left side to the right, pulling her higher in the bed beneath her armpits, supporting her against the pillows. Graham moaned, but did not scream. Naima changed the bag for Graham's feeding tube and kissed her forehead. "I love you, Graham," she said, but Graham was already sleeping. By 1 o'clock, Naima stopped waiting for the cop. She ate 3 pieces of the chicken, a thigh, a leg, and a wing, sure to leave plenty in case he brought friends. He came alone at 3:15, coasting up to her curb in the same filthy cruiser. In brighter daylight, earlier in the day, his face looked smudged across his forehead and cheeks. He might not be bathing. All of him smelled like smoke. "The chicken's ready," she said. "Jay gets burned in 24, he said, as if in greeting. His voice was hoarse. "You understand that, right?" "I'll fix your plate," she said. They ate at Mr. Yamamoto's cedar patio table beside the grill. Naima offered him one of her precious beers, but he shrugged and shook his head. She had found paper plates in the kitchen, but they ate with their fingers. It might have been the best chicken she'd ever cooked. She had another leg, stretching her bloated stomach. They studied their food while they ate, licking their fingers, even though all the new protocols said never to put your fingers in your mouth. She hoped it wouldn't be too long before she would have chicken again. "What's going on out there?" she said. "Bad," he said mournfully. "All bad." She knew she should ask more, but she didn't want to ruin their meal. The question changed his mood. He wiped his fingers across his slacks, standing up. She wondered if he would try to make a sexual advance, but that thought felt silly as she watched him stride toward the glass patio door to the house. She was nearly invisible to him. "Be right back," he said. "Bathroom's the first left." She decided she would explain herself to him, present her case, how a jostling car would torture Graham, how anyone could see the dying old woman only needed a little more time. A gunshot exploded inside the house. Naima leaped to her feet so quickly that her knee banged against the table's edge. Looters! Had looters invaded the house and confronted the cop? Her own gun was far from reach, hidden beneath the cushion on Mr. Yamamoto's sofa where she'd slept. Her heart's thrashing dizzied her. The glass patio door slid open again, and Sanchez slipped out and closed it behind him again. He did not look at her. He went to the grill to pick over the remaining chicken pieces. "What happened?" Naima said. Sanchez's shoulders dropped with a sigh. He looked at her. His eyes said, "You know." Naima took a running step toward the house, but her knee pulsed with pain. Instead, she plopped down hard on the bench. She held the edge of the table to keep her balance when the bench teetered, nearly falling. Sanchez sat on the other side of the bench, riding it beneath his weight. He planted both elbows on the table, stripping meat from the bones with his teeth. The smell of his sweaty days, the smell of the smoky sky and the cooking bird, the smell of Graham's hair on hers from Graham's hairbrush made Naima feel sick. Her food tried to flee her stomach, but she locked her throat. Her grasping fingers shook against the picnic table's rough wood. She could not breathe this thick, terrible air. "It'll be dark soon, so it's best to get on the road," Sanchez said. "The 210's pretty clear going east. Then you'll want to go north. They say the 5 is still passable for now. You don't want to be anywhere near here tomorrow." She wanted to float away from his voice, but every word captivated her. "Where?" she whispered. "Anywhere but San Francisco. My family headed to Santa Cruz. I'll be going up there too when all this is done." He reached into his back pocket and laid a smudged index card on the table, folded in half. She didn't touch it, but she saw a shadowed Santa Cruz address in careful script. Then he ate in silence while Naima sat beside him, her face and eyes afire with tears of rage and helplessness. "Where's your car keys?" he said. "In the car," she whispered past her stinging throat. "You need anything in the house?" The question confused her. "Which house?" "My backpack," she said. "Your gun in there too?" She shook her head. "Then where is it?" She told him. "I'll go get it," he said. "Thanks for the chicken. Real good job. I'll get your stuff. Just go around and wait in front of the house. Then I'll open the garage, and you can get in your car and drive away. 1, 2, 3. It's done." His voice was gentle, almost playful. Naima was amazed when she realized she did not want to hurt Sanchez, did not want to lunge at him or claw at his eyes. The index card on the table fluttered in a breeze. The air was so filled with smoke, she could almost see the wind. "No," she said. "Just go, please." Any sadness in his eyes might have been an illusion, gone fast. He left her without a word, without hesitation. He had never planned to stay long. When he left, Naima ripped up the index card into 8 pieces. Then, panicked at having nowhere to go, she collected the pieces and shoved them into her back pocket. When a coyote howled, setting off the chorus, she heard the ghost of Graham's screams. A sob emerged, and Naima howled with the coyotes and lost dogs and sirens. Then she stopped. She thought she'd heard a cat's mew. A scrabbling came, and a black cat bounded over the wooden patio fence. The cat had lost weight, so she would not have recognized Tango except for the V of white fur across his chest. The sight of Tango made her scratch her arm's old flea bites. Maybe it was a sign. Maybe Tango was a message from Graham. Tango jumped on the patio table, rubbing his butt near her face as he sniffed at the chicken bones. Naima cleared the bones away. Chicken bones weren't good for pets, Graham always said. Instead, Naima grabbed a chicken thigh from the grill and tossed it to the patio floor. Tango poked at it hungrily, retreated from the heat, mewed angrily, poked again. "Hey, baby." Naima said in Graham's voice, scratching Tango behind his ears. He purred loudly. Naima stroked Tango for a long time while he ate. Slowly her thoughts cleared. Naima went into the house, took a blanket from the sofa, and draped it over Graham in her bed. Naima kept her face turned away, so she did not see any blood, although she smelled it. She wanted to say goodbye, but she had been saying goodbye for weeks, months, really. She would have the rest of her life, however long or short that would be, to say goodbye to Graham. Instead, Naima gathered the remaining chicken, her gun, and her backpack. She didn't need the meds now, but they were in the car. They would be valuable later. She also had endless cans of Ensure, which would soon be her only food. Tango followed Naima to her car. She left the back door open for him while she packed the last of her things. If Tango jumped in, fine. If he didn't, fine. Tango jumped into the car. She closed the door behind him. As she pulled out of the driveway, she took one last drive around the greenbelt, although she purposely did not look at Graham's house and the jacaranda tree. The pool's blue waters were as placid as they'd been when she and Shanice lived in chlorine all summer, with Bob yelling at them to keep the noise down. She noticed a flat basketball at the edge of the court. The shirt and jeans still flapped in the tree. Tango did not like the car. Naima had not finished rounding the green belt before he began complaining, a high-pitched and desperate mew that sounded too much like crying. When he jumped to the large cooler on the front seat, she knew she'd made a mistake. Naima stopped the car. She opened her door. Tango bounded across her lap to get out of the car, running free. He stopped when he was clear of her and stared back from his familiar kingdom of grass, the only home he wanted to know. He groomed his paw. Tango was Naima's last sight in her rearview mirror before she drove away. Her old life receded, tiny as a flea.
Removal Order is the first of 3 linked Naima stories I wrote for an apocalypse trilogy edited by John Joseph Adams and Hugh Howey. The End is Nigh, The End is Now, and The End Has Come. The caretaking imagery in the story comes from the experience of watching my late mother, Patricia Stevens Dew, suffer the effects of bed sores late in her life. The horror of losing a loved one feels as terrible as watching the world fall apart.
Herd immunity. A man was far ahead of her on the road, walking and breathing. So far, so good. That he was a man, Naima was certain. His silhouette against the horizon of the rising roadway showed his masculine height and the shadow of an unkempt beard. He pulled his belongings behind him in an overnight suitcase like a business traveler. Maybe she trusted him on sight because of the unmistakable shape of a guitar case slung across his back. She'd always had a thing for musicians. "Hey!" she screamed, startling herself with her bald desperation. He paused, his steady legs falling still. He might have turned around. She couldn't quite make out his movements in the quarter-mile or more that separated them. The two of them, alone, were surrounded on either side by the golden ocean of Central California farmland, unharvested and unplowed, no trees or shade in sight as the road snaked up the hillside. His attention gave her pause. She hadn't seen anyone walking in so long that she'd forgotten the plan that had kept her alive the past 9 months. Hide, observe, assess. But fuck it. She waved and called again, so he would be certain she wasn't a mirage in the heat. "Hey!" she screamed more hoarsely. She tried to run toward him, but her legs only lurched a stagger on the sharp grade. She was dizzy from heat and modulated hunger. The sky dimmed above her, So she stopped her pathetic chase and braced her palms against her knees to calm the cannon bursts from her heart. The world grew bright again. He walked on. She watched him shrink until the horizon swallowed him. She remembered a time when terrifying loneliness would have made her cry. Instead, she began following him at the pace her body had grown accustomed to. He didn't seem afraid of her. That was something. He hadn't quickened. He was tired and slow, like her. If she was patient, she would catch up to him. Naima hadn't planned to stay on State Road 46 toward Lost Hills. She had wanted to follow the last highway sign, one of the few conveniences still in perfect working order, toward a town just 10 miles east. But she decided to follow the man instead. Just for a while, she'd told herself. Not so far that she'd run too low on water or go hungry. Naima followed him for 3 days. She wasted no energy or hope checking the scattered vehicles parked at odd angles for fuel or food, although most still had their keys. She was far too late for that party. Cars were shelter, handy when it rained, or when it was dark and mountain lions got brave, their eyes glowing white in her flashlight beam. Bad, bad kitty, she always said. The cars on SR 46 weren't battered and broken like the ones in Bakersfield, witnesses to riots or robberies. For a time, carjacking had been the national hobby. She'd jacked a car herself, trying to get out of that hellhole. With a sprained ankle and a small mob chasing her, she'd needed the ride more than the acne-scarred drunk sleeping at the wheel. On the 46, the pristine cars had come to rest, their colors muted by a thin veil of burial dust. Naima missed her red Schwinn, but she'd hit a rock the day before she'd seen the man on the road. The demon's stone appeared in her path and knocked her bicycle down an embankment. She'd been lucky only to bump her elbow hard enough to make her yell. But her bike? Gone. Crumpled beyond salvage. Naima didn't allow herself to miss much, but damn. And this man, her new day job, meant she didn't have time to peel off to look for tucked-away farmhouses and their goodies. Too risky. She might lose him. Instead, Naima walked on, following her ghost. She imagined how they would talk, testify, teach what little they knew, start something. Maybe he could at least tell her why he was on the 46, what radio broadcast or quest had beckoned. She hadn't heard anything except hissing on radios in 3 months. She didn't mind walking a long distance if she might arrive somewhere eventually. Each morning she woke from her resting place, the crook of a tree, an abandoned car that wasn't a tomb, in the cranny beneath the inexplicably locked cab of an empty 18-wheeler parked 10 yards off the road like a beached whale, and wondered if the man had gone too far ahead, if he'd walked the whole night just to shake her, if he'd found a car that had sung him a love song when he caressed her and turned the key. But each day she saw signs that he was not lost. He was still walking ahead, somewhere just out of sight. Any evidence of him dampened her palms. He left a trail of candy wrappers, chocolate bars mostly, always the minis. Snickers, Twix, Almond Joy, her favorite. That wrapper made her stomach shout at the sight. Her own meals were similarly monotonous, but not nearly as colorful. Handfuls of primate feed she'd found overlooked at a vet's office outside Bakersfield. Her backpack was stuffed with the round brown nuggets. Monkey balls, she called them. They didn't taste like much, but they opened up her time for walking and weren't nearly as heavy as cans. On the third morning, when the horizon again stretched empty and sinking dread bubbled in her stomach, the road greeted her with a package of Twizzlers, 6 unruined sticks still inside. The Twizzlers seemed fresh. She could feel his fingertips on the wrapper. The candy was warm to her tongue from the sun, so good it brought happy tears. She stood still as long as she dared, while the sweetness flooded her dry mouth, coated her throat. Feeling anything was a novelty. She cried easily over small pleasures, a liquid orange sunset, the wild horses she'd seen roaming a field, freed to their original destiny. She wondered if he had left her the Twizzlers in a survivor's courtship rite, until she found a half-eaten rope of the red candy discarded a few steps away. A red vines man, then. She could live with that. They would work it out. By noon on Twizzler's Day, she saw him again, a long shadow stretching only half a mile ahead of her. Time was, she could have jogged to catch up to him easily, but the idea of hurry made her want to vomit. Her stomach wasn't as happy with the candy feast as the rest of her. So she walked. He passed a large wooden sign, not quite a billboard but big, and when she followed behind him, she read the happy script. County Line Road Fair, June 1st through 30th, 2 miles. Beneath that, cartoon renderings of pigs with blue ribbons, a hot dog grinning in his bun, and a Ferris wheel. A dull fucking name for a fair, she thought. Or a road, for that matter. She vowed that when the renaming of things began, she and the man on the road would do better. The Fair of Ultimate Rainbows on Ultimate Rainbow Road. A name worthy of the sign's colors. She was nearly close enough to touch the sign before she made out the papers tacked on the right side. 3 age-faded, identical handbills in a vertical line. Rescue Center. Stamped with a Red Cross insignia. Red crap, red death, red loss. Naima fought dueling urges to laugh and scream. Her legs nearly buckled in rebellion. The sun felt 10 degrees hotter, sizzling her neck. "You have got to be goddamn kidding," she said. The man on the road could not hear her. She cupped her hands to her mouth. "Do you still believe there's a wizard, too?" Moron. But she kept the last word silent. She shouldn't be rude. They needed to get along. He didn't stop walking, but he gave her a grumpy old man wave over his shoulder. Finally, communication. Candor was the greatest courtesy in the land of the 72-hour flu, so she told him the truth. "They're just big petri dishes, you know. Best way to get sick is in evac camps. I mean. Sorry to bear bad news, but there's no rescue center here." 9 months ago, she would have believed in that sign. She'd believed in her share. Back when the best minds preached hope for a vaccine that would help communities avoid getting sick with precautions. She'd heard the term on the CDC and WHO press conferences. Herd immunity. As it turned out, the vaccine was a fable, and herd immunity was an oxymoron. Only NIs were left now, naturally immune. The only people she'd seen since June were other NIs floating through the rubble, shy about contact for fear of the attacks of rage and mass insanity. Naima had escaped Bakersfield, where anyone walking with pep was a traitor to the human experience. Naima had seen radiant satisfaction on the face of an axe-wielding old woman who, with her last gasps of breath, had split open the skull of the NI nurse, offering her a sip of water. No good deed, as they say. This man was the first NI she'd met on the road in the 3 months since. The formerly populated areas would be quieter now. That was the thing about the 72-hour flu. It settled disputes quickly. The buzzards were building new kingdoms in the cities. Their day come at last. "The dead can't rescue the living," Naima shouted up the godless road. Her new friend kept walking. No matter. He would be stopping in 2 miles anyway. She could smell the fare already. She thought maybe, just maybe, not enough to speed her heart, but enough to make her eyes go sharp, when the rows of neatly parked cars appeared on the west side of the road. A makeshift parking lot, with rows designated in letter number pairs on new cedar poles, A1 through M20. Because of the daylight's furious glare across the chrome and glass, the cars seemed to glitter like fairy tale carriages. It was the most order Naima had seen in months. Then she saw the dust across their windows. Everywhere she went, too late for the party, even at the fair. Buzzards and crows sat atop the County Line Road Fair free parking banner, bright white and red, that hung across the gravel driveway from SR 46. The Ferris wheel stood frozen beyond, marking where the fair began, but it was so small it seemed sickly. The cartoon had been so much grander. Everything about the sign had been a lie. The sound of mournful guitar came, picking, not strumming. She had never heard the melody before, but she knew the song well. The 72-Hour Blues. In the parking lot, she glanced through enough rear windows to start smiling. The Corolla had a backpack in plain sight. A few had keys in their ignitions. One was bound to have gas. This was a car lot Christmas sale. The cars on the road were from the people who'd given up on driving and left nothing behind. These cars were satisfied at their destination, although their drivers had left unfinished business inside. A few cars with windows cracked open stank of dead pets. She saw a large dog's white fur carpeting the back seat floor of a Ford Explorer. A child's baseball cap near the fur made her think of a pudgy-cheeked boy giving his dog a last hug before his parents hurried him away. The cars screamed stories. She saw her own face in the window, hooded, brown face sun-darkened by 2 shades, jaw thin, showing too much bone. "You gotta eat, girl," Graham would say. Naima blinked and looked away from the stranger in the glass. Tears. Damn, damn, damn. Naima dug her fingernails into her palm, hard. She drew blood. The cars went silent. The guitar player could claim he'd found the treasure first, but there was enough to share. She had a .38 if he needed convincing, but she hoped it wouldn't come to that. Even the idea of her .38 made her feel sullied. She didn't want to hurt him. She didn't want him to try to hurt her. She wanted the opposite. Someone to keep watch while she slept, to help her find food, to keep her warm. She couldn't remember the last time she'd wanted anything so badly. The music soothed the graveyard in the parking lot. The guitarist might be the best musician she would ever know. Just enough sour, not too much sweet. He was playing a song her grandmother might have hummed, but had forgotten to teach her. Dear Old Testament God of Noah, please don't let him be another asshole. He was out of sight again, so she followed the music through the remains of the fair. The Ferris wheel wasn't the only no-frills part of the County Line Road Fair, which had been named right after all. She counted fewer than a dozen rides. The anemic Ferris wheel was the belle of the ball. The rest was 2 kiddie fake pony rides she might have found at a good-sized shopping mall. A merry-go-round with mermaids among the horses. That one actually wasn't too bad. A spinner ride in cars for 4 she'd always hated because she got crushed from centrifugal force. And a haunted castle with empty cars waiting to slip into the mouth of hellfire. A giant with a molten face guarded the castle's door, draped in black rags. Even now, the haunted castle scared her. As she passed it, she spat into one of the waiting cars. Crows scattered as she walked. This fair was organized like all small fairs. A row of games on one side, food vendors on the other. Birds and scavengers had picked over the empty paper popcorn cups and foil hot dog wrappers, but only a few of the vendors had locked their booths tight with aluminum panels. A large deep fryer stood in plain sight at Joe's Beef Franks as she passed. Nothing but an open doorway between them, so she was free to explore. Cabinets, trash, counters, so many possibilities. Now her heartbeat did speed up. With a car and enough essential items, she could think about a future somewhere. The guitar seemed to agree, picking up tempo and passion. The music reminded her that she didn't have to be alone in her getaway car. Words were nearly useless now, so she didn't speak right away when she found his camp alongside the elephant ear vendor's booth. He had laid out a sleeping bag in the shade of the awning, promising tasty treats, his back supported against the booth. She stood across the fairway by the ring toss and took him in. First surprise, he was wearing a dust mask. A summer look for the fall. Ridiculous. The mask was particularly disappointing because it was already hard to make out his face beneath his hair and the dirt. He had light brown skin, she guessed, a dark tangle of thinly textured hair, a half-fed build to match hers. He looked nearly a foot taller, so he would have an advantage if they had to fight. Naima slipped her hand to the compartment in her backpack she kept in easy reach. She took hold of the gun slowly, but she didn't pull it out.
"Guitar's mine to keep, and nothing else is worth taking," he said. His voice was gravel. "Grab your pick of whatever you find here and move on."
"You think I followed you 3 days to rob you?"
"I don't try to guess why."
Naima shook off her light jacket's hood. She'd shaved her head in Bakersfield so she wouldn't be such an obvious rape target. Most of her hair was close to her scalp, but she had a woman's face. She imagined his eyes flickering, just a flash. "I'm Naima," she said. He concentrated on his guitar strings.
"Keep your distance."
"You're immune." Dummy. She didn't call him names, but it dripped in her voice. He stopped playing.
"Who says?"
"You do," she said, "because you're still breathing." He went back to playing, uninterested. "Let me guess," she said. "Everyone in your family got sick and died, including people you saw every day, but you never got even a tummy ache."
"I was careful."
"You think you're still alive because you're smarter than the rest?"
"I didn't say that."
He sounded angry.
"But I was very careful."
"No touching? No breathing?"
"Yes. Even learned how to play with these on."
He held up his right hand. She hadn't seen his thin, dirty gloves at first glance. "Your fingertips never brushed a countertop or a window pane or a slip of paper?"
"Doing my best."
"You never once got unlucky?"
"Until now, I guess," he said.
"Bullshit," she said. Now she felt angry. More hurt, but angry too. She hadn't realized any stranger still held the power to hurt her feelings, or that any feelings were still so raw. "You're living scared. You're like one of those Japanese soldiers in World War II who didn't know the war was over."
"You think it's all over in less than a year?"
"Might as well be. Look how fast the UK went down." His eyes dropped away. Plenty had happened since, but London had been the first proof that China's 72-hour virus was waging a world war instead of only a genocide. Cases hadn't appeared in the U.S. until a full 2 days after London burned. Those last 2 days of worry over the problems that seemed far away, people that were none of their business. The televisions had still been working, so they had all heard the news unfolding. An entire tribe at the fire just before the rains.
What have you seen? Finally, he wasn't trying to push her away. I can only report on Southern and Central California. Almost everybody's gone. The rest of us, we're spread out. You're the only breather I've seen in 2 months. That's why it's time for us to stop hiding and start finding each other. Us, he repeated, hitched brow, incredulous. And eyes, she said. Naturally immunes. 1 in 10,000, but that's a guess. Jesus. A worthy response, but Naima didn't like the hard turn of his voice. Yes. She realized she didn't sound sad enough. He might not understand how sadness made her legs collapse, made it hard to breathe. She tried harder. It's terrible. Not that you... He sang the rest. Welcome, one and all, to the new super race. Sung as mockery, especially in his soulful, road-toughened tenor, hurt more than a physical blow. Naima's anger roiled from the memory of rivulets of poisoned saliva running down her cheeks from hateful strangers making a last wish. They spit in my face whenever they could. They tried to take me with them, yet here I stand. You can stop being a slave to that filthy paper you're wearing, giving yourself rashes. We're immune. Congratulations. Swell, he said. I don't suppose you can back any of that up with lab tests, studies. We will one day, she said. But so far it's you and me and some cop I saw hightailing out of Bakersfield who should not have still been breathing. Believe me when I tell you, this bad boy virus takes everybody eventually, except eyes. What if I just left a bunker, a treehouse, a cave? Wouldn't matter. You've been out now, something you touched. It lives on glass for 30 days, maybe 45. That was what the lab people in China said when they finally started talking. Immunity. That's not a theory. There were always people who didn't get it when they should have dropped. Doctors, old people. People who were careful, he said. This isn't survival of the smartest, she said. It's dumb luck. In our genes. So basically, Madame Curie, he said, drawing out his words, you don't know shit. Arrogant, rude, condescending. He was a disappointment after 3 days' walk, no question about it. But that was to be expected, Naima reminded herself. She went on patiently. The next one we find, we'll ask what they know. That's how we'll learn. Get a handle on the numbers, start with villages again. I like the Central Valley. Good farmland. We just have to be sure of a steady water supply. It was a relief to let her thoughts out for air. He laughed. Whoa, sister. Don't start picking out real estate. You and me ain't a village. I'll shoot you if you come within 20 yards. So, he was armed. Of course. His gun didn't show, but she couldn't see his left hand, suddenly hidden beneath a fold in his sleeping bag. He had been waiting for her. Oh, she said. This again. Yeah, this, he said. This is called common sense. Go on about your business. You can spend the night here, but I want you gone by morning. This is mine. Rescue's coming? He coughed a shallow, thirsty cough, not the rattling cough of the plague. I'm not here for rescue. Didn't know a thing about that. I have water, she said. I bet there's more in the vendor booths. Let him remember what it felt like to be fussed over. Let him see caring in her eyes. His chuckle turned into another cough. Yeah, no thanks. Got my own. If you didn't come here to get rescued, then why? Jonesing for hot dog buns?
He moved his left hand away from his gun and back to his guitar strings. He blinked.
My family used to come, he said. Compete in 4-H, eat fried dough till we puked, ride those cheap-ass rides. This area is real close-knit, so you'd see everybody like a backyard party. That's all I wanted, to be somewhere I knew, somewhere I would remember.
The wind shifted. Could be worse, but the dead were in the breeze. Smells like their plan didn't work out, Naima said.
Unless it did.
He shrugged.
You need to leave me alone now.
Coming as it did at the end of the living portrait he'd just painted, the theft of his company burned a hole in her. She needed him already. Father, son, brother, lover, she didn't care which. She didn't want to be without him. Couldn't be without him, maybe. His silence turned the fairgrounds gloomy again. This smell was the reason she preferred the open road for now. "At least tell me your name," she said. Her voice quavered. But he only played his fantasy of bright, spinning lights. With only 2 hours left before dark, Naima remembered her situation. She was down to her last 2 bottles of water, so there was that. She noted every hose and spigot, mapping the grounds in her mind. Even with the water turned off, sometimes the reserves weren't dry. Naima went to search for a car first, since that would decide what else she needed. She didn't break into cars with locked doors during her first sweep. She decided she would only break a window if she saw a key. Glass was unpredictable, and her life was too fragile for everyday infections. The first vehicle she found with keys, the first engine she heard turn, had less than 1/8 of a tank, not enough. Then she saw the PT Cruiser parked at B7. Berry purple. The cream-colored one she'd driven in college at Spelman had been reincarnated in her favorite color, calling to her. Unlocked door, no stench inside. Half a bottle of water waiting in the beverage cup, nearly hot as steam from the sun. No keys in the ignition, but they were tucked in the passenger visor, ready to be found. The engine choked complaints about long neglect, but finally hummed to life. And the gas tank, except by a hair, was full. Naima felt so dizzy with relief that she sank into the car's bucket seat and closed her eyes. She thanked the man on the road and his music in the sky. She could pack a working car with enough supplies for a month or more. With so much gas, she would easily make it to the closest town. She would stake out the periphery, find an old farmhouse in the new quiet, clean up its mess, rest with a proper roof. Naima's breath caught in her throat like a stone. Her first miracle in the new world. The rest of her searching took on a leisurely pace, 1 step ahead of the setting sun. Naima avoided the guitar player while she scouted, honoring his perimeter. She drove from the parking lot to the fairway, her slow-moving wheels chewing the gravel. Her driver's seat was a starship captain's throne. Weather and dust were no match for the colors at the County Line Road Fair. Painted clowns and polar bears and ringmasters in top hats shouted red, blue, and yellow from wildly named booths promising sweet, salty, and cold. In the colors and the guitar music, ghostly faces emerged, captured at play. The fairground teemed with children. Naima heard their carefree abandon. For an instant, she let in the children's voices, until her throat burned. The sky seemed ready to fall. She held her breath until her lungs forced her to suck in the air, to breathe in that smell she hated. The false memory was gone. As she'd expected, airtight packages of hot dog buns looked fresh enough to last for millennia. She found boxes of protein bars in a vendor's cabinet, and a sack of unshelled peanuts so large she had to carry it over her back like a child. She stuffed the PT Cruiser with a growing bounty of clean blankets, an unopened 24-pack of water bottles, and her food stash. Even a large purple stuffed elephant, just because she could. The PT Cruiser, her womb on wheels, cast a fresh light on the world. But there was the question of the passenger seat, still empty. The maybe, might part was making her too anxious to enjoy her fare prizes. Then Naima saw the stenciled sign, Rescue Center. The arrow pointed away from the vendors' booths toward the farm world side of the fair, with its phantom petting zoo and pony rides in dull earth tones. Really more an alleyway than a world. On the other end, a long wood plank horse stall like one she had seen at the Kentucky Derby stood behind an empty corral, doors firmly shut. Naima climbed out of her PT Cruiser, pocketing her precious keys. She followed the dried tracks of man and beast side by side, walking on crushed hay. On the farm world side, she could barely make out the sounds of the guitar. She felt like she had, as a kid, swimming in the ocean, testing a greater distance from shore. He might stop playing and disappear. It seemed more and more likely that she had only dreamed him. But she had to see the rescue center. Like the driver from the PT Cruiser who had left her water bottle half full, she followed the sign. In her imagination, Naima melted into scuffling feet, complaining children, muffled sobs. The signs were posted on neatly spaced posts, each sign helpful and profound. Families should remain together. Your calm helps others stay calm. Smile. Remove your mask. The smell worsened with each step toward the looming structure. In front of the closed double doors stood 2 8-foot folding tables, somewhat rusted now. Sun-faded pages flapped from a clipboard. Naima glanced at a page of dull bureaucracy. Handwritten names and addresses, Gerald Hilbrandt, party of 4. As she'd guessed, a few hundred people had come. Shoes. Naima's eyes followed the next sign to the southwest corner of the stall, where she found rows of shoes neatly paired against the wall. Mama Bear, Papa Bear, Baby Bear, all side by side, cheerfully surrendered. Naima, who wore through shoes quickly, felt a strange combination of exhilaration and sorrow at the sight of the shoes on merry display. Entrance. The next sign pointed around the corner, away from the registration table and cache of shoes. The entrance to the intake center had been in the rear, not the front. The rear double barn doors were closed, but they also had tables on either side, each with a large opaque beverage dispenser, half filled with a dark liquid that could be iced tea. A refreshments table, she thought, until she saw the signs. Make sure everyone in your party takes a full cup. Parents, watch your children drink before drinking yourself. Make sure cups are emptied before entering. Trash here, please. Beneath the last sign, a large garbage can halfway filled with crumpled plastic cups. Naima stared. Some cups were marked with lipstick. Several, actually. Had they come to the rescue center wearing their Sunday best? Had they dressed up to meet their maker? The smell, strongest here, was not fresh. It was the smell of older, dry death. The door waited, locked perhaps, but Naima did not want to go inside. Naima laid her palm across the building's warm wooden wall, a communion with whoever had left her the PT Cruiser. And the shoes she would choose. What visionary had brought them here in this humane way? Had they known what was waiting? Her questions filled her with acid grief. She was startled by her longing to be with them, calm and resting. Just in time, she heard the music. Look what I found, she said, and held up the sign for him to see.
Can't read that from here.
I can come closer.
Wouldn't do that.
So nothing had changed. She sighed. It says, "Smile, remove your mask." He laughed. She already loved the sound. And then the second miracle. He tugged his mask down to his chin.
Hell, since it's on the sign.
He pointed a finger of judgment at her.
You stay way over there, I'll keep it off.
His voice was clearer. It was almost too dark to see him now, but she guessed he couldn't be older than 50, perhaps as young as 40. He was young enough. She wasn't close enough to see his eyes, but she imagined they were kind.
I'm Kyle,
he said. She grinned so widely that she might have blinded him.
Easy there, sister, he said. That's all you get, my name. And a little guitar if you can be a quiet audience. Like I said, you're moving on.
Some of the other cars have gas, but this one has a full tank.
Good for you,
he said, not unkindly. You'll die here if you're afraid to touch anything.
My cross to bear.
How will you ever know you're immune? She said. He only shrugged.
I expect it'll become clear.
But I won't be here. I don't know where I'll be. We have to... She almost said, we have to fight back and make babies and see if they can survive. Stay together. Help protect each other. We're herd animals, not solitary. We always have been. We need each other. Too much to comprehend lay in his silence.
All you need is a full tank of gas, he said at last. All I need is my guitar. Nothing personal. But ever hear of Typhoid Mary?
Yes, of course she had heard of Typhoid Mary, had lived under the terror of her legacy. In high school, she'd learned that the poor woman died in isolation after 30 years, with no one allowed close to her. Naima had decided long ago not to live in fear. We have immunity, she said. I won't get you sick.
That's a beautiful idea.
His voice softened practically to a song.
You'll be the one who got away, Naima.
She couldn't remember the last time anyone had called her by name, and he'd pronounced it as if he'd known her all her life, not to mention how the word beautiful cascaded up and down her spine. While her hormones raged, she loved him more with each breath. Naima was tempted to jump into her PT Cruiser and drive away then, the way she had learned to flee all hopeless scenarios. Instead, she pulled her car within 15 yards of him and reclined in the driver's seat with her door open, watching him play until he stopped. The car's clock said it was midnight when he finally slept. Hours had melted in his music. She couldn't sleep, feverish with the thought of losing him. At first, she only climbed out of the car to stretch her limbs. She took a tentative step toward him, then another. Soon she was standing over him while he slept. She took in his bright guitar strap, woven from a pattern that looked Native American, the wiry hairs on his dark beard where they grew thick to protect his pink lips. The moonlight didn't show a single gray hair. He could be strong, with better feeding. Beneath his dusty camo jacket, he wore a Pink Floyd concert shirt. He could play her all of the old songs, and she could teach him music he didn't know. The moonlight cradled his curls across his forehead, gleamed on his exposed nose. He was altogether magnificent. Naima was sure he would wake when she knelt beside him, but he was a strong sleeper. His chest rose and fell, even as she leaned over him. Was the stone rolling across her chest only her heartbeat? Her palms itched, hot. She was 17 again, unexpectedly alone in a corner with Darren Stevens at her best friend's house party, so aware of every prickling pore where they touched. And when he'd bent close, she'd thought he was going to whisper something in her ear over the noise of the world's last dance. His breath blew across her lips, sweet with beer. Then his lips grazed hers, lightning strikes down her spine, and the softness. Kyle slept on as Naima pressed her lips to his. Was he awake? Had his lips yielded to her? It seemed so much like Kyle was kissing her too, but his eyes were still closed, his breathing uninterrupted, even as she pulled away. She crept back to her PT Cruiser, giddy as a 12-year-old. Oh, but he would be furious. The idea of his anger made her giggle. She dozed to sleep, thinking of the gift of liberation she had given Kyle. Freedom from masks, freedom from fear, freedom to live his life with her, to build their village. By dawn, Naima woke to the sound of his retching. She thought she'd dreamed the sound at first, tried to will herself to stay in her happy dream of singing Kumbaya with well-groomed strangers in the horse stalls, hand in hand. But she opened her eyes and saw the guitar player hunched away from her. He had pushed his guitar aside. She heard the splatter of his vomit. Nausea came first. Nausea came fast. Shit, she thought. Her mind was a vast white prairie, emptied, save that one word. She remembered his laughter, realized she would never hear him laugh again now. "I'm sorry," she said. "I thought for sure you were like me, and I..." She wished her voice had sounded sadder, but she didn't know how. She wanted to explain that he might have contracted the virus somewhere else in the past 24 hours, not necessarily from her. But despite the odds and statistics on her side, even she didn't believe that. "It's only a mistake if you don't learn from it," Graham would say. Naima clamped her fingernails into both palms. Her wrist tendons popped out from the effort. Hot pain. The numbness that had thawed with his music and 4-H stories crept over her again, calcified. The man didn't turn to look at her as she stood over him and picked through his things. His luggage carrier held 6 water bottles and a mountain of candy bars. The necessities. She left him his candy and water. His 9mm had no ammo, but she took it. She left his guitar, although she took the strap to remember him by. She might take up guitar herself one day. The man gagged and vomited again. Most people choked to death by the 3rd day. "I'm leaving now," she said, and knelt behind him. She searched for something to say that might matter to him. "Kyle, I found that rescue center over in Farm World, and it looks nice. Somebody really thought the whole thing through. You were right to come here. Where I grew up, they just burned everything." Even now she craved his voice, wanted so badly for him to hear her, to affirm her, to learn her grandmother's name and say, "Yes, she was. Yes, you were. Yes, you are." The man did not answer or turn her way. Like the others before him, he was consumed with his illness. Just as well, Naima thought as she climbed back into her car. Just as well. She glanced at her visor mirror and saw her face, dirt-streaked, unrepentant. She blinked and looked away. Naima never had been able to stomach the eyes of the dead.
Asked to write a story about the end of the world for The End Is Now, edited by John Joseph Adams and Hugh Howey, I decided to imagine what the end of the world would feel like to one character. My answer? Isolation.
Carriers. Republic of Sacramento. Carrier territories. 2055. Naima's sleep had turned restless as she aged, so the rattling from the chicken coop outside woke her before her hens raised the alarm. The intruder was likely either feline or human, and she hoped it was the former. A cat, no matter how big, wasn't as dangerous as a person. Naima ignored the sharp throb in her knee when she jumped from her bed and ran outside with her sawed-off in time to see a hound-sized tabby scurrying away with a young hen pinned in its teeth, a snow globe of downy white feathers trailing behind. The army of night cats scattered in swishing bushes and brittle leaves. The giant thief paused to look back at her, his eyes glowing gold with threat. The cats were getting bigger. Naima had been saving that hen for Sunday dinner, but she was too winded to chase the thief. Now both knees throbbed, and her lower back right on schedule. She fired once into the dark and hoped she'd hit him. Fucking cats. The dark was thick to the forsaken east, but to the west she saw the gentle orange glow from the colony in Sacramento, the fortress she would never enter. The townfolk had electricity to spare, since their lights never went fully dark anymore. They were building a real-life emerald city from the ruins, with bright lights and fresh water flowing in the streets, literally, after the levees flooded back in the 1920s. By contrast, her tract, Naima Land, was 200 acres of dead farmland she shared with feral cats made bold because food was scarce, taken by drought, not the plague. The late state of California had yet more dying to do. Naima felt thirsty, but she didn't stop at her sealed barrel to take a scoop. She couldn't guess how long her standing water would have to last. Sacramento owed her water credits, but she would be a fool to trust their promises. At the rear of the chicken coop, Naima found the hole the cat had torn in the mesh and lashed loose wires to close it. The hens were unsettled, so she could expect broken eggs. And she couldn't afford to cook one of her reliable laying hens, so she'd have to wait for meat at least another week, until trading day. By the time Naima came back to her porch, her two house cats, Tango and Buster, had gathered enough courage to poke their heads up in the window. For an instant, her pets looked like the thief cat, no better. "It's okay, babies," she said. "One of them got a chicken." Buster, still aloof, raised his tail goodnight and went to his sofa, but Tango followed her to her bedroom and jumped beside her to sleep. Naima preferred a bare mattress to the full bed that had been in this room, fewer places for intruders to hide and surprise her. She slept beneath the window, where she could always open her eyes and see the sky. Tango rested his weight against her, precious warmth and a thrumming heartbeat to calm her nerves. "I can't feed you all," she told Tango. "I'm crazy for taking in just you two." Tango slowly blinked his endless green eyes at her, his cat language for love. Naima returned Tango's long, slow blink. Naima thought the jangling bells outside soon after dawn meant that a cat had been caught in a cage, but when she went to investigate, she found Raul's mud-painted red pickup slewed across the dirt path to her ranch house. He was cursing in Spanish. His front tire had caught a camouflaged cage, and he was stooping to check the damage. At least a dozen sets of cat's eyes floated like marbles in the dry shrubbery. "Don't shoot," Raul called to her. He knew she had her little sawed-off without looking back. "You'll blow off your own culo with that rusty thing one day. Es todo, Naima." Despite the disturbance and his complaining, Naima was glad to see Raul. He looked grand in morning sunshine. Raul's eyes drooped slightly, giving the impression of drowsiness, but he was handsome, with a fine jaw and silvering hair he wore in 2 long braids, like his Apache forebears. Since reconciliation and the allotment of the carrier territories 8 years ago, Raul looked younger every time she saw him. Naima had turned 61 or 62 in December, She barely tracked her age anymore, and she and Raoul were among the youngest left, so most carriers had died before the territories were allotted, in their human cages. Captivity had been their repayment for the treatment and vaccine from the antibodies in their blood. They were outcasts, despite 0 human transmissions of the virus after year 1. The single new case, 25 years ago, had been a lab accident, and the serum had knocked it out quick. The Ward B carriers Naima had barely known still lived communally, or close enough to walk to each other's ranches, but Naima had chosen seclusion on an airy expanse of unruly farmland that stretched as far as she could see. In containment, she'd never had the luxury of community, except Raoul. She had enough human contact on her market trips, where she made transactions through a wall, or her hour-long ride on her ATV to see Raoul, if she wanted conversation. Other people wearied her. "Sorry, cat problem," she told Raoul. "Did it rip?" She had a few worn tires in her shed from the previous owner, but they were at least 40 years old. Raoul exhaled, relieved. "No, creo que está bien." She squatted beside him, close enough to smell the sun on his clothes. She had not seen Raoul in at least 30 days. He had begged her to share his house, but she had refused. She needed to talk to him from time to time, but she remembered why she did not want to live with him and why she had slept with him only once. Raoul's persistent recollections about his old neighborhood in Rancho Cucamonga and his grandparents' house in Nogales were unbearable. He always wanted to talk about the days before the plague. But after 40 years, he was family. He'd been a gangly 15-year-old when the lab coats captured him. Shivering and crying, he had webbed his fingers to reach toward her hand against the sheet of glass. Naima missed skin. She felt sorry for the new children, being raised not to touch. She absently ran her fingertips along the dirt-packed ridges in the tire's warm rubber. "Do you have meat?" she said. 5 pounds of dried beef, he said. Naima didn't care much for beef, but meat was meat. "In the back of the truck, and a couple of water barrels." Water barrels? A gift that large probably wasn't from Raoul alone, and she didn't like owing anyone. "From Sacramento?" "You're doing a school talk today, I heard. Liaison's office asked me to come out." Naima's temper flared. She could swear she'd felt a ping at her right temple an hour before, waking her from fractured sleep. The lab coats denied that they abused her tracking chip, but was it a coincidence she had a school obligation that day? And how dare they send so little water? Naima was so angry that her first words came in Spanish because she wanted Raoul's full attention. He had taught her Spanish, just as she had taught him so much else, patient lessons through locked doors. "Que me deban creditos, Raoul. They owe a lot more than 2 barrels. You'll get your creditos. This is just—" He waved his hand, summoning the right word. Then he gave up. "Por favor, Naima. Take them. You earned them." He tested the air pressure in his tire with a pound of his fist. "Gracias a Dios. This is okay." Naima's shaky faith had been shattered during the plague, but Raoul still held fast to his God. "He told us the apocalypse was coming in Revelation," he always said, as if that excused it all. Naima still believed Sunday dinner should be special, but only to honor the memory of her grandmother's weekly feasts. 2 new orange water barrels stood in the bed of Raoul's truck, large ones. She needed more credits to get her faucets running, but the barrels would last a while. Naima climbed up, grabbing the bed's door to swing her leg over. She winced at the pain in her knees as she landed. She treasured the freedom to move her body, but movement came with a cost. "Está bien, querida," Raoul said. "Just my knees, stop fussing." Naima fumbled with an unmarked plastic crate tied beside the closest barrel. "Don't open that yet," Raoul said, but she already had. Inside she found the beef, wrapped in paper and twine. Still not quite dry, judging by the grease spots. But she forgot the jerky when she saw 2 dolls, both long-haired girls, one with brown skin, one white. The dolls' hands were painted with blue plastic gloves, but nothing else. They had lost their clothes, lying atop a folded, obscenely pink blanket. "What the hell's this?" Naima said. Raoul walked closer, as if he carried a heavy sack across his shoulders. "I wanted to talk to you," he said, voice low. He reached toward her. "Come down. Walk with me." "Bullshit," she said. "Why is Sacramento sending me dolls?" "Behar de la truck," Raoul insisted. "Por favor, let's walk. I have to tell you something." Naima was certain Raoul had sold her out in some way. She just couldn't guess how. Raoul had always been more willing to play political games. He'd been so much younger when he'd been found, raised without knowing any better. So Raoul's house had expensive solar panels that kept his water piping hot, and other niceties she did not bother to covet. His old pickup truck, which ran on precious ethanol and gasoline, was another of his luxuries for the extra time and blood he was always willing to give the lab coats. Naima climbed out of the truck more carefully than she climbed in, refusing Raoul's aid. Living in small spaces for most of her life had left her joints irritable and stiff, even with daily exercises to loosen them. If she'd had the energy or balance, she would have shoved Raoul down on his ass. "Start talking," she said. "What have you done?" "Put the gun down first." Naima hadn't realized she was pointing the shotgun at him. She lowered it. "Tell me ahora, Raoul. No hay más secretos." Raoul's secrets stung more than anyone else's. "I won a ruling," Raoul said. "About what? Free toys?" Raoul stared out toward the thirsty grasslands. "I have a library portal at my house," he began. Of course he did. Toys and gadgets. That was Raoul. Raoul went on. "I did some research on the embryos." Naima's cheek flared as if he'd struck her. During reconciliation, she and Raoul had learned that dozens of embryos had been created from her eggs and his sperm, more than they'd known. They had been the cocktail du jour, something about their blood types. Her heart gave a sudden sick tumbling in her chest, as if to drown him out. "There's a baby, Naima," he said, whispering like wind. "One survived." The world went white. Her eyesight, her thoughts, lost. "What? When?" "She just turned 4, he said. "She's still in the research compound." There was a she somewhere? "How long have you known?" 6 months, he said. "When I got the portal, I saw rumors of the surviving infant, did the research. She's one of ours. They never told us." Now Naima's sacrifices seemed fresh. The involuntary harvesting of her eggs, 3 first-trimester miscarriages after forced insemination, a succession of unviable embryos created in labs, and 2 premature live births of infants from artificial wombs who had never survived beyond a day. Pieces of her chopped away. "We can't reproduce," she said. "But one lived," Raoul said. "They don't know why." "You've known all this time, and you never told me." He sighed. "Lo siento, Naima. I hated hiding it, but I knew it would upset you, or you might work against me. I didn't want to say anything until I got a ruling. As the biological father, I have rights. Carriers don't have rights. Parental rights," Raoul said. "For the first time, yes, we do." Naima despised herself for her volcanic emotions. How could Raoul be naive enough to believe Sacramento's lies? If there was a surviving child, which she did not believe, they would not release their precious property to carriers. "It's a trick," she said. to get us to go back there. Raoul shook his head slowly. Impossibly, he smiled. No, Naima, he said. They're sending her to us, to you. She's free under reconciliation to be with her parents. All you have to do is sign the consent when they come. Naima needed to sit, so she ignored her sore joints and sat where she'd been standing, on the caked dirt of her road. The air felt thick and heavy in her lungs. No, Naima said. Saying the word gave her strength. No, we can't. It's a trap. Even if there's a girl. It was so improbable, Naima could barely say the words. And there isn't. But even if there is, why would they offer her except as a weapon against us, to threaten us, to control us? Why do they keep trying so hard to make children from us? She's not from my womb, so she doesn't have the antibodies. Think about it. We're just reserves for them. A blood supply if they ever need it. That's the only reason we're still alive. Raoul's eyes dropped. He couldn't deny it. She's our child, Raoul said. Ella es nuestra bebé. We can't leave her there. You can't, but I can, she said. Watch me. Raoul's voice cracked. The ruling says both living parents must consent. I need you with me on this, Naima. I'm an old woman now, Naima said. Her throat burned hot. And I'm 56, Raoul said. But we had una hija together. The marshals are bringing her here tomorrow. You're sending marshals to me? The last time marshals came to see her in the territories after only 9 months, a pack of them had removed her from the house she had chosen and stolen half of her chickens, shooting a dozen dead just for fun. Her earliest taste of freedom had been a false start, victim to a government property dispute. Marshals aren't like they were, Raoul said. Things are changing, Naima, like he was scolding her. Raoul lowered the truck's bed door and pulled out the plastic crate. He carried it to her porch. Next, he took down the barrels and rolled them to the house one by one. The heavy barrels thundered across the soil. When he returned, breathing hard, Naima was on her feet again, with her gun. She jacked a shell into the chamber. You could have shot me before I did all that work, Raoul said. I'm not shooting you yet, she said. But any marshals that show up here tomorrow are declaring war. They might bring her, but they could take her at any time. We're all property. I won't give them that power over me. She's better off dead. I'm not afraid to die, too. Raoul gave her a forlorn look before he walked past her and slammed the bed of his truck shut. I was hoping for some eggs, pero maybe mañana. I swear to your God, Raoul, I will kill anyone who comes to this house. Raoul opened his driver's side door and began to climb back inside, but he stopped to look at her over his shoulder. He had left his truck idling. He had never planned to stay long. She doesn't have a name, he said. What? Nobody bothered to name her. In the records, she's called Specimen 120. Punto. Some of the researchers called her Chubby for a nickname, like a pet Naima. Our hija. The weight of the shotgun made Naima's arms tremble. Don't bring anyone here, she said. Please. Raoul got in the truck and slammed the door. He lurched into reverse, turned the truck away, and drove. Naima fired once into the air, a roar of rage that echoed across the flatlands. The shotgun kicked in her arms like an angry baby. After the engine's hum was lost in the open air, the only sound was Naima's wretched sobs. In her front room, Naima's comm screen flared white, turning itself on. A minder waited in 5x5 on her wall, as though she'd been invited to breakfast. The light haloing her was bright enough to show old acne scars. Makeup had yet to make a comeback, except the enhanced red lips favored by both men and women. full of life. "Hello, Naima," the minder said. Then she corrected herself. "Ms. Dixon." Naima nodded cordially. Naima's grandmother, born in Alabama, had never stood for being called by her first name, and neither did Naima, an admittedly old-fashioned trait at a time when numbers mattered more than names. The minder seemed to notice Naima's puffed eyes, and her polite veneer dulled. "You remember the guidelines?" Guideline one and only. She was not to criticize the lab coats or make it sound as if she'd been treated badly. Blah, 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 and so forth. Questions about the embryo, the girl, broiled in Naima's mind, but she didn't dare bring her up. Maybe the marshals wouldn't come. Maybe she could still get her water credits. "Yes," Naima said, testing her thin voice. "We added younger students this year," the minder said. "Stand by." 3 smaller squares appeared inset beneath the girl's image. Classrooms, the children progressively older in each. The far left square held the image of 12 wriggling, warming children, ages about 3 to 6, sprawled across a floor with a red mat. A few in the front sat transfixed by her image on what seemed to be a looming screen, high above them. Every child wore tiny, powder blue plastic gloves. Naima had to look away from the smallest children. She had not seen children so young in 40 years, and the sight of them was acid to her eyes. Hadn't Raoul said the girl was 4? Naima blinked rapidly, her eyes itching with tears. Crying, she was certain, was against the guidelines. Naima willed herself to look at the young, moony faces, braving memories of tiny bodies rotting on sidewalks, in cars, on the roadways, mummified in closets. These were new children, untouched by plague. Their parents had been the wealthy, the isolated, the truly chosen, the infinitesimal number of survivors who were not carriers, who did not have the antibodies, but had simply, somehow, survived. Naima leaned closer to her screen. "Boo," she said. Young eyes widened with terror. Children scooted away. But when Naima smiled, the entire mass of them quivered with laughter, a sea of perfect teeth. Naima's teeth were not perfect. She had never replaced the lower front tooth she'd lost to a lab coat she'd smacked across his nose, drawing blood. He'd strapped her to a table, raped her, and extracted her tooth on the spot, without anesthesia. Naima had been offered a dental implant during reconciliation, but a new tooth felt like a lie, so she had refused. In previous classroom visits, she had answered the question, "What happened to your tooth?" without bitterness. Why should she feel contempt for brutes any more than she would a tree dropping leaves? Until a minder pointed out that the anecdote about her extracted tooth violated the guidelines. The guidelines left Naima with very little to say. She chose each word with painful care. These school children asked the usual questions. Why she had survived, genetic predisposition, how many people she had infected, only one personally, as far as she knew, how many carriers were left, 15, since most known carriers were gone now. By the 4th question, Naima had lost her will to look at the children's faces. It was harder all the time. The girl who spoke up next was not yet 8. Her face held a whisper of brown, a girl who might have been hers, and Raoul's. "Do you have any children?" the girl said. All of Naima's work, gone. No composure, no smile. A sharp pain in her belly. "No, I've never had children," she said. "None that survived." Naima shot a pointed gaze at the minder, who did not contradict her. Maybe the minder didn't know about specimen 120. Maybe a bureaucrat had made up the story to tease Raoul. "Okay," the girl said, shrugging, not yet schooled in the art of condolences. what do you miss the most about the time before the plague? An easy answer came right away, and it almost wasn't a lie. Halloween. When she explained what Halloween had been, the children sat literally open-mouthed. She wondered which part of her story most stupefied them: the ready access to sweets, the trust of strangers, the costumes. The host looked relieved with the children's enchantment and announced that the visit was over. A flurry of waving blue gloves. Naima waved back. She even smiled again. "Don't forget my water credits," Naima said from behind her happy teeth. But the minder's image had already flashed away. Naima lined up her contraband on the front table: the sawed-off, a box of shells, an old Colt she'd found in the attic with its full magazine, the baseball bat she kept at her bedside. She'd even found a gas mask she'd bartered for at market. When the marshals came, she would be prepared. In her younger years, she would have boarded up at least her front windows, but her weapons would have to do. "Raoul is the real child," she told Tango and Buster while they watched her work. Buster swatted at a loose shell at the edge of the table, but Naima caught it before it hit the floor. "He believes every word they say. Things are changing," he says, believing in miracles. "Sending marshals here, to me." Tango mewed softly. A question. "Of course they're not bringing a child here," she said. "A judge's ruling? In favor of carriers? You know the lab coats would fight to keep her." She shook her head, angry with herself for her weakness. "Besides, there is no child. Babies with carrier genes don't live." The crate was light enough to lift to the table with only slight pressure in her lower back, gone when she stretched. But she could only roll a barrel slowly, oh so slowly, across her threshold. How had Raoul managed so easily? She left the second barrel outside. By the time she closed her door again, her lower back pulsed with pain, and she felt aged by a decade. "Lies," Naima said. Tango and Buster agreed with frenzied mews. She would have no Sunday dinner if she died tomorrow, Naima reminded herself. So she got her cleaver from the kitchen, unwrapped the beef, and began chopping the meat on the table, not caring about dents in the wood. She chopped until she was perspiring and sweat stung her eyes. Naima held a chunk with both hands and sank in her teeth. She mostly did not bother with salt in her own cooking, so the taste was overwhelming at first. The cats gnawed at the meat beside her on the table with loud purrs. Could there be a child? Suppose they'd had a breakthrough, found a way to rewire the genes. But why go through that trouble and expense when other children were being born? The girl must be a failed experiment, a laboratory fluke. Did they need caretakers for a child born with half a brain? Was that it? Naima swore she'd be damned if she'd spend the years she had left tending the lab coat's mistakes. But there is no child, she reminded Tango and Buster. It's all a lie. After dark, with her flashlight to guide her, Naima set her traps for the thief cat with slices of meat and visited the wooden chicken coop Raoul had helped her build, as big as her grandmother's backyard shed. She checked the loose wires in the rear, but the hole was still secure. She hadn't collected eggs earlier, so chickens had defecated on some. A few eggs lay entirely crushed, yolks seeping across the straw. Naima was exhausted by the time she'd cleaned the nest boxes, scrubbed the surviving eggs, and set them on a bowl on her kitchen for Raoul to find later. But she couldn't afford to sleep tonight. The marshals might come at any time. Naima fixed herself a cup of black tea from her new water, so fresh, and sat vigil by her front window with her shotgun, watching the empty pathway. Sometimes her eyes played tricks, animating the darkness. A far-off cat's cry sounded like a baby's, waking Naima when she dozed. Just before dawn, bells jingled near the chicken coop. Heart clamoring, Naima ran outside. The food was gone from the first trap she reached, but the door had not properly sprung. Shit. More frantic jingling came from the trap 20 yards farther. Naima raced toward it, her light in one hand and her gun in the other. A pair of eyes glared out at her from beyond the bars. The cat scrambled to every corner of the cage, desperate to escape while bells mocked him. This was the one. Naima recognized the monster tabby's unusual size. "Buddy, you stole the wrong chicken." Naima could not remember the last time she had felt so giddy. She carefully lowered her flashlight to the ground, keeping it trained on the trap. Then she raised her shotgun, aiming. She'd blow a hole in her trap this way, but she had caught the one she was looking for. The cat mewed, not angry, beseeching, with a clear understanding of his situation. "You started it, not me," Naima said. "Don't sit there begging now." The cat's trapped eyes glowed in her bright beam. Another plaintive mew. "Shut up, you hear me? This is your fault." But her resolve was flagging. The cat raised his paw, shaking the cage door. How many times had she done the very same thing? How many locks had she tested, searching for freedom? Could there really be a child? Naima sobbed. Her throat was already raw from crying. "Never again," she had said. "No more tears. No more." Naima went to the trap's door and flipped up the latch. The cat hissed at her and raced away like a jaguar, melting into the dark. She hoped he would run for miles, never looking back. Is my little girl with those zookeepers without even a name? But it's all lies, she whispered at the window as she stroked Tango in her lap. Isn't it? Dawn came and went with the roosters crowing. Naima did not move to collect the morning eggs, or to eat any of the beef she and the cats had left, or to empty her bulging bladder. She watched the sky light up her empty pathway, her open gate. Why hadn't she closed the gate? Based on the sun high above, it was nearly noon when Naima finally stood up. The metallic glint far down the roadway looked imaginary at first. To be sure, Naima wiped away dust on her window pane with her shirt, although the spots outside still clouded it. The gleam seemed to vanish, but then it was back, this time with bright cobalt blue lights that looked out of place against the browns and grays of the road. 2 sets of blue lights danced in regimented patterns, back and forth. Naima's breath fogged her window as she leaned closer, so she wiped it again. Hoverbikes. 2 large hoverbikes were speeding toward her house, one on each side of the road at a matching pace, blue lights snaking across their underbellies. At least it wasn't an army, unless more were coming. Marshall's hoverbikes were only big enough for 2 at most. "You damn fool, Raoul," she whispered again, but she already had forgiven him too. Naima was too exhausted to pick up her shotgun. She had failed the test with her cat thief, so what made her think she could fight marshals? Let them take what they wanted. As long as she had Tango and Buster, she could start again. She always did. As the hoverbikes flew past her gate, Naima counted 1 front rider on each bike in the marshal's uniform, black jackets with orange armbands. The second rider on the lead bike was only Raoul. His face was hidden behind the black helmet, but she knew his red hickory shirt. His father had worn one just like it. Raoul had told her until she wanted to scream. "Naima!" Raoul called. He flung his helmet to the ground. The hoverbike Raoul was riding hadn't quite slowed to a stop, floating 6 inches above the ground, so Raoul stumbled when he leaped off in a hurry. The marshal grabbed his arm to help hold him steady, while the bike bobbed obediently in place. "Querida, it's me," Raoul said. "Don't worry about the marshals. Please, open the door." Naima stared as both marshals took off their helmets, almost in unison, and rested them in the crooks of their arms. One was a young man, one a woman, neither older than 25. The man was fair-haired and ruddy. The woman's skin was nearly as dark as her own, her hair also trimmed to fuzz. Had she seen this man during an earlier classroom visit? He looked familiar. And he was smiling. They both were. She had never seen a marshal smile. The marshals wore no protective suits, no masks. They did not hide their faces or draw weapons. Even 10 yards away, through a dirty window, Naima saw their eyes. Naima jumped when Raul banged on her door. "Naima, ella está aquí." "I don't see her." Naima tried to shout, but her throat nearly strangled her breath. Raul motioned to the woman marshal, and she dismounted her hover bike. For the first time, Naima saw her bike's passenger, not standing, but in a backward-facing seat. A child stirred as the woman unstrapped her. It couldn't be. Couldn't be. Naima closed her eyes. Had they drugged her meat? Was it a hallucination? "Do you see, Naima?" Raul said. "Ven afuera conmigo. Please come." Raul left her porch to run back to the hoverbike. Freed from her straps, a child reached out for a hand for Raul's help from the seat. Raul made a game of it, lifting the child up high. Curly spirals of dark hair nestled her shoulders. For an instant, the child was silhouetted in the sunlight, larger than life in Raul's sturdy upward grasp. The girl giggled loudly enough for Naima to hear her through the window pane. Raul was a good father. Naima could see it already. "Now you're going to meet your mommy," Raul said. Naima hid behind her faded draperies as Raul took the girl's hand and walked to the porch with her. When she heard the twin footsteps on her wooden planks, Naima's world swayed. She ventured a peek and saw the girl's inquisitive face turn toward the window. Dear Jesus, this angel had Graham's nose and plump, cheerful cheeks. Raul's lips. Buried treasure was etched in her delicate features. Jesus, Jesus. Thank you, dear Lord. Naima opened her door.
This is Naima's final story in the post-apocalyptic trilogy edited by John Joseph Adams and Hugh Howey. Each story, in its own way, is about seeking or trying to hold on to family. Naima had resigned herself to be without human contact or human experience as a mother. After all she had been through, I wanted her to experience the kind of change we see unfolding daily, even in the face of fear and pain, that has lasted for generations.
Vanishings. She could never catch hold of a moment.
Señora Suerte. I hate this place. Someone got the idea, brilliant or inane, depending on how the meds are tickling my brain that day, to dress up this place with games. Someone thought the general air of death might smell better with a whiff of fortune. General collection of losers that we are. It would be nice if someone could win something once in a while. That's the idea. Brilliant or inane, it truly does not matter. You'd have to live here to see the boldness of the notion. You'd have to be breathing in the urine-soaked air. Picture Fidel's worst prisons with festive shooting galleries, not with real bullets, mind you, but pellets knocking over rows of smiling duckies. And maybe you would get the picture. Have I mentioned yet that I don't like it here? I hate this place. A few years ago, I could have sat you down over a few rounds of mojitos and sifted through other facts that could have been called pertinent, at least at the time. Born in La Habana province outside of Mariel, Cuba. Second of 5 children. Bank manager in Hialeah, Florida for 30 years. Married twice, once happily. Widower twice, once unhappily. Brace yourself. Only child, a son.
died in a car crash at 17. That was once the defining fact of my existence. A whisper of my son's death, and I got hisses, moans, blinking eyes, tears. I got laid even. It was a powerful fact. That's Gilberto. His son died. His only son, his namesake. Gilberto, not Gil, not Bert, for God's sake. Gilberto. Gilberto lost 2 wives and a son, they clucked. What an unlucky man. Come to me, pobrecito. But before I came here, I was a virgin. I thought bad luck was a myth and had vastly underestimated the phrase's meaning in either Spanish, mala suerte, or the English I worked so hard to learn as a young man in my 20s, when I had to begin my life anew. Mala suerte. Now, I live in bad luck's bosom. It suckles me to sleep. That and the meds. Thank goodness for sleep. My only goal in life is more sleep. I'm so far behind. Raoul, in the bed next to mine, sleeps all day, the lucky bastard. All day, and no one bothers him. No sleeping for me. When I first arrived, I got trotted around like a poster boy for recovery. Look at Gilberto, Mrs. Sanchez. He had a stroke only 3 months ago, and he can stand on his own 2 feet. Look at Gilberto, Mr. Ortiz. He's already feeding himself with both hands. Look at Gilberto, Mr. Benton. Look at Gilberto. The day of the stroke, I had a beautiful dream. No pain, just visions. 1 minute, I'm munching on pastelitos at my favorite Cuban bakery on Flagler, and the next minute, I'm at the emergency room. In my dream, I see my first wife, Maritza. The woman had a beautiful face, but I called her El Diablo. She was a horror. When I saw her again, I thought I must be on my way to hell. So I asked her, "Why were you so unkind?" And she shrugged her shoulders in her awkward, unrefined manner. "I didn't know how to be another way," she said softly. Of course, no? It made sense at the time, so I forgave her. Deep in my heart, I forgave her. I told her I was sorry for the way I danced when her headache turned out to be a brain aneurysm. My problems gone like that. And she smiled. Such a weight was lifted from me. Then her face became Camila's. Mi reina, mi vida. Not as beautiful as Maritza. In her younger years, judged by her face, Camila had been lonely. But I saw her clean, pure spirit, all kindness, and I understood. As in life, I had to pass my first test, Maritza, to see Camila again. Perhaps it was heaven calling for me. She touched my face, and an indescribable feeling bathed me. Better than sex, better than rum, better than music. A feeling we don't find in this world. The next thing I knew, no Camila. I was in a hospital room. I could not speak. I could not move the right side of my body. After an eternity, in answer to my prayers for a cessation of misery, I was brought here. So, either God has a grudge against me, or has no better way to amuse himself. Either way, we don't speak anymore. Was it not enough I was in exile? Exiled first from my homeland, and next from my loved ones? Did I ever complain? When others would have cursed God, I never did. But for this place, God has some answering to do. There is no excuse. I hate this place. Here, we are not exiles, engineers, postal workers, grocers, bankers, grandparents, or deserted lovers. No, here we are beds. 60 beds. This is a place where people come to die when there is no one to take them in like unwanted mongrels. Most of us are helpless to carry out even the most basic dignities of life, worse than babies. And someone of authority, the new administrator or someone trying to impress him, looked out at this collection of sad human debris and said, "Ah, let the games begin." So now there is bingo, B-I-N-G-O, like the Gringo children's song. I can hear you laughing, so you must get the joke. Bingo in Hell's Parlor. You have a very bad attitude, Gilberto. A young nurse, Antoinette, chides me. No one has taught her not to call her elders by their Christian names, but I tolerate this because she understands the words from my ruined mouth, my translator. Girl, did I say anything? You don't have to say it. I see it in your face. They like the bingo. Why come watch others play every day just to make fun? You should play too. But she is wrong. I don't come to watch the others play. Only a sadist would be entertained watching scarecrows listing in their wheelchairs, raising trembling fingers when they win, hardly realizing when they are wetting themselves. Does this sound like a sane person's amusement? Yet it is true. I come every Friday. I wheel myself to the lounge by 2 p.m. without fail. I am the first one inside, the last one to leave. But I never win. Remember, mala suerte. Playing to win would be a waste of my time. I come for her, my angel. Unlike me, she doesn't come every week. Angels cannot be summoned like pizza delivery, and I accept this. But the entire room changes when she walks inside. The light shifts to a bright golden hue, the exact color of twilight. The walls, which are usually growling at us with the promise of suffering, begin to sing. The first day I saw her, I admit it, I believed it was only the meds at work. At first glance, she seemed to be a typical nurse, invisible in a powder blue uniform that would make any woman seem boyish, white shoes squeaking across the floor, and a name tag that read Rosaria. Her skin was browned with the echoes of an abuela negra whose African genes kinked her hair into tight brown ringlets she wore like a crown atop her head. Then I noticed her eyes. Dios mío, such eyes. Beneath her luxuriant lashes, her eyes are black coffee beans, shining like the night itself. I saw her eyes from across the room, and they stole my concentration from the droning call of the bingo numbers, my hand frozen above my cards. Her eyes held none of the dull dispassion or thinly masked contempt of the other nurses, who occasionally gazed upon our pathetic game. Her eyes darted and dashed the way my little Gilberto chased our house cat to and fro when he was small, soaking up every detail about us. Instead of seeing only our tubes and wheelchairs, she lingered on our faces, memorizing our existence, blessing us with personhood. You can believe me or not, but I swear to what happened next on my dear Camila's soul. As soon as I noticed her eyes, I gained new eyes myself. Her image changed. I was no longer staring at a nurse in a uniform, but a visage who glided across the floor in a sheen of pale light, floating, you see. Her hair was suddenly an impossibly long mane behind her, following her on the floor like a wedding train spun of dark lamb's wool. She met my eyes and smiled at me. I have seen dying men resuscitated with electric shock, and that sensation can be no more jarring than her eyes. Her gaze shocked me back to life. No one else at the bingo game seemed to notice her. Not Pedro, who breathed through oxygen tubes and coughed blood into his handkerchief, making such a racket that it was hard to hear the numbers. Not Dixon Washington, or Washington Dixon, I forget which, who always sat with his hand shielding his bingo cards, as if his neighbors could somehow cheat if they saw what fate had dealt him. Not Mrs. Martinez, who dressed up for bingo games in her fading white lace dress and spring hat as if bingo days were Easter Sunday. Not Stella Rothman, a World War II widow who always cupped her ear to try to hear the numbers, complaining that her hearing aid was made in Japan and therefore wasn't worth a damn. And not Crazy Joe, who called bingo every other number, even though he was the only one with worse luck than mine. No one else glanced in the direction of this magnificent creature. Only me. To them, she was a nurse named Rosaria, making an obligatory tour to see to it that no one dropped dead at the table. Such a death, after all, might ruin the game. But she is much more than a nurse. I know that now. Perhaps she is Oya herself. I have reasons for speaking so. I alone see her. I alone know what she does. Our game is the perfect place for her to visit undetected. Bingo, you see, is not a game of skill nor of will. There are no true choices, only luck. Each player is issued 6 cards, so in our game, anyone can expect to win at least once, even in a fellowship as cursed as ours. During the 3 hours we play, there are 3 or 4 winners, sometimes more. Not me, of course. Winning is not in my makeup, but usually. From time to time, even Crazy Joe is right when he claims he has his bingo numbers lined up. A broken clock tells the time twice a day, after all. So I do not blame the others for not seeing it as I do. They would have to see her. The first day Rosaria arrived in the bingo room, the first time her eyes gave me access to the truer vision of her, I watched her glide from table to table, pausing like a honeybee collecting nectar. She lingered over one wheelchair for a time, then moved to the next, and the next. With each person she passed, she seemed to be listening for something only her ears could discern. I watched her so closely that I lost my concentration, forgetting the administrator's board drone as he called the bingo numbers. How I longed for her. Not as a woman, mind you. I will confess she is beautiful, with a face that is fine-featured and yet ever-changing, with cheeks as hollow as an Indian princess in one moment, and then as full as my Camilla's in the next. But it was not her beauty that commanded my eyes. I have not known hunger in my loins since Camilla left this earth, and my body no longer craves a woman's touch. But as I watched her, even the first time, all of my heart cried out, "Choose me. Bless me. Save me. Choose me." But she did not. Several minutes passed before she made her decision. My eyes had never left her, so I saw the exact moment. She took her hand and rested it across Pedro's shoulder, her lithe fingers weightless. He was so intent on smothering his constant cough in his handkerchief that he never noticed the rare gesture of kindness, but I did. All at once, Pedro's cough went silent. The visage was gone, and the nurse, Rosaria, unnoticed, slipped away to her duties. But the change that came over Pedro. Without his cough to bedevil him, Pedro sat straighter in his chair, with a young man's posture. He marked his cards with fervor, his ears virtually twitching every time a number was called. His pencil flew. I heard him laugh to himself, a sound of boyish joy. On that day, as I witnessed the transformation, I believed the bingo games were a brilliant stroke and felt my faith in our caretakers renewed. I shared Pedro's sudden belief that he could win, and that winning a simple game could matter to creatures such as we. As I had anticipated, it was only moments before Pedro's voice rose, silencing the room. "Bingo!" he called through phlegm, like a conqueror. He waved his card above his head. The prizes in our bingo game are nothing to speak of. What is money to us? The staff gives the winners little tokens, brightly wrapped sugarless candies, postcards of beaches and mountain ranges, photo frames in which to display the evidences of younger days on our nightstands. But winning the game meant everything to Pedro that day. His skin flushed pink, his eyes danced. I never heard him cough again the entire game. When he won the second time, he nearly leaped from his wheelchair. Pedro was not the only winner that day, but he was the only one chosen. That very night, you see, Pedro died in his sleep. His monitors made no sound to alert the nurses, and later it was discovered that his oxygen machine had been unplugged. His roommate, Ben Wallenbeck, said he slept so soundly that he never heard his neighbor's machine stop. There was no outraged family to answer to, so the investigation amounted mostly to shrugged shoulders and shaking heads. Many speculated that Pedro himself had unplugged his oxygen. Those who had seen him at bingo recalled his last moment of triumph, saying he chose death on that night because he wanted to leave this world on a winning streak. After that, I kept a special eye for the nurse Rosaria. She frequently visited the bingo games, but I never saw the amazing metamorphosis I saw the day she chose Pedro. I came to believe I had hallucinated, or perhaps that I simply had a flash of premonition, like my tia Maria, the way I knew in my bones that my little Gilberto would not come home from football practice the night he died. A week after Pedro's death, I suffered another stroke, one so minor that I did not notice it while it happened. But one morning, I realized I could no longer stand and walk even the few steps I had mastered a short time before, the model of recovery. To this day, whenever I try to stand, my legs tremble as if I have no bones. I can still mark the bingo cards, but most days, for a time after that, I only watched. Even the sight of Rosaria could not cheer me, because she never again appeared as she had that day, and I stopped believing in magic. I lost my spirit of play. Until a month passed, and everything changed. The bingo game was flourishing. A male nurse named Jackson volunteered to be the new caller, and he was so animated that he might have been a preacher at a Baptist church. Jackson made all the difference. The sound of laughter regularly filled our tiny bingo hall now, ringing through the hallways to the ears of those who were not well enough to participate. But I could not share their laughter. "Gilberto, your face is going to be in a permanent frown if you don't practice smiling again," Antoinette told me as she wheeled me into the hall, as she always does. "Don't worry, Papi. your legs will grow stronger. Such a sweet young face to already be such a liar. The truth is plain to me now. I believed their lies, even when I fought not to. No one here grows stronger. No one here gets better. And on that day, when I felt most mired in my helplessness, I saw her again. This time, I did not even see her as plain-dressed Rosaria, the nurse who came and went without notice. I saw a shadow emerge in the doorway, impossibly long for the lighting from the hall, and at its tip was a large winding spiral shape I could hardly make sense of. She followed her shadow into the doorway. This time, she wore her dark hair in thick, ropey shapes, splaying from all sides of her head. The largest was an oversized, upright whirl the size of a python that looked as if it weighed several pounds. Her face was obscured behind the light that floated around her like a swampland mist, but how could I mistake her? This time I knew. My veins raced with adrenaline. We got lucky number 072, y'all. That's the year the Dolphins went undefeated, so you know that's lucky. You got 072, you're a winner. Jackson called on unaware. She floated serenely down the rows of tables toward mine. Something blocked my ears suddenly. Perhaps my heart itself, silencing everything except its own excited thrashing. If my legs had obeyed me, I would have stood up and fallen to my knees in her path. When she passed only a foot from me, I nearly pissed myself. I smelled Camila's favorite perfume in her wake, and tears came to my eyes. I opened my mouth to speak, but I had forgotten all language. "What's that? N32? Stella Rothman said, cupping her ear. 072, someone yelled. Jesus, will you get that thing fixed? Stella tugged at her hearing aid. It's my fault it's made in Japan, not worth a damn. The entity did not dally this time, as she had the first time I saw her. She went straight to Stella. She glided behind her and laid her hand gently on Stella's shoulder, her fingers like twigs. 72? Stella said. Wait a second, just a second. As she stared at her cards, light brightened her face, erasing her furrowed brow. She had told me once that her life ended the day the telegram from the War Department came. I couldn't remember the last time I had seen her smile. 72. I can't believe I got it. Bingo. Need I tell you? It was only Rosaria who stood behind Stella Vane, stripped of her magnificent visage. Amidst the groans of disappointment from players who had not been as lucky as Stella, no one saw Rosaria lower her face, hiding her inscrutable eyes. I was the only one who watched the nurse leave, back to her mundane duties. I was in a state that night, as you can guess. I had less appetite than even this food deserves. I could not sleep. Had I more control of my limbs, I might have taken myself to Stella's room to watch her doorway, to see the outcome for myself. But in the end, of course, I already knew. Stella died in her sleep. There were no machines unplugged this time, and fewer questions. She was 86 after all. When an 86-year-old dies, it isn't a mystery. I wrestled with myself in the days to come, as anyone would. Should I report the girl, Rosaria? And tell the administrators what exactly? That she touched the dying? That she gave them one last smile? That I suspected she was sneaking into their rooms at night? Or that she was Oya herself coming to call, shepherding her chosen from one realm to the next? No one listens to our kind, those who are cloistered away from the raging world outside. That is why living here is worse than death, you see. Bingo for the damned? The idea seems brilliant or inane to me, depending on how the meds are tickling my brain that day. I hate this place. I'll never understand you, Gilberto, my young Antoinette says. You complain about the bingo game, but you're always first at the door. Of course I am. And now you see why. I no longer simply watch. I play. I listen closely, and I mark my cards when my numbers are called. I feel my heart leap as the rows fill. Because she is here today. Rosaria is here. She has not yet shed her human form, but I see the light glowing in embers from her skin. Her dainty nest of hair will grow. Her white nurse's shoes are mewling against the floor now, but soon her feet will glide on the air itself. She passes from one table to the next, closer to me, studying me. And I am a believer again. Perhaps my mala suerte is banished at last. Will my number come up this time? Just this once, Rosaria. This one time. Will you give me luck? Will I win? Bless me. Save me. Choose me.
I wrote this at the invitation of Gordon Van Gelder of the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, who was editing a tribute edition for Harlan Ellison with a prompt Harlan wrote, "What if the unluckiest man alive met Lady Luck?" This was my interpretation. I met Harlan Ellison at the Bram Stoker Awards in 1995, the year I published my first novel, The Between, and gave him a signed copy, which he still has on his bookshelf. Not only did Harlan read it, but he tracked me down by phone to point out grammatical errors. Vintage Harlan. He loves writers and the written word.
Vanishings. Vanish. Verb. 1. To pass quickly from sight. Disappear. 2. To pass completely from existence. There's no easy way to say this, ma'am. The memory of the highway patrolman's voice repeated in her head. A loop. Your husband's vanished. Vanished. Nidra shuddered. A year had passed, and no time at all. Frost clung to the windshield, so the wipers dragged and whined. She was almost driving blind. Visiting the place where Carl's truck had wrecked was dangerous in dawn's tricky light. Nidra's skin vibrated when she approached the ramp to Interstate 285, where the curve grew sharp and a driver might spin and slide backward down a steep embankment, crashing into a stand of hardy Georgia pines. Like Carl. Nidra stopped a few yards before the exit, since it wasn't safe to linger near the curve. She parked on the shoulder with her flashers on. Her tiny Corolla shuddered when the semis thundered past with their urgent loads, spraying gravel from monstrous tires. The spot reeked of tragic endings. Carl had been on his way back home. At least she knew that much. Dead leaves made the grass so slick that Nidra nearly slipped as she made her way down the sharp grade. She wasn't sure she could find the exact place a year later, but a crumpled diet soda can winked from the bed of leaves, marking the spot. A long scrape remained across the thick-trunked tree where the Ford's rear fender had rested. The ugly white smear of exposed bark reminded Nitra of an open scab, no longer bleeding, not yet healed. Nitra expected to find the truck waiting, an apparition, to find him. His voice, his face. Every shadow was Carl, hiding in the shrubs. Every rustle was Carl, swinging from the tree branches. The Queen of Denial, her daughter Charlene had called her last night. That night, police had called Carl by all three of his names and asked if he was her husband. She said she'd rather they didn't come in, thank you, and waited to find out what the bail was. She knew the situation was bound to be bad, since they had come to the house instead of calling and used his full name like he was a serial killer. "We found this wallet in your pickup rolled over off 285 near the Atlanta Road exit. There's no easy way to say this, but your husband's vanished." Then the officers had waited, as if they expected her to cry or have a fit like on TV. But they didn't know Carl. They didn't know about the talk they'd had from Dr. Ross, Asia's pediatric oncologist, about their youngest daughter's white cell count. Carl might wish he'd vanished, all right. "He didn't vanish," she told the police. "He ran. I guarantee it." Carl would come back, and when he did, he would wish he had never left. 1 year ago, this was where he had changed his mind and decided he wouldn't come home. Decided to flee to a secret life, to leave her and Charlene to manage Asia's fevers and whimpers when it was time to go back to the doctors. Nitra wiped away angry tears. "Cowardly son of a bitch," she said to the tree. Asia's school was a 20-minute drive each way. In a rare moment of solidarity, Nitra and Carl had petitioned the county to pull Asia out of Glory Elementary around the corner because she'd come home crying every day from the teasing. The kids had called her Ghost because she was so ill. They bumped into her in the hallways purposely, pretending they could not see her as she passed them. Nitra had never seen Carl so mad. To keep him from doing something drastic and going to jail, they decided to find Asia a new school. Spring Valley had better manners, smaller class sizes, and fresher paint. The only drawback was the long drive. When Carl's office shut down, he had been Asia's designated driver, as he liked to say, hardy-har. In the months before Carl left, Asia often needed to come home from school early because she felt weak or sick. They had spent entire days shuttling back and forth between Asia's school, her doctor, and the hospital. Or just the hospital. But not today. Asia sat safely strapped on the passenger side, her bright red ski cap bent forward as she scribbled in her composition book. Asia had taken up drawing during her last long stay at Piedmont Children's. Asia was drawing Carl's profile again, his bushy mop of hair, the rounded tip of his nose, pronounced shading of his skin. "Looks just like him," Nitra said, down to the knot in her stomach. Asia didn't answer, absorbed by her pencil's even strokes. The school driveway was lit up in brake lights from waiting cars. Asia might still be marked tardy. Nitra wished she hadn't slipped out earlier to go to the interstate. The day had just started, and she was already behind. A family of stick figures was pasted to the rear window of the SUV directly in front of Nitra's car, even a dog at the end. But a space stood empty between the tallest and third tallest. Nitra wondered who had vanished, and how. A parent? Had some poor soul been left alone with 4 children to raise? She only had 2, but some mornings she dreaded getting out of bed. She wished she had a time machine to go back and stop Carl from getting in his truck, or else jump in with him. "Did you know black walnut trees have a poison so nothing else will grow near them?" Asia said. She learned a new thing about trees each week in 3rd grade science. "Nope, didn't know that." "Does every plant and animal do something special no one else does?" "Maybe," Nitra said. Probably yes. What about me? Asia said. Everything about you is special. No, really, Mom? Asia's first teacher had advised Nitra to smile more, advice that was harder to remember each day. But she tried. There. What? You're smiling? Nitra nodded and kissed the top of her cap. Yep. You're the only one who can make me do that, Pumpkin. Good one. Love you, Mom. Asia sprang out of her door before Nitra could say, I love you too. Asia watched the easy bounce in her daughter's gait. Asia wasn't dragging like she used to before Carl left. She walked just like the other kids, her backpack swinging between her shoulders like the pendulum on a grandfather clock. Still, Spring Valley's students and parents stared, head slowly turning to watch her daughter as she walked up the stairs and into the school's freshly painted doors. Didn't anyone teach you manners? She called out, too loudly. She sounded like Carl, but she couldn't help it. Even Asia turned her head with the rest to see what the fuss was about. Nitra waved at her daughter and drove away. The sedan parked outside her house looked like an undercover police car, a dark blue Crown Victoria. Nidra's heart beat so quickly that the rush of blood dizzied her. Carl had been in jail, that was all. Or on the run. Of course. He'd been a petty thief and a dealer in high school and promised he'd never stray again, so he'd been too ashamed to tell her and the girls. Nitra heard herself make a sound that was half laugh, half sob. An ecstatic rage. But it was only Lenore Augustine, waiting in the driver's seat, studying Vogue like it was contagious. Nitra was so disappointed to find Lenore that she nearly cried. Nitra, Lenore said, there you are. Have you seen that mess across the way? Hard to believe my brothers used to hunt squirrels and rabbits out here. The nearby construction site hadn't seemed so bad when the foliage in Nitra's yard kept the new development hidden. Their house was built high atop a slope, so it had seemed like a treehouse in the forest, even though they lived only 10 minutes from I-285 and 5 minutes from Publix. The builder's noise hadn't bothered Nitra as long as she could feel enfolded in the woods. But winter was coming, leaves were thinning, and the ugliness was in plain view. Answer's still no, Nitra said. Hear me out this time. It's almost a year. Next week is the anniversary. You don't have to tell me it's been a year, Nitra said. Lenore came by every 3 months. She and Carl had both worked at the same realty office before Clarkson Myers shut down and everyone scattered for new jobs. Lenore had ended up in insurance, and Carl had ended up nowhere. Lenore and Carl had been so close, hitting happy hour at Parkfield Lanes 2 or 3 times a month, that Nitra would have suspected them of an affair if Lenore hadn't been a year older than his mother. Right before Asia's diagnosis, Lenore had told Nitra they had married too young. Nobody warns young people not to get married unless you can march into hell side by side. When Lenore gave her car door a push, Nitra had no choice but to step back and let her out. Microscopic wrinkles painted a patchwork across Lenore's face, barely hidden by her caked makeup's false glow of youth. Had Carl showered with Lenore at cheap motels, run his fingers through her lifeless hair? Nitra couldn't quite see it, but she couldn't quite unsee it either. Do you know how hard it is to get a vanishing cert from the Georgia Highway Patrol? Lenore said. My client list would kill for your incident report. Not to mention, my boss would kill me if he knew I was out here. In 7 days, the insurance will be a much bigger fight. But you paid extra for the comp package, and Carl made me promise I'd look out for you. So he planned it, Nitra said. With you. That's what you're saying. Carl was a con artist, through and through. He put on a hell of a show with his tears and carrying on before he'd driven off in the Ford. You know you don't mean that, Nitra. I'm saying to fill out the paperwork. The money is yours, and you should have it. You need it for Asia, for the medical bills. Lenore's eyes reminded Nitra of the smug pity in Dr. Ross's face when he saw Asia waiting in his examination room, her cap bobbing as she swung her legs to and fro on the table's perch. "Can't you see how pale Asia is?" Charlene had screamed during their fight last night. "You just don't want to look, Mom." But no, that couldn't be. Asia had 3 more weeks before her next doctor's appointment. Asia was symptom-free, without the high temperatures, loss of appetite, or vomiting that had sent her and Carl to the emergency room with her bundled like a foundling night after night. 3 weeks before Dr. Ross would test Asia's levels and start the next horror show ride. "Asia is fine." "Of course she's fine," Lenore said. "But you have bills. Cut the bullshit," Nitra said. "Just tell me where he is." Lenore pursed her lips, a portrait of heartbreak. "He's gone, sugar," Lenore said. "That's what I keep trying to tell you. There are support groups, if that's what you need. Books I can give you. I went through it with my mom, so I know. I expect her to tap me on the shoulder every day. It's been hell. But read what the police said. No one could have walked away from that crash alive. I wish it wasn't true. I loved him like a baby brother. But Carl has vanished. He's gone." Charlene had seen Nitra with Devon last night. That was what started their fight. Devon was Char's high school geometry teacher. He'd asked Nitra out for coffee after a parent conference 3 months before, as if to soften his report. That first night, they had only talked about Char, how bright she was, how frustrating. They shared a common passion. Nitra sometimes went out to Devon's townhouse for a couple of hours, 3 times a week now, usually after 7, when Asia was ready for bed and Char was home for the night. Nitra's agreement with Devon was firm. He could pick her up if he waited at the curb, but he had to take her straight to his place. The sex was great, like breathing again, but that was all it ever would be. She was a married woman, and she had to sort out her family when Carl came back. Besides, dating had never led her anywhere except where she was. "God, Mom, what do you see in him?" Charlene had wailed last night, and Nitra understood her point. Devon had braces at 45. He said he would wear the braces for only 9 months, as if people in their 40s had months to spare. Nitra was 10 years younger than Devon, but his braces made her feel like his mother. He also had a weak chin and small frame, and Nitra loathed math, which she had yet to confess. But none of that mattered. Devon was parked in his usual place, across the street in front of their neighbor's house. When she climbed in, she wondered if Carl had felt as free as she did. "Char saw you drop me off last night," Nitra said. Devon's hand lingered on the gear shift. "Meaning?" "I need to start meeting you at your place." The car almost trembled with his relief. They both knew she was looking for an excuse to remind him she was married. Even if she signed the paperwork and took the payout, certification from the Georgia Highway Patrol couldn't change what would happen when Carl came home, how happy their daughters would be to see him, the light it would bring to Asia. "I think this part makes it harder for her," Devon said. "The hiding. She's making a C in your class," Nitra said. "You're not her favorite person." "You want me to raise her grade?" He sounded scandalized. "Because then I would have to sleep with every other kid's mother, and I don't think I have the stamina." He winked at her. Nitra barked a laugh so loud that she covered her mouth. She felt a foreign, giddy impulse to lean over and kiss him. No kissing was another one of her rules. Devon grew serious. "If the grade bothers her, she should stop gliding and engage. It's locus theorems, parallel lines, transformations. The rules don't change. She knows all of this." Charlene had screamed hateful things at Nitra last night. Terrible words with claws, leaving them both gasping and sobbing. Thank goodness Asia had slept through it all. "We fight about it," Nitra said. So after tonight, I'll drive myself. The silence was an escape for the first who grabbed the chance. Neither of them did. We need to stop at the corner market, Devon said. I have a mango emergency. Nidra had never known anyone else with mango emergencies. Devon had lived in the U.S. since he was 15, but Trinidad survived in his habits and his carefully modulated lilt. All right, Nidra said, but just a hot minute. Nidra didn't want to be seen in public with Devon, but she was a stranger at World Foods. The market was closer than Publix or Kroger, but the lighting was dim, the aisles were poorly marked, and she had trouble finding even simple foods. The store bustled with sure-footed Koreans, Jamaicans, Taiwanese, Mexicans, Cubans, and others like Devon looking for flavors of home. Nidra didn't recognize most of the fruit in the produce section. The rows were stuffed with odd shapes and colors, misshapen. Who ate this angry red fruit shaped like a banana? Whose worlds bore these fruits? Devon took forever choosing his mangoes, clucking over them like baby chicks. He bagged his ripened fruit one by one, careful not to bruise them. That done, he moved to dried dates. They were nearly as large as figs. Mutants. When Devon spoke to her, his voice was so low that she might have imagined it. Charlene is worried about her sister. Nidra's stomach dropped. The floor dropped. The lighting seemed to brighten, then dim. She told you that? Not me, Devon said. But she talks to her friends, and they say she's deathly worried. Her sister is very ill, they say, and she isn't getting proper care. That's what she's telling them. His voice was mere breath. So gentle a voice for such impaling words. Devon patted her hand and moved away to knot his produce bags. They did not talk about Asia's illness. That was the first rule, the reason for the other rules. They did not talk about Asia, and they did not talk about Carl. I'll wait in the car, Nidra said. Alone, she spent 2 minutes crying, 2 minutes drying her face and eyes. Devon opened his car door just as she snapped her purse shut. Do you still want to come with me? Devon said. Nidra shook her head. Take me back, please. Devon's anxiousness to find the right words filled the car with pained silence. Nidra, I left mac and cheese for Shar and Asia in my fridge, she said. We can whip something together at my place. Devon considered and nodded. Without a word, he drove her home. Ew, Shar said, when she saw Devon in the living room. She froze mid-step on the staircase, her face puckered. With her hair cut short, she looked like a willowy version of Carl. Nidra saw the resemblance most when Shar frowned. What's Mr. Roy doing here? Good to see you too, Charlene. It's Shar, she said. In my house, you call me Shar, and you can go now. Shar don't, Nidra said. Her spontaneous planet felt foolish as soon as she opened her door. Indecent, really. But Shar had started downstairs before she could tell Devon she changed her mind. Shar stood halfway down the stairs, knuckles tight on the railing, undecided. When Nidra saw the living room through Devon's eyes, everything was crooked. The books, the rug, the sofa cushions, the photo frames. Everything. Did Asia finish her homework? Nidra said. Shar stared at Nidra with what looked like real loathing. Yes, mother. Anything else? Are you done with yours? Devon muttered, and Shar's eyes shot lasers at him. Yes, there's something else, Nidra said. Devon's having dinner with us tonight. That all right with you? She tried to sound casual, like she wasn't begging. Shar's lips shrank, tightening. Is it all right if my arch-nemesis, Mr. Roy, my geometry teacher drone, has dinner with us here in our house? At our table? Yes, Shar. Is it all right? Shar still hadn't moved from the stairs. Nidra braced for the storm, in front of company this time. None came. "Your life," Shar said, "but he's a royal pain." "Only during daylight hours," Devon said. "After dark, my true personality emerges." He picked up the Christmas portrait Nidra and the girls had taken at Sears last year, at her parents' insistence, their smiles so forced they looked manic. "I'm sorry, Shar," Nidra said. "Hiding doesn't feel right. You said to stop pretending." "It's nothing at all to you," Devon told Shar. "You're any other student, and your mother and I are friends." Shar shrugged and went to the kitchen to get the dinner plates. Shar used to hide in her room to avoid her chores, but she never needed reminding since Carl left. "Asia?" Nidra called upstairs. "Right here, Mom." The voice came from the stairs, but hung weightless in the corner shadows. Then, just that fast, Asia was midway down the stairs in a long black t-shirt. Asia's skin was the color of the stained teak-colored paneling on the wall behind her. Light from the foyer lamp shimmered, making her face seem to phase in and out against the wood's grains, like an optical illusion. When Devon drew a hitched breath, Nidra realized she'd been holding her own since she heard, "Right here, Mom," from thin air. "Well," Devon said, sunshine in his voice, "it's good to meet you, Asia. Your mother has told me a great deal about you." A lie, but a forgivable one, for the way it made Asia's teeth gleam with a smile. "This is my friend, Mr. Roy. He's—" "I know," Asia said. "I heard." Nidra served the macaroni and cheese as they sat at the table. Devon silently said grace before he ate, a habit she had never noticed. Could it be they had never eaten together? She remembered the sound of his lungs hissing when he'd seen Asia. Why had everyone seen how sick Asia was but her? "My daddy's vanished," Asia said to Devon. Quickly, Nidra patted Asia's hand. "That's just what the police told us. We don't know." Shar's stare was so pointed that Nidra had to fight to hold her daughter's eyes. "He's not coming back," Shar told Asia, an assurance as if Nidra were a stranger who had just said something profane. Her stare held, daring Nidra to dispute her. "No," Nidra said. "Probably not." Packed molecules in the air seemed to drift clear of each other, making it easier to breathe. Carl would want them to have the insurance money. Both of the girls needed new jackets instead of the old ones she'd had to dig out of the coat closet. It was only late November, but it was cold. Maybe Carl's truck had skidded in icy rain. Maybe that was how it had happened. He'd been on his way home. Maybe his last thoughts on this earth had been of them. "How do you like school?" Devon asked Asia. Asia shook her head. "I hate it. Everybody looks at me because I'm sick." Nidra tried to keep the panic she felt from her face. "Yes, that's very rude," she heard Devon say, somewhere far beneath her. "It was that way for me too. When my parents first moved us from my country, I was in a private school where no one had brown skin but me. They all stared. I ignored it." "Yeah, screw them," Shar said. "Who wants dessert?" Devon said, pulling out a produce bag. Shar peered into the bag and blanched. "Do you know what those look like?" "They're dates," he said. Carl didn't like dates, so Nidra had gotten out of the habit of buying them by the time Shar was old enough to eat them. She could hardly remember who she had been when she was 20, dropping out of Georgia State and marrying Carl because he had plans and made her laugh. 2 months later, she was pregnant with Charlene. 8 years after Charlene, Asia. A life lived in a blur. "I don't think they've ever tasted dates," Nidra said. Devon cast Nidra a playful look. "Why are you depriving these girls?" While Devon helped Asia choose the plumpest date, Shar peered over to study them. "I'll try one," Shar said. Asia squealed when she took her first bite. "It's so sweet, like cake." She ate 3 more. She had a good appetite. Watching the fruit find Asia's mouth, Nidra remembered the bubbles in Asia's baby bottle when she drank, the way their dance had quieted Nidra's worries when Asia was small. "Well?" Nidra said, watching Charlene wrap her date pit in her napkin. "It's okay." Char scooted out her chair. "It's time for Asia's bath." "I'll take her up in a minute." Char stood and reached for Asia's hand the way she would at a busy intersection. "It's a school night, so the sooner the better. Come on, Asia." After the polite goodnights, Devin watched as they walked away. "You're so lucky," Devin said once he was alone at the table with Nidra. "Which part?" Devin slipped his hand over hers on the tabletop. "Charlene is such a big help to you," he said. "You have a lovely family." The bathtub was full, the water crowned with bright white suds. When Asia was 2 and Carl got a bonus at work, they'd used most of the check to refurbish the main bathroom upstairs. The floor, wall tiles, and bathtub were slick aquamarine, the color of the bathroom in her grandmother's house. The picture window overlooking the backyard was the biggest luxury of her lifetime. Neighbors' lights twinkled in the dark like constellations. When the treetops were a full canopy, they never saw lights at night. Now, even in the darkness, her backyard trees' steady shedding unmasked the lighted construction site down the hill, bare concrete walls half finished, machinery painted brightly in unnatural colors. She'd stopped noticing the view when it was pretty, and now it was gone. She could never catch hold of a moment. Carl's good razor hung suspended in the toothbrush rack, coated with dust and powdery shaving cream residue. Nidra took the razor and almost put it in the drawer, but she buried it in her front pocket instead. It would still smell like his face. "Asia?" Nidra called into the hall. "I'm right here." A splash echoed behind Nidra from the bathtub. Suds parted at the foot of the tub as Asia sat up, a watery shadow against bathwater, the color of the ocean. The bubbles clinging to Asia's hair and face framed her features. Nidra couldn't believe how pale Asia was since her last bath. Her bare skin was nearly invisible. She would call Dr. Ross as soon as Asia was in bed. Nidra knew his cell phone number by heart. She wondered at her calm, but knew she was not calm anywhere except on the outside. "You were hiding," Nidra said. Asia giggled. "If I was a snake, I would have bit you," she said, imitating Grandma. Nidra sat on the rim of the tub and dunked Asia's washcloth into the warm water. "Here comes the snake," she said, slithering the cloth beneath the suds toward Asia's back. Asia pretended to scream, splashing to the other side of the tub. Nidra wanted to ask why Asia never told her she wasn't feeling well again, but she didn't have to. She probably had tried to say it, or expected Nidra to notice. She was Asia's mother, after all. A mother should see it first, not last. Water splashed again, and a stream trickled from Asia's fingers. Asia played with the water for a long time. Nidra ran Dr. Ross's telephone number through her head, 6s and 3s. "After your bath, you pick a story and I'll read it to you," Nidra said. "Anansi, then." However small, it was a plan. No mysteries or new tragedies waited in the next 30 minutes. A maw gnawing inside Nidra's stomach felt like a scream from her heart and womb. But Nidra enjoyed the sound of Asia splashing in the water, playing unafraid. "Look, Mom," Asia said, in a hush, entranced. "I'm vanishing." Crystalline threads twined Asia's fingers, blending her skin to the color of blue bath water, where her fading flesh rose and fell, across the liquid plain.
Throughout my writing career, I've sought ways to convey the feelings and images of death and dying as my own coping mechanism. This story, first written in the wake of my mother's death in 2012, has never before been published. I am still trying to understand how our loved ones can simply disappear.
Afterward, on Tananarive Dew. In 1997, I met Tananarive Dew at the African American Fantastic Imagination Conference, hosted by Clark Atlanta University. She was cute and smart and terribly young. And when I heard her explain how she combined social networking, musical skill, and raw chutzpah to get a cover blurb from Stephen King, it was pretty much love at first sight. Literally. Within 3 days, we were all but engaged, sitting in the airport holding hands, our heads resting together, speaking of building empire and a life together. And in 1998, we were married at her parents' house by her father, and she moved to Washington State, where I was raising my daughter, Nikki, in a little lumber town called Longview. When Nikki graduated high school, the idea was that we would move down to California and my hometown of Los Angeles and take on Hollywood. In the meantime, we wrote. T, as I call her, figuring that there was no reason to invest the extra syllables, or even fearing that by the time I got out Tananarive, I could have said T, the bus, and saved her life, was a writer of such clarity, imagination, and emotion that Hollywood immediately saw the value of her work and fought to back dump trucks filled with money up to our door. We believed that if we could learn to work together, we could graft the best of her approach and mine together and create something extraordinary and effective. Well, anyone who has tried to collaborate with anyone at all has experienced the difficulty of weaving two creative instincts into a single braid. Now, add being married. The natural jostling and arguing that is a natural part of the collaborative process now has to also carry the weight of the natural stresses of living and loving. One answer was to take the relationship itself off the table. In other words, no matter how passionate the fight, it was never personal. It was just about the work. To a degree, it worked. Although our initial attempts to work with movie studios were pretty much stillborn, we just couldn't figure out how to leverage our different approaches. Then, in 2005, we were asked to submit a story to a horror anthology and wrote the tale Danger Word, which is also included in this collection. This was our first fictive collaboration, and we bounced ideas back and forth until we came up with the idea of a grandfather trying to protect his immature and traumatized grandson post-zombie apocalypse. By the way, this simple short story led, in time, to our Devil's Wake young adult zombie series, and the short film we co-produced and wrote, Danger Word, in which the young boy protagonist of the original story morphed into a slightly older girl. But that's another story. What happened during the writing of the short story was fascinating and educational. The process moved from plot to character to rough draft to polished draft. But it was in the polishing that something remarkable happened. The first time I read Tananarive's work, a passage of her first novel, The Between, I recognized that this young woman had phenomenal storytelling skills, but I didn't fully understand what it was I was seeing. When we worked on Danger Word, on the other hand, we talked about every sequence, every scene, every paragraph, every sentence, every word. And as we passionately discussed all these things, what became clear is that she did not use the same dyadic relationship that had been so valuable in my own career. Yes, she understood plot beautifully, and her characterization was superb. She had a feeling for humanity that simply shone from the page. But there was something else. Poetics. The language itself. And more than that, please remember the saying that poetry is what happens between the lines in the same way that jazz is what happens between the notes. Tananarive was looking at the invisible world of the almost psychic connection between the writer and the reader, the creative dream space that the storyteller creates where emotions trump logic, and we are willing to accept the fantastic as real. Plot? Yes. Characters? Yes. But the poetry of the language, the imagery, the rhythms, the secret meldings of their proportions, the thing that can't quite be quantified but is the instinctive gift of the natural storyteller, that thing that teachers seek to educe from their students, often with despair. It is indeed a gift that keeps on giving, and Tananarive Due, my darling wife, has it in spades. I fought her for a couple of years, but finally surrendered and added that third element to my basic structure, which then became plot, character, language, what I call poetics. Each has a relationship with the other two. Each can be viewed individually or in dyadic relationship with one of the others. View this as life itself. We have human beings, and we have the world that they inhabit, and the lives they create in reaction with that world. And then there is the poetry, the world of meaning they seek to create, we seek to create out of our day-to-day lives, seeking every day to not merely survive another sunset, but to find pleasure and beauty and even that elusive quality called art, spinning gold from the straw of our existence. Tananarive's fiction seeks to add or extract meaning from the chaos of life, to give us the perspective that helps us see that the crying child, the departing lover, the discontented customer, the senile grandparent who used to be so alive and wise, are somehow all part of a world of meaning. We see the people, we experience the events, but it is the poetry we yearn for. We work, we play, we give, we share, seeking that poetry, seeking love and connection with our own hearts. And fiction reduces the infinite universe into a noble few words and scenes that represent a greater whole, and to the degree that the writer is honest about their own experiences, needs, strengths, and weaknesses, their characters live more vibrantly than the actual real human beings in our lives. There's something magical about a writer who can do this, give us these insights, extract and convey that meaning. And Tananarive is a magician. She loves her characters because she loves people deeply. Her connection to her family, her friends, her readers, her students, and even teachers is profound. And as the man, fortunate enough to share her life, I've been able to observe her in all moods and times, through triumph and tragedy, and seen the depths of her strength and the very real and tender weaknesses, all of them connected to how very much she loves life and fears what that life can do to those she loves. The poetry of life is the invisible connection between people, things, and events. Love is the binding emotion between those exact same things. By seeking to orchestrate the emotions and images experienced by the audience when they read her stories, she is saying, I love these things, these people, this world. I want you to experience that love, to open your heart, despite the fact that there is much to fear. Do not let fear stop you from loving, ever, because it is, in the final analysis, the only thing that blunts the terror of existence. Tananarive Due's stories are filled with terrors, extraordinary and mundane, and with beauty, and love, and poetry. The human heart is just that large, that immense, with that many chambers. If all there was in the world was people and problems, character and plot, it would be a sterile world indeed. But there is more. There is poetry. There is love. She is mine. Stephen Barnes, June 10th, 2015.
This concludes the reading of Ghost Summer, Stories by Tananarive Due, copyright 2015 by Tananarive Due. This book was read by Tananarive Due, Robin Miles, and Janina Edwards. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Donald Mass Literary Agency and was produced in 2020 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.